Orange Sky Audio presents Heartbreaker, Bad Angels Book 1 by Inara Scott. Narrated for you by Leah Ladasa. Chapter 1. None of the three of them remembered exactly where the nickname Bad Angels had come from. Connor and Nate accused Mason of making it up to pick up women. But as a 6'2" former quarterback who also happened to be a founding member of one of Silicon Valley's hottest venture capital firms, Mason didn't exactly need a nickname to get a date. On the other hand, as Connor and Nate were quick to point out, being called a bad angel didn't hurt. And Mason Coleman wasn't the sort of guy to give up an advantage unnecessarily. Most likely, the nickname had been the invention of an intrepid gossip reporter, looking for a creative headline for a story describing the latest San Francisco venture capital firm and its three hot founders. To be fair, Mason and his partners weren't really angel investors as the name was intended to suggest. Angels were usually older, more established individuals who invested their money in young, risky startups. Mason, along with his partners Nate Etherly and Connor Ashton, managed an investment fund made up of a combination of their and other people's money. But if someone wanted to call you an angel, why fight it? Mason chose to use it. Sometimes, just before he brushed his lips against the soft, delicate skin at the base of a woman's neck, or gently cupped the back of her head in one large palm, he'd whisper, "Which do you prefer, the bad or the angel?" And then he would laugh wickedly, because he knew the answer to the question was both, and more. Early on, Mason had been pegged the pretty boy of the trio, with Connor being the smart one, and Nate being the negotiator. He had more money than he could have ever imagined. He got to go to work with his best friends and live in San Francisco, a city that amazed him every day. Life was pretty damn good. But then, on Friday afternoon, he'd run into a small problem. Or rather, a big problem. A problem that was currently lying on his white leather couch, panting and drooling. "Move, Wick." He gave the dog's massive shoulder a push as he squeezed alongside it on the couch. A ray of sunlight broke through the early afternoon clouds, a welcome sight on a damp and cold February afternoon, after 2 weeks of unusually heavy rain. But the beam of light did little to transform the hulking beast on the leather couch, or disguise the long strand of drool that was dangling above his pants. "Do you have to do that on the leather?" The monstrous mastiff whined and gave a doggy version of a smile in response, but made no attempt to move. Since Wick's naturally high level of laziness was currently paired with a prolonged recovery from a knee injury, once he got on the couch, he tended to stay there. Ditto Mason's bed. "What the hell am I supposed to do with you?" Mason ran his fingers through his hair with a familiar feeling of frustration. "You're as big as an ox, totally untrained, and Allie failed to mention that you need medication 2 times a day and go to the bathroom every few hours." He pointed at the beast, whose massive tail thumped in pleasure. "That, my oversized friend, makes it very hard to entertain." Wick seemed to have a knack for finding exactly the wrong moment to request assistance going outside. And since his request came with a bark that could wake the dead and slimy kisses from his perpetually soggy face, ignoring him wasn't an option. "Promise me you'll keep him with you," Allie had said, tears dripping from her eyes. "Just till graduation. It's only a couple of months. You know my landlord always hated him. He'll evict us if he sees Wick here again. What am I supposed to do?" The landlord, Mason mused, sounded entirely rational. Wick was the worst-behaved dog he'd ever seen. He howled and barked when he didn't get his way, stole food off counters, and had already put deep gouges in the soft wood floors and the front door from scratching to go outside. Once outside, he lunged at any dog he saw, or when his knee hurt or he got tired, he just lay down and refused to move. And then there was the bladder control. Allie swore it was the medications he was taking, some kind of steroids for a chronic skin allergy. Mason was pretty sure he'd never recover from watching the massive beast let loose with a gallon of pee when denied a trip outside at 4 a.m. It was like watching a Clydesdale taking care of business in a pasture. Except on his hardwoods. Still, Mason had never been able to deny his baby sister anything. And with his parents out of the country, he felt responsible for her. Now in her senior year, or whatever you called it when you'd been attending college half-heartedly for 6 years and finally teetered on the brink of graduation, she'd threatened to drop out for the 3rd time if he didn't promise to personally nurse Wick back to health. "Don't even think about sending him to some kennel," Allie had warned, wagging her finger at him like she'd done as a little girl when he'd forgotten one of her instructions. "Wick is a very sensitive animal. He needs to be at home with his family." Right. Mason snorted his disgust. Wick would call anyone with a hot dog or a large ham bone family. "You need a babysitter," he told the dog. "Round the clock." Since the dog arrived 48 hours ago, Mason had been forced to cancel all his plans for the weekend, including lunch with a couple of college kids who had apparently invented some new kind of fuel cell, and a charity black tie event that he'd paid thousands of dollars to attend. Mostly because there would be several of his competitors attending, and he did his best work when he could get people drunk on cheap champagne and convince them to spill all their deepest, darkest secrets. It was one thing to clear his weekend, but tomorrow was Monday, and he had a full day of meetings and no idea what he was going to do with a giant catastrophe on his couch. As if he could hear the path of Mason's thoughts, Wick made a groaning noise deep in his throat and half fell, half stumbled off the couch and walked to the door. Thanks to his size and weight, Allie said it could be several more weeks before he was completely recovered from his injury. Or, she'd hinted, he might need surgery, an expensive prospect she had happily assumed Mason would finance. Once at the door, Wick scratched an enormous paw down the wood and barked once. Loudly. Mason closed his eyes and sighed. "Really? Didn't we go out like an hour ago?" Wick replied by scratching again, then lowered his head and gave a good hard shake, sending jowls and drool flying. He briefly lost his balance, nails skidding on the hardwood. Mason gritted his teeth and jumped up. After 2 accidents, which really felt like the wrong word given that they seemed quite intentional, he'd learned to jump when Wick decided it was time for a potty break. He grabbed the worn leather leash from the table beside the door and clipped it to the dog's collar. Wick lumbered along obediently by his side to the elevator bay and waited patiently while Mason pressed the button. A moment later, there was a quiet ping, and the doors opened silently. "Stop pretending you're trained," Mason grumbled to the dog. "We both know the truth." That became painfully clear a moment later when the elevator reached a lower floor and the doors opened again. As Tess Papillon waited for the elevator, she sent out a silent prayer that it would arrive empty, and she wouldn't have to encounter any of the wealthy residents of the Stella looking like she'd just rolled in from a rough night in the Tenderloin. She pushed one long strand of hair behind her ear, wishing she had taken 5 minutes to fix her haphazard ponytail before she'd left her client's apartment with 3 dogs in tow and a rat's nest on top of her head. Then again, would a better ponytail really make a difference? Her white t-shirt had a coffee stain somewhere around her left boob. Her army green cargo pants were covered with muddy paw prints, and her oversized bomber jacket had a suspicious odor that probably had something to do with her neighbor's dog Fifi, who she'd been dog-sitting for the past 2 nights. What exactly Fifi had done to it, she didn't want to know. It wasn't that she didn't like clean clothes, she did. She liked them very much. It was just that when you ran your own dog walking and pet care business while also working part-time at a vet clinic and doing landscaping on the side, and it had been the rainiest February in San Francisco history, clean clothes could be hard to come by. And in her defense, the jacket had looked clean when she grabbed it from the couch, and the t-shirt and pants had been clean when she'd left the house this morning. And her hair? Well, she really had no excuse about the hair. At least the sun looked like it might be trying to break through the clouds. The prospect of not walking in the rain raised her spirits considerably. Besides, today was an easy day, with only 3 dogs sitting near her ankles while she waited for the elevator. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, she walked a whole pack of dogs from the Stella, one of San Francisco's swankiest new high-rises, just a short walk from the financial district and a few blocks from the Embarcadero. But on Sunday, she just walked Beyoncé and Jay-Z, a pair of mutts that bore absolutely no resemblance to their namesakes, but apparently inspired similar devotion in their owner, a 30-something lawyer who rarely worked less than 10 hours a day, even on the weekends. The third dog was her own, a tiny white Maltese named Astro she'd rescued from a shelter a few years ago. Her house was around an hour drive from downtown. Could be much more depending on how backed up the Bay Bridge was. And with the hassles of traffic and expensive parking, she normally took the bus. On the weekends, though, she splurged and drove, and brought Astro along for the ride. Astro stayed quiet, but Beyoncé shifted her weight restlessly. Tess murmured her name quietly, and she stilled. Beyoncé hadn't been trained at all when Tess had started walking her, but in the 3 months since, she'd made great improvement. Thank God. Though Tess had a lot of clients closer to home, she'd found San Francisco's rich and busy were willing to pay double her home rate, not to mention they were much better tippers. So she'd been working extra hard to build her downtown clientele. If Beyoncé and Jay-Z became model citizens of San Francisco's dog park scene, it could very well lead to more work for Tess. One of her fellow dog walkers had recently hit the jackpot with a client who thought her dog was lonely and needed a companion. Translation? Said dog walker was now getting paid to hang out in a swanky apartment with a sleeping dachshund. Sitting around in an apartment keeping a dog company for $20 an hour? Tess could totally handle that. When the doors to the elevator opened, she started to walk forward but leaped back when a blur of tan fur lunged toward her. Right behind the dog, a substantial pair of biceps lurched off the elevator and into the hall. "Damn it, Wick!" The owner of the biceps swore viciously as he yanked back on a leather leash, fighting to regain his balance and stop his dog's forward motion at the same time. With reflexes honed from many visits to dog parks, Tess scooped up Astro and jumped back several feet, snapping Beyoncé's and Jay-Z's leashes to divert their attention away from the bear-sized monster straining to reach them. Through the white silky fur, she could feel Astro trembling, and the little dog began to bark in her most aggressive, "I am small but mighty" voice. "Sorry, I'm sorry." The man leaned back with all his weight, struggling to keep his dog from reaching her. Beyoncé and Jay-Z joined in a chorus, and within moments the hall was filled with a cacophony loud enough to draw the attention of every resident of the Stella. Thankfully, they didn't seem particularly inclined to fight, probably because the beast lunging their way had each of them by at least 100 pounds. Tess's adrenaline surged as she sought to control her pack, communicating calm even while her heart raced. She could not afford to have this get back to Beyoncé's owner. He'd been insistent that the dog stop barking. He'd had complaints from his neighbors already, which was one reason he was paying Tess to come by every day to walk them. Once she'd secured the dogs and stopped the barking, Tess focused her attention on the idiot with the Mastiff. He wouldn't be the first person she'd met who had zero control over their dog, and even though they irritated her to no end, she had learned to be polite. After all, people with no control over their dogs were often her best clients. And then she did a double take. Because apparently the embarrassment gods hadn't heard her prayer, and she'd somehow managed to end up in a hallway with an absurdly attractive man. One she'd seen in passing in the lobby of the building, but never up close. A man who oozed good looks, testosterone, power, wealth, and for good measure, a seemingly clear recognition of his own charm. I swear I've got him now. An apologetic smile firmly in place, the tawny-haired Adonis now had a two-handed grip on the beast's collar. His muscles flexed as he wrestled the dog backward, and she was horrified to realize that she was staring with an open mouth at the sheer width of his shoulders. Not to mention the contrast between those exceptional shoulders and his narrow waist. As he strained to keep the dog in check, a pair of dark jeans slipped low on his hips, and, sweet Jesus, was that his rock-hard stomach she'd just caught a flash of? Tess forced her eyes upward, taking in his quick restoration of control over the dog with no small amount of respect. It was an impressive feat, given that the creature was at least 200 pounds. While the man was tall, he was also lean, with that kind of ripped muscle in his arms that promised a six-pack and, God help her, those little lines of definition along the sides of his groin that she'd seen in pictures, but never actually experienced in real life. She shook her head, trying to ignore the erotic image of his jeans dropping low enough on his hips to reveal said lines. Her grandmother had been right. She really did need to get out more. And Grandma had said that 5 years ago. The man jerked back, hard, one more time, and the dog yelped and lurched from all fours to just 3 legs, favoring the fourth. He swayed for a moment, then sat down abruptly. The moment of exuberance passed, and the giant animal slumped onto the floor in a pool of hairy jello. Tess forced herself to look away as the man leaned over the limp creature. She definitely was not going to inspect the butt beneath those lovely, low-riding jeans. Trying to clear her mind, she whispered in Astro's ear, "Settle down, pretty girl." The dog's body vibrated with a tiny feminine growl, but she stopped barking. Tess lightly shook the leashes to get Beyoncé and Jay-Z's attention. She held up her left hand, and the dogs locked onto her signal, sitting quietly when she lowered her hand to her side. When she glanced back at the man again, he was staring at his own dog with disgust. "You're a menace, Wick. What the hell am I supposed to do with you?" Tess relaxed slightly, though she kept her hand tightly on her own leashes. For the time being, the Mastiff seemed unlikely to make any sudden moves, but she wasn't putting anything past it. Thank goodness the dog appeared to be injured, or she wouldn't have bet money the man would have won their tug-of-war. "My sister's dog." He flashed her a brilliant smile, one that Tess was certain had previously worked to elicit state secrets, soothe charging bulls, and convince members of the opposite sex to spontaneously drop their panties. His eyes, she was alarmed to find, were hazel, somewhere between green and brown, and flecked with actual gold, as if being gorgeous in a more conventional sense wasn't enough. He had to go full-on supernatural with his good looks. "Really?" she replied, trying to think of something professional and yet intelligent to say. Something to distract him from the smell of her jacket and the state of her ponytail. "I guess he's not used to elevators?" Not exactly her best work. Elevators? I wish. Honestly, he's not used to leashes. Or other dogs. Or obedience, as far as I can tell. He sighed, though something in those hazel eyes continued to twinkle. I'd probably just walk him at 3 a.m. to avoid crowds. But he's taking some medication that makes him drink about 5 gallons of water a day, which means he needs to go outside to take care of business every few hours. I don't have much choice. He shrugged in an, I'm exquisitely gorgeous but also adorably helpless sort of way. She could tell he was fully expecting her to throw her panties at him and call it a day, which wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. Although thanks to her disastrous history with men, she had a much more finely developed sense of self-preservation than most. Instead, she forced her brain back to business and a single word popped out of her mouth. Steroids? He blinked. Yes. How did you know? Mastiffs are prone to skin allergies. Steroids are a common treatment and they happen to make you thirsty, which explains why he drinks so much. You might want to try changing his diet. He could have a food sensitivity that's causing the skin problem. Predictably, she was now doing her annoying wannabe veterinarian babble. Great. Really? I'll have to give that a shot. She couldn't tell if he was serious or not, but she'd fallen asleep the night before watching Build Your Business in 10 Easy Steps on YouTube, and was suddenly aware that this was the moment where she needed to make her pitch. Mr. Gorgeous was obviously rich. Maybe his sister, who clearly needed some help with her dog, was as well. You know, she said, trying to sound innocently helpful, there are harnesses that attach the leash at the chest. You can also get a head collar or muzzle if he's aggressive. Has your sister done any obedience training with him? Training? Tess wanted to cringe as his gaze slowly swept her from head to foot, lingering on the stain on her chest, her large glasses, and the hair falling out of her ponytail and around her shoulders in pathetic clumps. I doubt it, he said. Allie isn't the most responsible person you'd ever meet. Despite the fact that he was probably thinking she hardly looked capable of taking care of herself, let alone a giant mastiff, she soldiered on. What part of the city does she live in? I might know some people who can help her. Like me. Actually, Wick's staying with me right now. He patted the dog's enormous head with one large hand. He just arrived a couple of days ago, and to be honest, I'm just in survival mode at this point. Tess forced herself to maintain a pleasant, confident smile at the realization she was actually now peddling for work from Adonis himself, not his sister. What do you mean? He's, a bit of a challenge, he replied, looking down at the dog with a concerned expression. Internal alarm bells started to go off in Tess's brain. She'd walked a lot of dogs, and on a scale from easy to complete pain in the ass, she had a bad feeling where Wick would end up. What's wrong with him? Is he recovering from an injury? I noticed he favored that back right leg. She could almost see the wheels turning in his brain. His gaze flicked to the dog sitting quietly at her feet, and then to the vest she was wearing with the words, "Trust Tess," embroidered on the pocket. She could feel the moment everything clicked in his mind, and then the preternaturally beautiful smile returned to his lips. Warily, she took a step back. "Trust Tess," he murmured. His eyes lit up, and he gazed at her with a look of pure joy. "Tess, I knew you looked familiar. You're a dog walker, right? I've seen you in this building before." She nodded. "I'm here a few days a week." "I'm Mason Coleman." One of his biceps flexed as he gripped the collar more tightly in one hand and waved with the other. "This creature is Wick." He exuded warmth and charm, waves of it coming off him like radiation from a nuclear power plant in meltdown. Even in the face of her significant skepticism of what was increasingly feeling like a con job, Tess could feel every one of her lady parts replying like a chorus of angels. "Yes," they sang. "Take me, I'm yours." "Tess Papillon," she said. "Nice to meet you."
"Tess, I can't tell you how happy I am to meet you."
"Why?" She stepped back farther.
"You're a dog walker,"
he said softly. "Yes," she replied.
"And you train them too,"
he whispered, almost reverently.
"Like those dogs?"
He gestured with his free hand toward Beyoncé and Jay-Z.
"They sit when you tell them? And stop barking?"
She nodded again. Sid Sales, the star of Build Your Business in 10 Easy Steps, would probably tell her that this was the moment to close the deal. But there were two big red flags to this sale. The first was an enormous mastiff with some sort of undisclosed behavior problems and, apparently, very little in the way of training. Tess didn't mind a challenge, but it would have to come with compensation. The second was the man on the other end of his leash. While she enjoyed checking out eye candy as much as the next girl, she had a bad feeling this particular piece was all kinds of dangerous.
"You're pretty small."
He seemed to be weighing her with his eyes, and she suddenly found herself wondering if eating the entire pint of Ben & Jerry's the night before had been a good decision.
"Have you worked with big dogs?"
She snorted. "You'll be happy to hear that in my experience, size doesn't matter, Mr. Coleman. It's all about attitude." He smiled, and this time, it actually felt genuine.
"Mason, and whoever told you that was lying."
Ha ha ha. She rolled her eyes and shot a glance at the elevator, wishing there wasn't a 200-pound beast lying in front of it. This was painfully close to flirting. She didn't care if he did need a dog walker. She needed to get the hell out of this hallway before she really embarrassed herself.
"Seriously,"
he said, the laughter disappearing from his voice as he captured her in his golden gaze.
"Tess, please, tell me you'll move in with me."
Chapter 2. "Move in with you?" The woman looked at him like he was several marbles short of a full set. "Are you insane?" Mason was unable to believe his luck. The disheveled street urchin had dark hair piled on top of her head, half of it spilling out around her ears in a messy ponytail. A tiny gamine face with a pointed chin and warm brown eyes peeked out behind large, dark-rimmed glasses. She wore loose jeans and an oversized army green jacket beneath a yellow vest. She was dirty, rumpled, and if those glasses weren't throwing shadows, had dark circles under her eyes. She was perfect. And if he wasn't mistaken, just a tad desperate, which made her even more perfect.
"Oh no, I'm definitely not insane. And I'm not kidding."
He'd seen her in the lobby of the building before, usually with a small herd of dogs and that ridiculous yellow vest. Yet she was so utterly forgettable, blending in so well with her surroundings that he'd never really noticed her. Trust Tess? Hell, he'd marry Tess if she'd take care of his dog. She cocked her head, as if trying to decide if he was serious. The dog sat next to her like statues, the little white one in her arms wearing a look of utter disdain. Thanks, I guess. But we've known each other for less than 1 minute. I usually wait at least 5 before I bring over my toothbrush." He launched into persuasion mode.
"Just hear me out."
He waved his free hand toward Wick.
"This monster needs full-time care and training. To be honest, I'm not sure there's ever been such a poorly behaved animal. Not to mention the whole bathroom business."
He sighed.
"I've never seen anything like it."
"Well, that sounds enticing," she said dryly.
"A challenge!"
She wasn't jumping at his request, but to her credit, he might have been taking the wrong tack by emphasizing Wick's faults.
He's the sweetest thing, really. I just don't know a thing about dogs. I'm clearly in need of professional help, and I've heard great things about you. I was actually just going to call Chris to get your number.
This was a lie, of course. He had no idea what Chris Rosen, who lived 3 floors down and occasionally ended up at the same parties he did, thought of her. Nor did he have Chris's number. But he recognized Chris's dogs from a previous elevator encounter. The man was weirdly attached to them. They had celebrity names, if he recalled correctly. If Chris trusted this woman, so did he. Chris is too kind. He waited for her to say more, but she simply studied at him with those big shadowed eyes. And I appreciate your interest, but unfortunately I don't move in or do overnights. I'm happy to talk about coming over during the day, though, if that would be helpful.
Sure. I can see how an overnight would be inconvenient, not to mention you probably have safety concerns.
She adjusted the tiny creature in her arms and a piece of hair fell over her forehead, shielding half her face. She pushed it back with a small feminine hand. Her nails were short and neat. No shiny lacquer, no jewelry or watch. He tried again, determined to make some headway.
Here's the thing.
He focused on exuding trustworthiness, which was surprisingly challenging while gripping the collar of a 200-pound dog who was determined to keep his head on the ground.
I work all day, so I can't be around when he needs to get out. And sometimes I have evening events, too. That's why I was thinking having you stay overnight would be perfect. Surely we can figure something out? Some way to make you comfortable with the arrangement?
Her mouth thinned in irritation. He froze, startled by her lips. They were pink, lush, and finely shaped, full on the bottom with a perfect bow on top that promised something completely at odds with her otherwise disheveled, haphazard appearance. Something he'd said bothered her, and he forced himself to look away from those lips to meet her eyes.
"What's that?"
he said, turning back on the charm as he realized she'd said something while he was staring at her lips. She sighed. I said, I work all day too, and at night. I'm sorry, I really do appreciate the offer, but I can't just drop everything and come babysit your dog 24 hours a day. He surveyed her again, noticing this time the fraying at the cuffs of her jacket and the faded leather of her boots.
"Where else do you work? Can you take time off, just until he's settled? I'll compensate you very well."
He put a little extra emphasis on the last sentence. Not enough that it sounded indecent, just enough to suggest that he understood this might be a hardship. She pushed the stubborn lock of hair back behind her ear. He read people for a living, but it didn't take an emotional telepath to see she was considering it. I work part-time for a vet, she said. I don't have vacation days. And I definitely can't stay the night. I have other commitments. That's non-negotiable. In his experience, nothing was non-negotiable.
"What do you do at night?"
"None of your business," she said evenly. "Look, I appreciate the fix you're in, and your offer is an interesting one, but it's not going to work out. Maybe you should try one of the online services. I know there are people who do overnight jobs." He glanced at her hands. No ring. And something about her seemed, well, single.
"Tess, please. You can see I'm desperate, but I also really care about Wick. I can't imagine trusting him to a stranger."
She cleared her throat. You do realize that I'm a stranger, right?
"No way. You are the answer to my prayers. Everyone in this building trusts you. What do you normally charge Chris? An hourly rate? I'll double it, triple it. And I've got all sorts of references you can call. I swear I'm not creepy."
The tiny white ball of fluff in her arms whined softly. She absently stroked the dog's head, seeming strangely unaffected by the display Mason was putting on. I'm pretty sure the creepy ones don't announce it.
You can Google my company. Livend Capital. I'm an upstanding businessman.
A businessman? She gave an exaggerated sigh of relief. Well then, I'm definitely safe. He laughed, enjoying her refusal to back down far more than he should.
I grew up in Yuba City, near Sacramento. You can call my high school principal and my grandmother. I'm pretty sure they'll both vouch for me. I'd put you in touch with my mom, but she's out of the country right now.
And perhaps not the most unbiased of sources. Wick groaned and lurched around, struggling to get to his feet in a sudden rush, as if he'd just remembered that this had all started because he needed to pee. Mason's phone buzzed in his pocket. He'd promised Connor and Nate that they could get together this afternoon to make up their usual Friday meeting that he'd missed because of Allie's panicked call. Not to mention that they needed to talk strategy, since he'd also missed the meeting he was supposed to have had with the fuel cell kids, who were probably right now being courted by one of their rivals.
$400 a day,
he said quickly, deliberately not thinking about how much this could end up costing him. Damn Allie and her bladder control challenge, dog.
You can come at 6 in the morning and leave at 10 at night.
He had to admit the overnight thing was a little much to ask, at least for now. Wick whined and stretched, then pawed Mason's leg and pointedly rubbed his head on Mason's ankle. Mason was starting to think the dog deliberately flung his drool all over Mason's pants to punish him when he didn't move quickly enough. Tess looked pointedly at the dog, then back at Mason. $400, she said. But I'll come at 8, leave at 8, with breaks to take care of my other clients. Weekends are an additional $100 a day, but I'll stay till 10 if you need me.
Wick can't be left alone for more than an hour or two.
He eyed the street urchin more carefully. He hadn't expected her to drive a hard bargain. Or any bargain, for that matter. That's fine, I can work around that. So I arrive at 8 in the morning, leave at 8 at night. I'd be here unless I'm walking my other clients, but I won't leave him for more than 2 hours at a time. Good? He nodded slowly. Had she just out-negotiated him? Good, she said again, with a sharp dip of her chin in assent. But I can't commit just yet. I need to make some calls to my other jobs, and then I'll let you know for sure. And I need a couple of hours to run home before I stay for the rest of the day.
I need you back in an hour,
he said, punching the elevator button behind him.
Or I'll have to start calling around for other people. I've got meetings today.
I need 2.5 hours, she replied firmly. You said yourself that you're desperate. Not to mention I have stellar references and I don't just walk, I also train. Which you clearly need. Now 2 hours isn't going to kill you, but your menace of a dog might kill mine. I'll have to take her home. And I need a parking space nearby. I'm not taking the bus home at night. Do you have an extra space in the garage by any chance? He contemplated her silently for a moment.
You're very demanding.
So I've been told. Her pointed chin jutted in a delightfully stubborn way. The elevator chimed behind him. He had already poked around a little online, and there were a million services that provided dog walking. But he needed someone who was good. Someone he could trust. Someone who could start right away.
Fine.
He examined her more closely, wondering if there was a body under all those clothes. She was average height, and he guessed she was in her mid-20s, though something about her eyes seemed older. Legs, breasts. He stopped around mid-chest to assess more thoroughly. It was hard to tell precisely what lay under the stained t-shirt and oversized jacket. But those lips. He looked at them again. There was something about those lips.
The code for the garage is 7006. Park in space number 33, and then come up to the 15th floor, number 3.
She pulled out a cell phone and managed to balance the dog in the crook of her arm while she typed in the digits. Give me your number, she said, a hint of a flush rising in her cheeks as he continued to examine her. He paused.
I don't give my number lightly,
he said.
Too many naked selfies come my way for that.
She startled, her head jerking up. What? When he gave her a mocking grin, she gritted her teeth and gave him a deliberately fake smile. No worries about that. But I do need a way to contact you. I may not be back. He smiled, looking her over one more time, taking in the color in her cheeks and the faintest hitch of her elevated breathing, with a small feeling of relief. She had noticed him looking. I'm not worried. You'll be back. Arrogant. Not to mention full of himself. Not to mention cocky and conceited. And rich. And hot. Jesus, she'd thought her body might spontaneously combust when he'd studied her from head to toe. Her nipples might also be permanently at attention thanks to that searching examination. Tess stopped on the sidewalk outside the Stella and stared at her phone, scrolling through the Google results. He wasn't making it up. Mason Coleman was one of the 3 founders of Levend Capital, which, according to Google, was a venture capital fund with its home office in downtown San Francisco. This was a little unusual, as venture firms tended to be located in Palo Alto or Menlo Park, but unusual seemed to describe Levend and its founders perfectly. Unusually successful, unusually rich, unusually smart, unusually hot. She clicked on a few news clips. Money, sex, and charm. Apparently, sometimes first impressions were right. She only gave herself a few minutes to look at the stories, just enough to get an idea of who had just asked her to move in with him. Levend Capital had apparently gone from a risky new venture fund to one of the biggest players in the tech scene in just a few years. The firm had first hit the papers when they funded the new social media startup Poppin, now the hottest app for anyone under the age of 40. Since then, they'd made a series of incredible deals that assured them hefty bank accounts, a place in Silicon Valley history, and no small amount of jealous antagonism from their competitors. Mason and his 2 former college roommates were now living large in San Francisco. 3 deliciously attractive single men with money, brains, and looks. Connor Ashton had a PhD in astrophysics, a certified rocket scientist, the papers like to point out. Not to mention he was a 6'4" former college basketball player with the body of an athlete and the brains of a Mensa member. Nate Etherly was the son of a New York real estate mogul and a terrifying deal-maker. His dark good looks were matched by a reputation for ruthlessness. Mason was San Francisco's hottest bachelor with a talent for rain-making, and a reputation for breaking hearts. They were almost more than the city could bear. For one moment, she allowed herself to think about what it might be like to date a man like Mason, but the absurdity of it made her laugh out loud. She didn't want a boyfriend of any kind, let alone a rich, conceited, full-of-himself one. Though she had to admit, if she ever changed her mind, Mason and those rock-hard abs of his would be worth considering, at least for a night. The sun, which had been playing peekaboo all afternoon, appeared for a moment through the quickly moving clouds as she hurried to her car. There was really nothing to decide, of course, and she was pretty sure Mason Coleman knew it. $400 a day wasn't a sum of money she was in any position to turn down. Nor, really, could she think of any reason why she should, other than feeling fairly certain that Mason wouldn't be good for her equilibrium. He'd already knocked her off kilter, and that was after 5 minutes. Luckily, she had a feeling that once he got what he wanted, her taking care of the dog he'd apparently inherited from his sister, he'd be far less interested in giving her those sexy eyes all the time. She did have to make some phone calls, but had little doubt she could make it work. Just a few days ago, Erica, her boss at the vet clinic and one of her closest friends, had offered to give her some time off. "I know you've got midterms coming up," Erica had said. "Why not take off a few weeks to focus on school? You and I both know you run yourself too hard, and I'm fine for a little while without you." Focus on school? Right. Erica had said more than once that she thought Tess shouldn't work so much. But working 3 jobs, as crazy as it sounded, meant she didn't have to take out any loans to get through college. And after years of fighting to get out from debt, most of it medical debt from taking care of her grandma, that was essential. Thank goodness for online college. If that weren't an option, she'd never be coming close to earning her degree. At first, she'd been uncomfortable in her classes, most of which had online forums where you were supposed to engage in discussions and work on group projects with your classmates. She'd worried about the absurdity of being 26 and taking classes with kids just out of high school. She was also certain the fact that she'd been a horrible student who dropped out of high school in the 11th grade and had only gotten her GED a few years ago was somehow visible in her posts. But no one seemed to know her dirty little secret, and she gradually realized that all that anyone cared about was her contribution to the class. It was the first time she'd ever been successful at anything that involved a grade. And even though it meant getting little to no sleep and killing herself to study for exams, she wasn't taking anything less than an A ever again. $400 a day would definitely help with that effort. She wouldn't have to look for new dog walking clients for a while. Might even be able to afford to take a summer class and put away some money for the vet school application she'd be filling out that fall. There was a lot that money could buy. She forced herself away from her reverie and back to her phone. The 3 live-end Capital men were all attractive, but Mason was clearly the ladies' man of the bunch, typically pictured at charity events and balls, always with a beautiful woman on his arm, and always looking heart-stoppingly gorgeous. So yes, he was who he said he was. But she'd still have to be some kind of idiot to agree to stay overnight with him. Besides, she had Astro to think about. She obviously couldn't bring Astro with her while she babysat the giant mastiff. He was probably just untrained rather than aggressive, but an untrained mastiff could be dangerous. Not to mention that after far too many years without male companionship, it was entirely possible that Mason would be the one who'd have to worry about late-night safety. She unlocked the car door and hitched Astro's tiny harness to her doggy seatbelt. Astro settled back in the seat with an adorable, ladylike sigh. Tess turned the key and hoped the engine would start. It was a fun little game she liked to play. Will I get home today? The beat-up Ford Escort had over 180,000 miles and was still mostly running, but did get a little temperamental at times. It had been her grandmother's car, then her mom's, then her grandmother's again before Tess had inherited it. And even though she spent far more in repairs than it was worth, she couldn't give it up. The rusty brown relic, it had once been magenta but the sun had faded it to soft brown, shrieked to life with a high-pitched whine that turned to a grating roar before settling down to its usual rumble. Tess turned on her Bluetooth headset and placed her first call before pulling away from the curb. Erica's perky voice sounded in her ears, her adorable southern drawl prominent even in the answering message. "Hey, thanks for calling. I'm not available, but please leave me a message and you know I'll get back to you as quick as I can." "Erica, it's Tess. And I hope you were serious about me taking some time off for exams because I don't think I'll be able to come in this week. Can you call me as soon as you get this? I've got an opportunity for a full-time dog care gig, but I don't want to leave you in the lurch." She hung up and hit another number on her phone, this time reaching her neighbor, Graciela. "Yes, hello?" "Gracie, this is Tess." "Tess?" Graciela's sweet, heavily accented voice sounded a little confused, as if she wasn't entirely sure how the phone worked, why someone might be trying to contact her on it, or why she was speaking English instead of Spanish. "Tess, mija, where are you?" Tess smiled. She'd first met Graciela when she was a little kid, and now the older woman was the closest thing she had to family. Gracie wasn't nearly as confused as she liked to make out, but it suited her to act as if she was never quite sure how the world worked. She also liked to pretend she couldn't remember English, even though she had lived in California for over 40 years and was completely bilingual. Tess herself was never quite sure when Gracie was playing straight and when she was using her sweet old lady charm to her advantage. "I'm just driving home, but I was wondering if you could do me a favor?" "Of course, anything you need. Did you want me to send Moses over to your house? Is everything okay?" Moses was Graciella's grandson, and he, along with his mother, Gracie's 2 younger brothers, and a shifting group of cousins, aunts, and uncles that Tess could never quite keep track of, all lived together in their tiny 3-bedroom house. Moses was 16, about 5'2", and as big as an ox, with deep brown eyes that were as innocently kind as his hulking frame was intimidating. He treated Tess as if she were as old and dotty as Gracie, which Tess would have found mildly insulting if it wasn't so sweet. "Everything's fine, but I'm going to have to work in the city some long hours this week, and I was wondering if you might be able to let Astra out a couple of times during the day for me." "You know I always like to see my baby Astro," Gracie said. "Do you want Moses to take her for a walk?" Tess stifled a giggle at the thought of Moses and his biceps, each of which was probably broader than her waist, walking her tiny white dog. "You know, you've got to stop volunteering him for things." "Oh, he's a good boy." Tess could almost see her waving her hand dismissively at the notion that she wasn't entitled to boss around her grandson. "He'd love to help." "Well, tell Moses thank you. If he can walk her around the block, that would be great, but it's fine if he can't. As long as she can get out into the backyard in the afternoon, she'll be okay." "I can always bring her over here," Gracie suggested, her voice rising hopefully. Tess smiled again. Gracie made no secret out of the fact that she would have adopted Astro in a heartbeat if her landlord would allow them to have pets. It always pissed Tess off when she thought about the fact that Gracie and her family had been paying rent on their house for 30 years, more than time enough to buy it. But housing prices were so ridiculous in the Bay Area that the chance of them qualifying for a mortgage moved further out of reach every year. "You know she'd love to stay with you whenever you want her, but I don't want to get you in trouble with your landlord." Gracie brushed off her concern, and they chatted for a few minutes before she excused herself from the phone, saying she had a big pot of pozole on the stove and had to keep her eye on it. Tess knew she'd never really mastered the art of multitasking. She wove her way through traffic, which was snarled getting onto the Bay Bridge, but relatively open after that. She drove faster than she should have, but she barely had 2 hours to get home and back to Mason's place, and she needed to get her books and computer before she headed back. She had 2 assignments to complete before midnight, and she certainly wasn't waiting to start on them until after she got home that night. She really didn't want to be late, but she had a pretty good idea that Mason didn't have a lot of other options, at least not on such short notice. With his money, he could probably replace her by Monday afternoon, which meant if she were smart, she'd do everything in her power to find a way to convince him to keep her on. But then again, she'd never been smart. At least not when it came to men. Or money, come to think of it. Which eliminated 2 of the most important areas of life. But who was counting, right? She tore around the corners leading to her grandmother's house, stopping with just the barest hint of a screech in front. Officially, the house belonged to her now, but she doubted she'd ever really think of it that way. It would always be Grandma's place. Her grandparents had built the house 70 years ago, back when there hadn't been many homes out here, all the way past Oakland and just outside San Leandro. Thanks to her rootless mother, Tess had lived there on and off as a child. When she was 14, her mother had moved them to Phoenix, starting the most disastrous chapter in Tess's life. By the time her grandmother called 3 years later, because she was sick and needed help around the house, Tess was a high school dropout with little hope for her own future. Even though it had been a heavy weight for her teenaged self, returning to San Leandro to take care of her grandmother had, for the first time in her life, given her a purpose and made her feel worthwhile. Now, this was her home. The lot backed onto a creek and an open space, and it seemed like every other week someone left a note in her mailbox saying if she ever wanted to sell, she should contact them. It made sense. The property was beautiful, but the house was all but uninhabitable. A rusted-out car lurked in the weeds somewhere in the backyard. The roof leaked in at least 3 places, and the back deck, which had an incredible view of the open space, was on the verge of collapse. She hadn't been out on it in years, unsure if the rotted wood would hold her. Yes, even though she was surrounded by tiny homes on much smaller lots selling for more than $500,000, Tessa's plumbing barely worked. And if there hadn't been an electrical fire, it wasn't from lack of trying. She might have been able to get a home equity loan to do some work on the place since she owned it outright. But she was fairly certain loans involved inspections, which probably wouldn't go well when her foundation leaned more than the Tower of Pisa. Once she was done with school and had a real job, she'd think about upgrading. Or, to be honest, bulldozing. But as much as she knew there was little in the house left to save, it was impossible to imagine knocking down the place where she'd been born, where her mother had grown up, where her grandmother died. So for now, it was a roof, 4 walls, and a door that locked. That was enough. She ran up the muddy path to the front door, ignoring the rotted wood in the front step and avoiding the bucket in the hall between the living room and the kitchen before coming to her bedroom. The room was meant to be an office, but the upstairs bedroom ceilings leaked, and she was never sure if the stairs would hold her, so she'd stopped going up there about a year ago. The downstairs bedroom had been her grandmother's, and she couldn't quite handle sleeping in the room where she'd watched the most beloved person in her life die. Not to mention that the windows in Grandma's bedroom didn't open, and the house became unbearable when the temperature outside went above 80. So instead, she used the room closest to the kitchen. It was sunshiny and bright, thanks to the French patio doors leading to the unstable back deck and overgrown yard. There was no closet, which she didn't really mind because she didn't have many clothes, and the ones she did have fit easily into her grandmother's old dresser. The creaky wooden structure was lined with old newspapers and smelled faintly of mildew, but she'd added small chips of cedar in mesh bags, and that took away the worst of the odor. She grabbed her army green canvas messenger bag from the floor beside her grandfather's old desk and filled it with her computer and 2 of her textbooks. Then she pulled off her smelly jacket and stained t-shirt and exchanged them for a clean t-shirt and flannel shirt that she left loose and unbuttoned. Hygiene did matter to her, though sometimes it didn't look or smell that way. She passed through the kitchen to grab a granola bar and an apple and planted a final kiss on Astro's soft fur before heading out the door. Astro didn't like being left alone, but Tess had always made a point of treating her like a dog, not a baby, so she'd come to accept it. Her car started off with a rumble, but didn't hesitate. Thank goodness. A quick glance at the clock on the dash told her she'd be on time or close to it, depending on traffic. A little thrill of anticipation raced through her at the thought of seeing Mason again as she accelerated onto the highway. He's so far out of your league it's not even funny, she thought, flooring the gas to get around a Prius driver who was paying more attention to her phone than her driving. She resisted the temptation to flip the idiot the bird as she sped past. "Have a little patience," her grandmother's voice chided. "And watch that temper, Tessie. You're better than where you came from. Don't forget that." Even though she'd been gone 5 years now, Tess could still hear the quiet voice in her head, could still remember the night she'd closed her eyes. Peaceful, ready to see her husband again. Sorry to leave Tess alone. Always sorry for what she'd been through. Always hoping for better for the granddaughter she loved. Tess wiped away a lone tear that seemed to be lying in wait whenever she went down memory lane. "I'm going to make you proud, Grandma. I swear it." Chapter 3. Tess raised her hand to knock on the door to Mason's apartment. He opened it before her hand made contact with the wood, wearing a hint of a scowl.
"You're 5 minutes late."
Tess ignored his comment and her own guilt and sailed past him through the doorway. Was there a force field of heat around him? Some superhuman pheromones that gave off the scent of old whiskey, pine, and money? Whatever. Her nipples definitely didn't spring to attention whenever he came within 10 feet of her. That would be ridiculous. He wouldn't fire her for being 5 minutes late, would he? She focused on the room. A white leather sectional occupied the center of an open living space, while a gleaming kitchen with marble counters and stainless steel appliances sat off to her right. A mid-century dining set with 10 chairs lay to the left, on the other side of the sofa. The view caught her off guard, and she struggled to portray nonchalance. Nice place you've got here. She'd been in a number of other apartments in the Stella, but Mason's was the first of the luxury penthouses, with 2-story windows surrounding the living area on 3 sides. To her left, high-rises and towers filled the glass with a breathtaking display of restless industrialization. To the right, the gray water of the bay filled the view, with the elegant sweep of the Bay Bridge stretching out in the far corner of the room, as if it were right in Mason's backyard. A break in the clouds sent the water of the bay sparkling in an obscene display of beauty. She tried to hide her awe. Too bad they couldn't center the bridge a little better. Mason closed the door behind him, then followed her into the living room. She wanted to crawl out of her skin when he came closer, so she wandered toward the window.
"Sorry, the view's not more to your liking,"
he said.
"It's better in the bedroom."
She flashed him a quick look, but he had only a tiny, innocent twinkle in his eye. An image of Mason's bed, doubtless made with luxuriously soft sheets and perfectly fluffed down pillows, facing a $1 million view of the Bay Bridge lit up at night with twinkling lights, flashed through Tess's mind. She forced herself to focus on her job before she lost her mind. Wick lay on the sofa, a shapeless blob of tan fur. She ignored Mason's dig and that ridiculously attractive twinkle, and stared at the dog sprawled on the sofa instead. Mastiffs are lazy, but usually a little more protective than that. He doesn't get up when you bring someone into the house?
I took him out just a few minutes ago. He's exhausted, and his knee probably hurts. Allie said it's okay to walk him, but the vet said he may continue to be sore for a few more weeks.
Mason glanced at his watch.
"I've got to go. I'm late to meet Connor."
"I am sorry for not getting here sooner, but I commute to the city," she said. "Your sister's crazy mastiff could have eaten Astro for dinner. I had to drop her off after I walked Beyoncé and Jay-Z." He cocked his head.
"Astro? You're a Jetsons fan?"
She pursed her lips. Grandma had a weakness for old cartoons. Okay, she had a weakness for old cartoons, whatever. Next thing he would want to know was whether she was really obsessed with Little House on the Prairie. And of course she was, but that was none of his business.
Huh.
He studied her for a long moment, and she had that uncanny feeling that he could somehow see inside her with that searching gaze.
"A couple of things before I go."
He waved toward the kitchen.
"I've left a set of instructions on the counter. Chuck's the daytime security guy in the lobby during the week. I told him about you, but you'll need to show ID until the guys get to know you better."
He held out a silver key on a keychain.
"Key to the apartment is here. There's a security system, but I don't bother to engage it."
"Can I get the password for your Wi-Fi?"
"It's included in the instructions I left. You're welcome to use the TV, fridge, anything you want."
She turned the keychain over in her hands. The keychain had an image of a blue and white husky dog. "Is this your college logo?"
"High school."
He was already heading to the door, and she followed him, speaking to his back. "Vet info for Wick?" He stopped and turned halfway toward her.
"Vet info?"
"Didn't you say he's on some meds? It would be nice to have his vet info in case I've got a question or there's an emergency. And I'll need his immunization records." He blinked.
"Vet info? Immunizations?"
She laughed. Do you have any idea how many lawyers there are in San Francisco? I have to be careful about liability. I also need to be able to assure my other clients that every dog they're exposed to is fully vaccinated. It's just good practice.
Good practice.
He looked genuinely bemused. She repressed an eye roll. She had several clients like him, who assumed dog walking just required showing up with a leash. But the truth was, people like her had to take things much more seriously than that. Now granted, the world of high-rise apartments and panoramic views of the bay where you could drop $400 a day just to make your life a little more convenient was different from hers. But that didn't mean she wasn't a professional, or didn't take her job just as seriously as he took his. Probably more so. He played with money. She dealt with people's pets. Far more important than money. Of course, I won't take him to the dog park until I'm sure he'll be safe. You don't want to risk him hurting another dog. Or a person. His forehead wrinkled in genuine concern.
Look, I don't think he's aggressive, just overly enthusiastic. My sister says he's really sweet. She just wasn't able to train him.
Tess shook her head. Her bag was heavy on her shoulder, but the thought of laying the cheap, ugly canvas down on Mason's pristine white sofa, or worse, on his gleaming wood table, was terrifying. She had a notion that his table cost far more than her car, and didn't leather stain? She'd have to bring some blankets or something. Maybe a towel to sit on. Don't worry about it. I have a few other clients with dogs that have behavior issues. I can fix just about anything. But I'll want to be safe doing it. I'll leave you instructions for what you'll need to order for him. For now, I've got a training lead I used with a Great Dane. It will do. His head was cocked slightly as he studied her. Jesus, those eyes made her feel like he could see right through her. Could he see the words high school dropout written on her forehead, too? Tess's strategy when she felt threatened, which had been honed over years of living with a less-than-adequate mother and a series of totally inadequate men, was pretty straightforward. Attack. If they fought back, attack again. Shake yourself off, lick wounds, repeat as needed. So, do you really have to meet with this Connor guy? She asked. Or are you just scared to be alone with me? A slow smile broke across his face.
You are, of course, utterly terrifying.
She forced herself to turn away from him and flop down on the couch next to Wick. It was easier to look at the dog than his master. The Mastiff's tail thumped lazily, but he didn't raise his head when she stroked the wrinkles around his face. She continued to stroke until he sighed and shifted his weight toward her, stretching out his legs in total relaxation. Looks like somebody knows who's boss already. Mason looked back and forth between her and the front door, as if suddenly having second thoughts about leaving her.
Are you sure you can handle him? I can barely get down the block when he's pulling.
You know what they say. It's not what you've got, it's how you use it. She dared herself to wink at him, and then immediately regretted it. Something about him seemed to draw out this teasing, almost flirty side of her, and she didn't like it. Not one bit. He shook his head.
Again, someone has given you a remarkable amount of bad information.
The words, not to mention the jaunty shrug, came without thinking. I've managed to survive on it thus far. He returned the barb with a cocky grin that made her breath catch in her throat.
There's a big difference between surviving and thriving. Let me know if you need help getting from one to the other.
You're too kind, she said sweetly. But I'm afraid someone along the way might have given you a false sense of your own magnificence. If poor little me does manage to get there, it will be all on my own. Mason left his apartment with a strange, almost giddy feeling. Was it the grubby urchin he'd left on his sofa? Or the fact that it was the first time he'd been able to leave home in 48 hours without worrying about Wick peeing on his bed? Probably a combination of the two. Still, he couldn't quite shake the image of her. She had returned wearing a fresh shirt but the same baggy pants and distressingly bad hairdo. He couldn't see much of her body other than a trim pair of ankles and narrow wrists. Yet something about the delicate set of her jaw promised both a fight and naked vulnerability. And when was the last time a woman had sparred with him like that? It wasn't as if women fawned over him, but lately there had been an uncomfortable sameness to the routine. He smiled, they smiled back, they went out on a date, had great sex, went their separate ways. He shouldn't complain. He'd learned his lesson about trying to settle down, and that path just wasn't in the cards. But lately he'd started wondering what it would be like to feel regret when the women left. He imagined Tess prowling around his apartment, those full lips pursed in a skeptical bow, and felt a zing of anticipation. It was a sensation he sometimes experienced at a trade show, when he explored a back booth and found someone peddling a weird, half-baked idea that might have promise, or could be a complete dud. Speaking of which, he had a list of potentials he needed to go over with Connor and Nate, including the one he'd jeopardized by not attending lunch the other day. He forced his mind to work, mentally cataloging the emails he needed to return, a license agreement he needed to review. But the work felt flat and dull, and it wasn't long before his mind drifted back to Tess. When they'd first started out, he couldn't get enough of the work. They'd shared it all, though the three of them had quickly fallen into different roles. Mason had been the one to do recon. He'd find out everything he could about a new company and build a profile of the founders, including their commitment, ethics, and ability to lead their company. Connor would genius the tech, finding any possible flaw in the design or execution. Nate would simply scare the shit out of anyone who tried to negotiate against him. Then, they'd looked at all the deals together and weighed in on every decision. Things were different now. The company was bigger and they'd needed to split up the work. Their roles had hardened, or had his narrowed. Lately, it seemed all he did was shake hands and do lunches, attend parties, and drink expensive whiskey. He shook his head. It was just the way things went, he supposed. They managed million-dollar funds and he was the face, not the brains of the company. Or at least that's what it felt like. Even though he was already running a few minutes late, Mason decided to take advantage of the lack of rain to walk the 1.5 miles to Connor's place and return a few calls and emails he'd missed while babysitting his new drooling companion. By the time he knocked on the door, he was sweating, thanks to Connor's insistence on living as close to the top of Knob Hill as he could get, but relieved to have knocked down his to-do list by a few items. Connor's place had a different feel from his. Where Mason enjoyed the bustle of downtown and being just a few blocks from the Embarcadero, Connor preferred the charm of Knob Hill, the historic neighborhood perched high atop one of San Francisco's many hills, with panoramic views of the city and the bay beyond. But instead of Connor, Nate answered the door, his usual scowl on his face.
"Late,"
he snapped.
"Nice to see you too,"
Mason replied with a grin. Nate stepped back, extending his arm in a mocking gesture of welcome.
"I suppose I should have expected it. Come on in."
He was a similar height to Mason, but built more like a linebacker than a quarterback, with a broad frame that could have moved mountains. He was freakishly strong. Mason knew this from lifting with him, and could have been a monster if he had bothered to play football, which of course he hadn't, because Nate never bothered with things that didn't matter. And to Nate, nothing mattered other than money. He wore his usual weekend uniform, relaxed gray trousers and a dark button-down shirt. Nate always looked ready to step onto a yacht or head to an expensive cocktail party. He kept his hair perfectly trimmed, paying some ridiculous amount every 4 weeks to keep it all in line. Mason couldn't remember ever seeing him wrinkled. He wondered what Nate would think of his dog walker, and his grin widened. They'd probably hate each other, and she seemed inclined to give as good as she got. Would be fun to put them together in a room and see what happened. Connor waved from behind the kitchen island. He'd probably just come from the gym. He spent a significant portion of his weekends there, either playing basketball or coaching his youth rec league. Connor wasn't big on socializing, though he was better now than he'd been when they first met in college. Still, he preferred spending his Saturday nights coaching 8-year-olds rather than hitting the bars. Mason hung his coat on a rack by the door and headed toward the kitchen. Connor's place wasn't fancy, just 3 matching armchairs and his enormous big-screen LED TV. But he did have a kick-ass kitchen, because unlike Mason, he actually enjoyed cooking. He looked up from cutting a hunk of blue-veined cheese, which he was arranging on a plate with crackers and a handful of grapes. Nice of you to make it. His smile held only half-hearted malice. His full attention remained obviously dominated by the food. Connor was like that. When he focused on something, he did so 100%. This was why, of course, he'd either earned F's or A's in his classes. Either the class was worthy of his attention, or it wasn't. There were no two ways for Connor. Mason grabbed a piece of cheese from the tray and popped it into his mouth. He paused as the rich flavor demanded his full attention.
What is this?
He grabbed another piece.
Damn, that's good. You didn't buy that $100 stuff again, did you?
Connor waved his hand in the air in front of him dismissively.
The cheese girl down at Crossroads picked this out for me. It's from a new creamery in southern France. They're unknown, but won't be for long. You mean Hayden?
Mason asked. Connor's knife paused mid-cut.
Hayden? We're talking about the new girl at Crossroads, right? The one with the red hair?
Yeah, I guess, Connor said, quirking a brow.
Long red hair? Killer bod under the big white apron? Right, that's the one. And her name is Hayden.
Mason rolled his eyes heavenward.
Not the new cheese girl.
Connor cleared his throat.
Mace, she just started working there like a week ago. I've barely managed to get past, hey, how are you? How in the world do you know her name?
Mason shrugged.
I stop by Crossroads half the time I come here. Their sandwiches are amazing. Dude, that's not normal.
Connor looked at Nate for backup.
Am I right? Give her another week, maybe. Let her get settled in before you make a move.
Mason sighed and shook his head.
It's not all about sex, you asshole. I introduced myself because I wanted to get to know the person cutting my cheese. You can learn delightful things about people if you just pay a little attention. Hayden, you'll be interested to know, studied at a culinary school in France before she ran out of money. Besides picking incredible cheese, she can also make a mean coq au vin. She's saving up now so she can go back to France someday.
Nate wandered over and took a handful of crackers.
Since we're talking about coq au vin and dinner, I assume she hasn't made it to the 4th date yet?
Mason frowned.
What's that supposed to mean? You never date a woman more than 4 times. First date is to get to know them, second is to start sleeping together, and by the 4th, it's getting too serious and you're looking for a way out.
Connor chuckled and pointed at Mason with his knife.
He's got you there. You're like clockwork. The 4-date rule.
Nate repeated with a shrug.
It was more of a guideline in college, but there's been a noticeable hardening in the past few years. That's ridiculous,
Mason scoffed, an uneasy feeling spreading through him.
I should start a spreadsheet,
Connor mused.
Just to test it. You are not starting a spreadsheet to track my dates.
Mason forced himself to relax and let another piece of cheese seduce his tongue.
Besides being creepy, that would be a little too symbolic of your own lack of action. I promise you, there is no 4-date rule.
Connor grunted at the insult.
Tell me one girl you've gone on more than 4 dates with in the past 3 years.
As much as he wanted not to consider it, Mason found himself momentarily replaying his dating calendar to see if he could find an example. When he could not, he couldn't suppress a surge of irritation.
I will admit that things tend to get messy after 4 dates, and I like to keep things tidy and friendly. So it's possible that the average is around 4, but that doesn't make it a rule. But Hayden's still on the right side of the line.
Nate grinned.
I find Hayden and her cheese to be absolutely delightful. That does not mean I want to date them.
Nate snorted.
Right. Was her extra special camembert the reason you were so late? Or was it the coq au vin?
Mason knew Nate was baiting him, but for some reason he couldn't shrug off the teasing.
I had to get rid of the damn dog, okay? I am not sleeping with Hayden. And look who's talking.
He gestured toward Nate.
The Dark Knight? The relationship angel of death?
He turned to Connor.
Or the guy who'd rather go to bed with the latest Wired magazine than an actual woman?
Silence followed his snapped response, and Mason took a deep breath. For some reason, the knowing smile of the dog walker appeared behind his eyes, and he imagined her overhearing this conversation and laughing.
There are great articles in Wired,
Connor said mildly.
Business and tech.
He filled in the cheese plate with a few more slices, refilled a bowl of nuts, and started carrying everything out to the dining table.
Grab my beer, will you, Nate?
Nate followed Connor to the table with a bottle in either hand.
The relationship angel of death suggests the existence of a relationship. Still, I like the ring of it. The Dark Knight, too. That's right on.
A tiny smile played at the corner of his mouth.
Anyway, what did you do with the beast? Euthanize it like I suggested? Jesus, you really are a bastard.
Mason smacked Nate on the back of his head before they sat down.
Of course I didn't kill my sister's dog. He's at my place right now with a dog sitter.
That was fast, Connor observed. He pulled out a yellow pad and looked over some notes as he spoke.
Where did you find someone on such short notice? She walks Chris Rosen's dogs. I ran into her in the elevator and begged her to take me on. Begged, did you? And it's a she?
Connor rolled his eyes.
Somehow I doubt it came to begging.
Mason ground his teeth and pointed to the yellow pad. They were definitely not going to talk about Tess. He didn't know why he felt suddenly, instantly protective of her, but there was no way he was going to let her be the butt of his partner's jokes.
So, what's on our to-do list?
Nate's steel-gray gaze lingered on Mason for a moment, a question in their depth. When Mason ignored him, Nate turned to the file folders in front of him on the table.
We've got 3 prospects to discuss,
he said.
And now that you missed the chance to meet the fuel cell boys, we need to figure out our next move with them. Your dog really set us back on that one.
The dig, which he should have anticipated, caught Mason off guard. He rolled his eyes to hide his irritation. After all, the fuel cell boys had been his prospect to begin with. After hearing about the tech through his well-developed rumor network, he'd gone about 6 degrees of separation with contacts he had at Stanford to get the initial meeting. It had been his deal to start with, not Nate's.
Maybe,
he said, trying to keep his voice light.
If you weren't such a prick, you could go out to lunch with the potentials every now and then, and we wouldn't have to rely on me to meet everyone.
Nate's brows knit together in mock confusion.
What are you talking about? I'm not just a prick. I'm a mean prick. Angel of death, remember? You don't want me anywhere near the potentials.
Connor nodded solemnly.
That's true. I can barely tolerate having lunch with him myself.
Mason tried for a laugh, but it stuck in his throat. Connor exchanged a quick look with Nate.
You okay, Mace? Nate is just being his usual asshole self. Missing the meeting wasn't a big deal.
Mason forced his shoulders to relax, muscle by muscle, and then put on his best conciliatory smile.
Sorry, guys. I'm just tired. It's that damn dog.
Nate's silver eyes remained pinned on his.
Sure,
he repeated.
The dog.
He wasn't buying it. Mason shrugged. knowing that Nate would file this away somewhere in his ridiculous steel trap of a brain.
You were probably right. Euthanasia would have been better. If you need a hand with that, just let me know.
This time, Nate wasn't smirking, just studying. That was the unfortunate part about having a guy like Nate for a business partner. He didn't forget things he found important, ever.
I still don't understand why you don't just find a kennel.
Connor rubbed his hand over his chin, scratching his Sunday shadow as he looked back down at his pad. Unlike Nate, Mason knew that Connor would forget the interaction as soon as the tension cleared.
It's not like it would hurt him to be on a farm in Marin for a few weeks.
Connor didn't understand because he'd never had a sister, and he'd definitely never had a sister like Allie. Not to mention that Connor wasn't the most emotionally astute guy in the world. He'd come a long way from his early college when Mason had practically needed a crowbar to get him to go out, but he still understood books and computers far better than human beings. Mason sighed. He couldn't stay mad at these guys. Not with Nate giving him that piercing gaze with just a hint of concern. Not with Connor's brow half raised in confusion. Not when he didn't even know himself why he was so annoyed.
The dog will be fine. I've got it all under control now. Let's get back to work.
Chapter 4. He got back to his place a little before 8. Once they got past the rocky start to the meeting, he and the guys had worked smoothly until 7, hammering out the details on a license agreement and reviewing 3 new prospects before turning to their quarterly financial review. Mason still found it a little unnerving to realize how much money they were working with and to see the numbers in his own bank account continue to grow. Unlike Nate, he tended to be conservative in his personal investments. After all, he hadn't started out with a multi-million-dollar trust fund. Nevertheless, he had more than enough money, even at age 30, to spend the rest of his days on a beach somewhere. They all did. He picked up an order of pad thai on his way back, and the smell tormented him as the elevator made its silent climb to his floor. The last thing he wanted was to return to that enormous drooling mastiff, but he couldn't deny a tingle of anticipation at seeing her again. Which was ridiculous. Tess was definitely not his type. His type was straightforward, confident and successful, polished from head to toe. In fact, he had a date with a woman like that this Tuesday, a blonde bombshell he'd met at a tech convention. A blonde bombshell named Virginia, maybe? Or Veronica. Shit, what was her name? Nate's snide comment about the 4-date rule rattled in his head. Vicky? He tried to remember what she did. PR, maybe? Or was she in tech somehow? The black hole in his memory gaped. He had no idea. He had a date with a woman in 2 days, and he had no idea what her name was.
It was more of a guideline in college, but there's been a noticeable hardening in the past few years.
He shook his head, trying to clear the sound of Nate's voice. Even if there was a 4-date rule, what was the problem with that? He wasn't made for commitment. Everyone knew that. Neha, one of his classmates at Harvard and the last woman he'd dated for any length of time, had laughed when he'd brought up moving in together. She assumed he was joking because, as she put it, the chance of their relationship lasting was exactly 0. At the time, he'd been embarrassed and hurt, forced to save face by playing along with the joke. Now, he didn't bother trying. Neha had just seen the writing on the wall before he had. And wasn't it better? Kinder, to be clear about that from the start? To avoid any kind of entanglements or confusion? He hesitated outside his door. Was he supposed to knock so he didn't scare Tess when he came in? Feeling ridiculous, he listened, but there was no sound of movement inside. He pulled out his keys and unlocked the door, not sure what he was expecting to find. Admittedly, He had just handed the keys to his apartment to a total stranger and probably shouldn't be surprised to return to a giant hole where his television had been and Wick lying on the couch looking guilty. Or maybe, even better, she'd stolen the dog, too. No such luck. Wick was on the couch in a position almost identical to the one he'd been in when Mason left, except his head now rested on the woman's thigh. The tip of his tail stirred a lazy greeting. Tess's supine body didn't move. Her head was slumped against the armrest and her feet were stretched out in front of her. A pair of dark glasses sat on the coffee table, carefully folded, next to a half-full glass of water. She was dead asleep, her bow-shaped mouth still, rosy and full. He approached as quietly as he could, stopping beside the couch. In repose, she looked surprisingly fragile, her face even smaller and more elf-like. She had high cheekbones and arched brows under those huge glasses. She still wore that oversized flannel shirt, but the neck had fallen open, revealing delicate collarbones and pale skin. The circles under her eyes were like faint bruises. He wondered what was on the computer that still lay across her stomach, where she lived, and how far she had to drive tonight. She'd said she commuted from outside the city, and he figured she didn't have much of a choice. But now he felt responsible for her being on the road when she was exhausted, doubtless in some junker of a car, if her clothes, computer, and bag were any judge. He walked back to the kitchen with his takeout, not enjoying the sudden rush of guilt. If she'd cooked or made herself dinner, there was no sign. Trying not to make any noise, he pulled out 2 bowls, forks, and a handful of napkins and set them on the counter. When he opened the to-go container, the exotic smell made his stomach rumble. The scent finally roused Wick, who rolled off the sofa and heaved his body into an enormous stretch before ambling toward the kitchen. His movement woke his new caretaker. As Mason watched, thick, dark lashes opened over coffee-brown eyes. She blinked sleepily, clearly disoriented, and he could almost see the moment she remembered where she was and what she was doing there. Startled, she lurched to sitting, almost knocking the computer to the floor. Just as quickly, she fumbled for her glasses and slid them on. Not fast enough, Mason thought. I know what's underneath all those layers. He deliberately turned back to the pad thai. Want some dinner? She jumped up. Nope, you don't need me anymore? She closed the laptop and set it on the coffee table. She pulled a phone out of her pocket and flicked it on, glancing at the screen quickly before shoving it back into her pocket and looking around, he assumed for her bag. If not, I'll hit the road. Dinner first, Mason said. Then one last walk, if you can stay for it. He should have released her, but hell, he was paying her a ridiculous amount of money, and for some reason, he wasn't dying to be alone right now. She paused, squaring her shoulders, and pasted on a smile. Right. No thanks on dinner. She sat back down on the couch and grabbed the laptop and opened it. I've got a few things I need to finish anyway. Her attention was immediately absorbed by the screen. He frowned. You don't like pad thai? She waved him off. That's nice of you, but I'm fine. His frown deepened. For a female, she was paying him remarkably little attention. What was on that computer anyway? Don't most people try to pretend like they want to impress their boss? He asked. I suppose some do, she replied absently, tapping a few keys. But not you, he prompted. She tapped a few more keys, then frowned at the screen. Her brows knit together, and she tapped more keys, slightly more aggressively. Not you, he repeated. She muttered something under her breath, glowered at the screen, and then looked over at him. Sorry, what? He sighed. Clearly, this wasn't his day. Never mind. He filled a plate and brought it to her. Here. She absent-mindedly took the plate and then set it down on the coffee table and continued to work, Wick, who had followed from the kitchen with interest, inched forward, sniffing audibly, his head low and intention clear. "Don't even think about it," she warned, without looking up. Wick jerked back in surprise. So did Mason. "Lie down," she said, snapping her fingers in front of the couch, close to the floor. Mason watched in amazement. Wick cocked his head, studied her for a moment, and processed the command. She did not repeat herself, but snapped her fingers one more time. Slowly, Wick slid into position in front of her on the couch. She murmured approval, reached into a pocket, and withdrew something that she fed to him. "That's either really impressive or kind of creepy." "Party trick," she said wryly, eyes still fixed on the screen. He stared at her for another long moment, then went back to the kitchen to serve himself. He sat down next to her on the couch, plate of food in hand. Silence fell over the room, save the soft tapping of computer keys. The food was delicious, and he savored the bite of spice and lime. He examined her profile as he ate, speculating absently about what she was doing. Email to a client? Loan application to a bank? She seemed quite serious about it. What type of business would a dog walker have at 8 on a Sunday night? Was it something more personal? A letter to a family member? Or a boyfriend? "Speaking of creepy," she said a moment later, letting her voice trail off. It took him a moment to realize she was talking about him. "What?" he said mildly. He finished his food and set his plate down beside her untouched one, crossing one ankle over his knee, making sure not to enter her personal space, but also making sure she couldn't completely ignore him. At that, she seemed to lose her cool. She ripped her gaze from the computer and turned to glare at him. "Don't you have anything better to do?" "Not really," he said, grinning. "What about you?" "Actually," she indicated the computer, "I do have something to work on. So, if you don't mind?" He gave a loud fake sigh. "Of course. My apologies." He got up and made a small bow. "I'll leave you alone." She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Great, thanks." He went to the kitchen, retrieved a beer from the fridge, flipped off the top, and returned to the couch. With a sigh of pleasure, he spread his arm on the back of the sofa and relaxed into the cushion. "You can't be serious." "I'm not allowed to sit on my couch?" "I'm trying to work," she replied through gritted teeth. "By all means," he said, gesturing grandly. "Don't let me stop you." She whispered a bad word under her breath, but turned back to the computer. He edged closer and leaned over, just enough to get a glimpse of some kind of document strewn with drawings of molecules, processes, and equations. He wasn't able to get much of a view, just saw a lot of lines, capital letters, and numbers in geometric shapes before she whirled her body around to set her back against the arm of the sofa. She sat akimbo, tucking her feet, which were clad in thick gray wool socks, under her butt. He considered what he had seen. "Organic chemistry?" he guessed. "Ever heard the phrase, 'mind your own business'?" she replied sweetly, pushing her glasses more firmly on her nose. A thick lock of dark hair fell into her eyes, and she pushed it back behind an ear. "You really know how to party on a Sunday night." She sighed. "Look, I don't mean to be rude, but I've got to get this done by midnight, and I've got a ton left to do." The stress in her voice was no joke. Neither was the tense way she held her neck and shoulders. "You weren't supposed to fall asleep, I gather." She didn't respond. "If it helps, you're welcome to spend the night here." She snorted. "That sounds about as appealing as repeating this class." He liked the way she revealed things about herself without thinking. Clearly, she would make a horrible spy. He stood and walked over to the front door where Wick's leash sat on the table. He whistled softly.
"Wanna go out, boy?"
It wasn't a slam dunk. Wick raised his head, considered, and then lifted his enormous bulk off the floor. His claws tapped a slow rhythm as he walked over to the front door. Tess bit her lip and leaned forward. "Can you just hang on 1 minute? I just want to finish this one thing before I go."
"Jesus, do you think I'm a complete asshole?"
he asked.
"I'll take him. Don't worry about it. You can stay and finish that."
She shook her head. "No way. You're paying me to be at that dog's beck and call. If anyone is walking him, it's me. Besides, you have no idea how to put that leash on him. You'll undo all the training we worked on today." He looked down at the tangle of webbing in his hands. She'd replaced his old, straightforward leather strap with something that looked like it would require a manual to operate.
"You may be right about that."
She muttered something under her breath and closed the laptop. "Don't worry, I got it." Why did he have to be so damn big? His shoulders took up half the elevator, and the warm male smell of him took up the other half, until she could barely move or breathe. She tried to focus on organic chemistry, alkanes and cycloalkanes. It was no use. She kept stealing little glances at the mesmerizing line of his jaw and those damn golden-flecked eyes. She was in an elevator with a freaking lion. If her body wasn't singing in delightful anticipation of what? Crap, she had no idea. She would have laughed the whole thing off as a ridiculous joke. But here she was. And here he was. He radiated a kind of masculine energy that she'd never experienced. No wonder he was pictured with a different woman every other week. When she'd sat there on his couch hours earlier and Googled everything there was to Google about him, she'd been a little baffled by all the women who seemed to fall for his playboy routine. They came from every walk of life. He'd been pictured with high-powered lawyers, a pediatrician, models by the dozens, entrepreneurs, and investment bankers. Now she understood. She felt like he could look over at her, crook his little finger, and she'd melt into him, all boneless desire and need. Her cheeks felt hot. What the hell was she thinking? She didn't need anything, or anyone. Need was a dangerous thing, she'd discovered early in life. She'd needed the affection of the high school dropout who'd gotten her pregnant and left her alone in a motel room to deal with the consequences. She'd needed help from the doctors and the system that had failed her grandmother and left her dying because she couldn't afford her medications. Her mother had trailed after men for years because of need, both the emotional and drug-induced kind, ready to do just about anything to keep their attention. Yes, need was a dangerous thing. It made you vulnerable to untold pain. Tess had dispensed with need years ago. Desire, on the other hand, was harder to leave behind. After her grandmother passed away, she'd tried a few times to date, but with her crazy schedule, it was almost impossible. Besides, desire could be satisfied on her own, with much less fuss and zero potential for heartache. No matter what her hormones said, she was definitely not going to desire Mason Coleman. She glanced down at Wick, who sat at her side. It hadn't taken long to get his measure. Sweet, lazy, undisciplined. Little in the way of training, but not aggressive, thank goodness. "You didn't have to come," she forced herself to say again to Mason, trying to sound offhand. Like she didn't care that he was standing right next to her. Like she didn't remember the way it felt when he sat next to her on the couch. He'd been careful not to touch her, and she appreciated that. She'd had some clients who had given her the creeps, and she'd dropped them like hot potatoes. Still, his presence had warmed the space between them, making it impossible to focus on anything else. But she had a job to do, and he was paying her a lot of money to do it. It was money she desperately needed, and the last thing she was going to do was screw it up by acting like a sex-starved teenager. "I'm still on duty." He snorted.
And miss the chance for you to show me more of your party tricks? No way. Besides, at some point I'm going to have to take him back out myself. Probably best that I learn how to do that without him eating a smaller dog for lunch.
They reached the ground floor and headed outside. The street was quiet, a rare treat in this normally bustling area of town. They stood outside the enormous glass doors, Wick waiting patiently while she showed Mason how to use the new leash. The big difference with this leash is that loop that runs from his muzzle to his chest. When I pull, or he does, it actually turns his head to the side, which makes it difficult for him to move forward. He'll go sideways instead. She demonstrated by pulling gently on the lead. Wick's head followed to the side. The other thing I'd advise is to bring a pocket full of treats for him wherever you go. He's pretty food-oriented, which is helpful. Not all dogs are. Once I've got him better trained, I'll switch him out to a more traditional leash. He was pretty easy to train to lie down, which tells me he wants to please. We'll work inside on other commands for a while before I start working him outside. There's so many distractions outside, it can be hard for a dog to focus. She was starting to run at the mouth, but that was because he was standing even closer to her now than he had before, and his gaze kept flicking from her eyes to her lips, and the heat rolling off him was making her head spin. Or was that just the heat rolling off her own sex-starved body? She had no idea. Or a human sometimes. Was he staring at her mouth? Her knees actually trembled. This man was dangerous. Very, very dangerous. They started to walk, Wick ambling along at what she now knew was his fast pace, which meant he didn't stop periodically to lick his foot, lie down, or sniff the sidewalk. She had just managed to get her breathing back in check when he spoke. So what's the organic chemistry all about? Are you teaching or learning? Teaching? She had to laugh at that. No. He paused, gazing expectantly while he waited for her to fill in her response. She stopped at the end of the block, made a motion for Wick to sit, and then made a show of praising him and giving him a treat. She had no intention of discussing her college classes with him. What would that conversation even look like? Yeah, I dropped out of high school when I was 17 and didn't even get my GED until I was 24. And now I'm taking online classes from San Jose State. Kind of similar to your degrees from MIT and Harvard. He gestured for her to continue. The guy was dogged. She shrugged. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Then she forced herself to laugh, as though it were just something she was doing as a lark. Who knew you could spend so much time studying carboxylic acids? Anyone who's ever taken organic chemistry? Right, probably. She hastily changed the subject. So what's the story with Wick again? Didn't you say he's your sister's dog? He gave her a sideways glance, followed by a tiny shrug. That small movement was somehow more discomforting than it would have been if he'd pressed her. You'll tell me everything eventually, that shrug seemed to say. No sense pushing you now. Yeah, I was the only one in the family who was a big enough sucker to take him in. My parents probably would have done it, but they're out of the country on some crazy second honeymoon. Where do your parents live? Supposedly, they still live in Yuba City. But the truth is that ever since my dad retired, they've been traveling more than staying home. Is that where you grew up? He nodded. Sutter High Huskies all the way, baby. Brothers and sisters? 2 sisters and 2 brothers, he said. Allie and Jillian are younger, John and Ken are older. They used to call me Mason in the middle, except I was never that smart. The warmth in his voice was unmistakable, and Tess fought a surge of jealousy. What would it have been like to grow up with a big, close family? With a mom and dad that actually liked each other enough to stay together all that time, and even travel together afterward. What about you? He asked. Brothers or sisters? She shook her head. Just me. They headed down the sidewalk, past the open pit of yet another high-rise to be, and then crossed the Embarcadero to the edge of Rincon Park. When he touched the bare ground at the edge of the park, Wicks sighed with pleasure. Mason stared down with obvious disgust when he squatted instead of lifting his leg to pee.
"What kind of a man are you?"
he said to the dog. "A man with a sore knee," she said with a snort. "Or a guy who doesn't mind squatting. Not every male has something to prove, you know." They walked through the quiet park on the edge of the water, past the giant, multi-storied, half-buried bow and arrow that always made Tess grin. Mason let Wicks smell every plant, bench, and spot of sidewalk that had probably been peed on by countless other dogs. He asked a few more questions about her family, but when Tess determinedly dodged them all, he shifted gears, and they chatted more amiably about the weather and traffic, and then music and the latest movies. He had an uncanny knack for asking seemingly innocuous questions that were both harmless and personal, eliciting information she had never meant to share. Before she knew what was happening, she was telling him about her weakness for fluffy little dogs, pickles, and telenovelas, the Latin American soap operas that her neighbor Gracie insisted they watch together. Tess didn't speak Spanish fluently, but she knew enough to follow the melodramas, and while they watched, Gracie fed her homemade pozole, the rich soup that she made with chicken, hominy, and tomatillos. Somehow, she'd also somehow managed to tell him that she didn't have a boyfriend and wasn't dating anyone. This was not how things were supposed to go. She was supposed to be tight-lipped and private. Instead, by the time they got back to the apartment, she was chatting away like they were old friends. And while she was talking, he'd started moving in physically, too. He brushed his hand against hers when they switched who was holding Wick's leash, touched her shoulder to point out a root in her path, even slid his palm across the small of her back to guide her into the elevator on their way back to the apartment, and then left it there, gently warming her skin right through her clothes with its proximity. And she hadn't even considered pushing him away. She'd gone with it, like it was natural for him to touch her, like it only made sense for him to flirt with her, to make her smile and blush at his attention. After all, she was going to sleep with him, wasn't she? And wouldn't she be happy for the couple of nights of his attention that she'd get before he moved on? He was unbelievably gorgeous, not to mention rich, attentive, and funny. By the time she realized the path of her own thoughts, they were in the elevator heading back to his apartment, and the shock at her own lack of anything resembling willpower hit her like a bucket of cold water. For pity's sake, he was seducing her, and she hadn't even noticed. He'd turned that charm and beauty on her, and she'd reacted like all of those women she'd Googled earlier that evening. In less than an hour, she'd turned right back into the teenage girl she'd been working for more than a decade not to be. It was infuriating. She'd let the job she took seriously turn into some kind of Tinder hookup. He leaned forward, gesturing toward the door. "After you." Even now that she'd figured it out, her legs actually felt wobbly at the private smile. Damn, he was good. He wasn't hitting on her like some guy in a bar feeding her a bad line and slipping her his phone number. No, he had some kind of magic that made her want to hit on him. If he didn't already have it, she'd be giving him her number, and probably putting a little smiley face after it, or a heart. What was wrong with her? After he unlocked the door, she stopped to take off Wick's leash, and he leaned past her to set his keys in a small dish by the door. He was so close that she could feel his warmth, and discovered that he smelled like spice and man, and when he took the leash from her hands, she almost fell into his arms. But she didn't. Her 16-year-old self, desperate for love and affection no matter the source, definitely would have. But her 26-year-old self, who worked 3 jobs and was absolutely determined to get her damn degree and pay her bills even if it killed her, had more important things to worry about. Sweet nothings and romantic moves were nice if you had the time. She didn't, especially for a guy who clearly had no intention of being around for the morning after. It wasn't Mason's fault. He was just acting on instinct. But anyone with half a brain in their head could see he was a player, and Tess knew better than to fool around with guys who lived for the chase. As her body and mind slowly, reluctantly came to the same conclusion, Mason smiled, waiting for her to respond to something he'd said. She didn't even remember what he'd asked her. Whether she liked chocolate, probably, or maybe her favorite flower. He would send her a dozen roses after they slept together. No, roses would be too obvious. He'd take note of her favorite flower, Daisy to be exact, and then scour the city for them, or get his assistant to do it. He'd have them flown in from wherever in the world they were blooming, just so she'd feel special. And then he'd move on to the next poor sap. It was actually funny, the more she thought about it. She might have mad dog-walking skills, but Mason was the Michelangelo of seduction, and she was getting to witness firsthand how it all went down. He watched attentively while she packed up her laptop. "You're sure you don't want to spend the night?" he asked, with just the tiniest hint of suggestion. "I hate to think of you doing all that driving." "I'm sure you do," she said sweetly. "You are welcome to stay, of course." She fought the urge to roll her eyes and threw her bag over her shoulder. "Of course I am." He cocked his head, having clearly picked up on her skepticism. "What?" Tess finally laughed out loud. "Mason Coleman, I appreciate the effort, but I'm going home." He drew back, brow furrowed. "Effort? What effort?" He looked so deliciously surprised, and so damn gorgeous, that she had to steel herself. It was sort of like walking past the gelato place on Harrison. You knew you had to do it, but damn it looked so delicious. The gentle touch in the elevator was masterful, she said sadly, picturing a waffle cone filled with hazelnut and coffee deliciousness. "You're quite good at what you do, and I should be flattered, I suppose." She put a hand to her perpetually disastrous ponytail. "After all, I'm me, and you're—" She gestured toward him. "You." He squinted. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I'm saying you seem like a really nice guy, but just so there's no confusion, I don't get involved with my clients." He drew back in surprise. "Is that what you thought? That I was hitting on you?" "Oh no, definitely not. Seducing me, not hitting on me. I just want to make sure you know where I'm coming from. Even if you are what do they call you? The bad angel?" When a hint of embarrassment crossed his face, her smile widened. "That's right, the bad angel. Even if you are all that, it's not a good idea." He shook his head and gave her the perfect, self-deprecating smile. "The nickname is ridiculous, I know, but I had nothing to do with that." "I'm not saying you did. And to be clear, I did have a nice time tonight. Thanks for the walk." She hitched her bag higher on her shoulder and headed for the door. "I'll see you tomorrow morning." He followed her toward the door. "Wait, you can't start a conversation like that and then expect me to ignore it. You think I'm some kind of player, is that it?" She turned slowly, kicking herself for her inability to keep her mouth shut. "Since you apparently don't like the suggestion, absolutely not. Now, is there any chance we can forget I ever brought it up?" He shook his head. "Nope. Not until you tell me what drew you to this conclusion, besides that awful nickname." She spread her hands in a gesture of surrender. "It's just, well, you know." "No." He crossed his arms over his chest. "No, I don't." "It's hard to put into words exactly," she hedged. "It's more of a feeling than anything else. You do show up a lot online, with a different woman every time." "Maybe I just haven't found the right woman yet.
Maybe I'm really lonely and searching for my heart's companion.
A smile twitched at the corners of his mouth, and Tess relaxed a little. He might not like the label, but she had a feeling he knew it was true. Ready to go on The Bachelor, are you?
He couldn't repress his shudder. Perhaps not quite that desperate.
That's what I thought.
You're pretty comfortable with snap judgments, then?
The rebellious part of her that never quite knew when to shut up took over. I bet I can prove your status in about 2 minutes.
Based on my apartment?
He raised a single curious brow.
That's impressive. Please, be my guest.
Tess set down her computer. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. Do I have permission to move around?
Of course.
He gestured toward the hallway.
Bedroom is that way, if you're interested.
Perfect. She headed in the direction he'd indicated was his bedroom, which she had refused to explore when she'd been alone in the house all day. He followed a few steps behind. It was everything she'd imagined. Enormous king-size bed, masculine yet comfortable pillows. Perfectly made, presumably not by him. A startlingly beautiful view of the Bay Bridge, now lit in an obscenely beautiful display of twinkling lights, dominated the room. Okay, let's start with the bedside table. You've got a healthy stash of condoms over there, I assume, probably ribbed for her pleasure. He lingered in the doorway, leaning against the wall in a casually elegant slouch, arms crossed over his impressive chest in a way that set off his perfect biceps.
You'd prefer to go without?
She swept on to the master bathroom, pointing to the spotless interior and the towels neatly hanging on racks. Extra set of towels and a toothbrush for unexpected guests.
My mother always said hospitality was important.
If you have an extra bathrobe, my case is made. She opened a small closet in the corner of the bathroom. 2 matching cotton robes hung inside. She laughed out loud. I can't say I've ever known anyone who actually has 2 bathrobes before.
I'm not sure you've proven your point, he said. I have been known to entertain friends here. Some of them stay overnight. So what?
Mason, I'm not saying you're a bad person, but let's be honest. You're not looking for your heart's companion. And I'm here to do a job. I'm going to come to your apartment every morning, walk your dog, and leave at night with my panties still in place. Understand? No funny stuff. No sweet walks in the park, no gentle touches or soft glances at my lips. Nothing. He held up his hand.
I solemnly swear to leave your panties in place.
He slid her a wicked half-smile.
If that's what you want.
So now it was on the table. Tess thought about the drawer full of condoms, the matching bathrobes, and the flowers she wouldn't receive. And hesitated for just a second. No, she scolded herself. No hesitation. I do.
Then I guess we'll do it your way.
He lounged against the doorway and smiled, relaxed and utterly sure of himself. Despite everything that had just been said, somehow, the temperature in the room rose a few degrees. For her own sanity, Tess knew it was time to go. She squeezed past him in the doorway, forcing herself not to run to the front door. She gave Wick a final rub behind the ears. Then she dug around in the outside pocket of her bag to find her client agreement form. As he sauntered toward her, she set it down on the table beside the door, congratulating herself on her calm. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 8. These are the terms of the dog-sitting and training position. If you have any questions, give me a call. And with that, she headed out the door. For now, at least, panties still in place. Chapter 5. At 7:55 a.m., Mason poured a cup of coffee into one of his sleek ceramic mugs and sat at the counter in the kitchen, staring at the door. When he heard the soft knock, he rose with the cup in his hand. He should not be anticipating her arrival quite so much. And yet, here he was, imagining her laughing at him last night, thinking about those lips, remembering how she'd wanted no part of something that had become a reflex. Maybe even wishing, just for a moment, that he could start over. He hadn't done anything wrong, but still he had a bad feeling that she'd been right. He'd been chasing her and hadn't even realized what he was doing until she called him out. She'd rejected him with the most casual ease he could imagine. "It's not a good idea," she'd said. What did that even mean? How was it that the most nondescript woman he'd met in years had him spinning in circles, unsure of which way was up? He opened the door and stepped back to give her room. Today's outfit, he was delighted to see, was just as horrible as yesterday. Loose jeans, t-shirt, thick-rimmed glasses, army jacket. There was, however, one exception. Her hair was long and loose around her shoulders, revealing tones that varied from rich dark chocolate to sun-kissed amber. The shiny mass moved as she walked, sliding in silky waves to frame her piquant features. Mason Coleman had two sisters. He knew hair that had been air-dried and hair that had been blown dry, and this hair had definitely been blown dry. He considered mentioning it, but figured she might slap him, which also sounded enticing. But perhaps not worth the fact that she might also walk back out the door and never return. And he did have to go to work. "Coffee?" He held out the mug. She gave him a squinty-eyed look of pure suspicion. "Did you slip a roofie in there?" He snorted a laugh. "This early in the morning? I'm saving that until I come home from work." She sniffed the coffee, then took a sip, eyeing him over the cup as she did. He could tell the moment it hit her taste buds because her eyes half closed in pleasure. "How is it?" he asked. "Fine," she squeaked out a minute later. "It's fine." She took another sip and her eyes fluttered closed again. "You're sure there are no drugs in here? No cocaine or ecstasy or anything?" "Nope, just really good coffee. I did add some cream and sugar. I can get you a fresh cup if you prefer it black." "No, this is great, thanks." He walked back to the kitchen and picked up his own cup. She followed him in, carrying her old messenger bag as well as a fabric grocery bag. She set the coffee on the counter, then held up her grocery bag with just a hint of hesitation. "Do you mind if I put a few things in the fridge?" Something about her reminded him of a hedgehog. Maybe the way she was cute and prickly and vulnerable all at once. He had a feeling she wanted to say something else, but was holding back because he was her employer. And if he was reading her right, that was a tough swallow for his little hedgehog. "Of course not," he said. "Just so you know, I texted Allie last night and got the vet info. Also, I try to keep everything above board with the taxes, so hopefully you don't mind filling out a few forms." She shook her head. "That's fine. I do that for all my regular clients." "How many do you have?" He really needed to be getting to the office, but for some reason this woman intrigued the hell out of him, and he found it hard to walk away. "Clients?" Her eyes went thoughtful. "I don't know, maybe 20 or so? There are some that I see every day, others that I only take care of when their owners are away longer than usual. Another handful that I house sit for if they go out of town." "Aha!" he said triumphantly. "I knew it. You do overnights." She rolled her eyes and started to unload her bag. "Keep your pants on, Sherlock. I have a few clients I house sit for, but that doesn't mean I'd move in with them." "How often are you in the city?" "Before you? Wednesday through Sunday." "When do you work at the vet clinic?" Generic vanilla yogurt and something that looked like pasta in a plastic Tupperware container went into the fridge. He watched approvingly as her loose pants tightened over her backside when she leaned over to find a space on the lower rack. "Monday and Tuesday all day, and Wednesday mornings. I do some landscaping and maintenance on the weekends too, but that's on an on-call basis.
Do you ever take a day off?
Not really. And what's with the 20 questions anyway? He shrugged.
It's all part of a diabolical scheme to seduce you. Obviously has nothing to do with being a normal, polite human being.
A hint of blush appeared in her cheeks. Sorry, you're right. I'm the one being rude. You're entirely polite and normal.
My first compliment,
he murmured.
For being normal. I'm touched.
Her cheeks bloomed with color. I'm just making it worse, aren't I? I'm sure you have many other delightful qualities as well.
Such as?
He fought a grin as she obviously struggled to figure out what to say. He had the impression Tess was far more comfortable with honesty than she was with flattery. You know, I really don't know you well enough to say, but you seem very nice. She trailed off at his mocking look.
What? I'm very nice? That's the best you can do?
She paused, then shook her finger triumphantly. I know. You're taking care of your sister's dog, or at least paying me to, so you're dedicated to your family. And the papers say your employees are happy, so I guess that's a good thing. His grin widened.
You looked up more news about me?
She took a sip of coffee and evaded his gaze. I'm in your house 12 hours a day. Seemed like a reasonable thing to do.
Okay, so I'm not all bad. Maybe just a harmless playboy?
Her mouth settled over the rim of her cup in a way that was far more erotic than drinking a cup of coffee should be. No, playboy implies you don't do anything useful. You do hold down a fairly impressive job. I can't, in good conscience, call you a playboy.
This is a matter of conscience?
She leaned against the fridge, the corner of her mouth quirking with humor. Apparently so. He searched for another alternative.
So, if not a playboy, how would you describe me? A Lothario?
She studied him, the smile still playing on her lips. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what that means, but I think you're getting warmer. The right word just keeps escaping me.
Man whore?
Oh, that's just ugly. She gave a mock shudder. Never say that again. The word that popped into his head was so perfect he jolted upright.
Oh, I've got it. Heartbreaker. That's probably what you were thinking. I'm a heartbreaker, which is really nice of you to say, but I promise I don't do it on purpose. I suppose that's sort of implied, though, don't you think?
The sheer egotism of his response seemed to temporarily render her speechless. It seemed the perfect moment for his exit, so he slid past her to the front door, where he grabbed his briefcase and keys.
Think about it and let me know if that sounds right. I'll see you at 8.
Tess wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry as she stared at Mason's retreating back. Heartbreaker? Good Lord, the man was full of himself. On the other hand, everything he said was accompanied by a smile. Even if he was a tad insufferable, he managed to be adorably self-deprecating at the same time. At 9, an efficient-looking older woman with steel-gray hair arrived. She introduced herself as Beatrice Walsh, Mason's housekeeper. Beatrice, it turned out, came once a week to clean and to make food for Mason, and she reminded Tess so much of a younger version of her grandmother, she almost got teary. They spent the morning chatting while Beatrice cooked a fragrant coconut curry soup, a small lasagna, and a hearty salad made with orzo pasta, feta cheese, and a mix of vegetables. After Beatrice left, Tess spent a blissful day in the quiet apartment, pounding away on her homework and staring at the breathtaking views she was pretty sure Mason didn't appreciate as much as he should. Between rounds of organic chemistry and reproductive physiology, she walked around the apartment and tried to find some flaw, something to hate about it. But she couldn't, and that annoyed her even more. To be sure, it was too white, too clean, and far too sophisticated for her tastes. But it was also surprisingly comfortable and functional. The leather sofa seemed to wrap around her shoulders, seducing her into yet another nap she didn't really have time to take. The prints decorating the walls weren't weird modern expressions that took a PhD to understand. Instead, Mason's tastes ran more toward artistic photographs, most of San Francisco, but a few of the rocky coastline and one of a field at sunset. Tess wondered if it was from the Sacramento Valley where he'd grown up. His cookware gleamed, but also had a spot or two, probably from Beatrice, but still disarming. And while Mason was clearly annoyed by Wick, he let the dog go anywhere he wanted, even on the master bed that Tess tried not to look at when she retrieved Wick for one of his many walks. She tried even harder not to look at the bedside table, or imagine what was stashed in its single drawer. When 8 o'clock rolled around, she found herself staring at the door, preparing for some snarky banter, and, okay, maybe a little sexual tension. Just because she'd rejected him the night before didn't mean she didn't want him to notice her a little. She had spent at least an hour that morning trying on clothing and, God help her, blow-drying her hair, in an effort to look both hot and like she completely didn't care about looking hot. The clothing part was a total fail. She simply didn't own anything better than jeans and t-shirts. But her hair did look good, if she had to say so herself. But when he walked through the front door, he looked tired, and she had to give it to him for having spent a solid 12 hours at work. That, along with the wrinkle of stress on his forehead and the way he rubbed his eyes, made her feel sorry enough for him not to mention the Heartbreaker comment from the morning. "Long day?" she called from her spot on the couch. He stooped to greet Wick, who had lumbered happily to the door.
You know what is almost as fun as organic chemistry?
Nothing, because organic chemistry is the most enjoyable, delightful subject ever invented? He gave a tired smile.
You've got me there. But I was going to say calculating the terminal value for a company that doesn't yet exist, and then arguing about your assumptions for hours with your know-it-all partners who refuse to listen to you.
She nodded knowingly. Oh, sure. That's what I was going to say next. After dropping his keys by the door, Mason sank down into the sofa next to her, laid his head back, and closed his eyes. For a moment, they sat in a strangely companionable silence. Tess finished the problem she'd been working on, and then shut down and closed her laptop.
Any chance Mrs. Walsh left me some lasagna?
Mason asked, eyes still closed. You're in luck. She made a pan this morning. Tess tried to subtly shift slightly to the right so their bodies didn't inadvertently come into contact.
God, I love that woman, he said fervently.
Tess thought about the crappy bowl of microwaved spaghetti and pre-made frozen meatballs and compared it mentally to the fragrant entree the housekeeper had made that morning. Then her brow furrowed as she realized what he'd said earlier. Wait, you call her Mrs. Walsh? She told me to call her Beatrice.
I know. She's told me that too, over and over. But I can't do it. She reminds me too much of my third-grade teacher, who also happened to wear her hair in a bun, constantly lost her glasses on top of her head, and was named Mrs. Walsh. They're like twins. I can't imagine using her first name. It just feels wrong.
She considered his words. You remember your third-grade teacher's hairstyle? Her third grade was a jumble of teachers in 3 different schools, one of her mother's finer years of parenting. When Tess was growing up, her mother would periodically fall in love with some totally unsuitable man and go wherever he went, usually staying in some dive hotel until he lost interest or the money ran out. Tess would spend a few months in a new school and then just as suddenly be yanked out. Then they would move back to the Bay Area to live with Tess's grandmother until the next guy came along. He opened one eye to examine her, causing her to freeze in her sideways movement.
I still see her sometimes when I go home. It hasn't changed.
Are you from Mayberry by any chance? You stop by her house and drop off an apple every now and then? He shrugged.
Even worse. She comes by our house for dinner. My mom did a lot of volunteer work at the school. She was in my classrooms all the time, so she got to know all the teachers pretty well. Stayed in touch with a bunch of them.
Tess couldn't restrain a shudder at the thought. I would have died if my teachers and my mom hung out.
Died?
Okay, not died exactly, but I would have come close.
And why would that be?
Both of those golden eyes were open now, and he was studying her in that disconcerting way he had.
Wait, don't tell me. Were you a troublemaker? Were you afraid your teachers would tell your mom stories about you?
He poked her with a gentle elbow, his voice teasing. She forced herself not to flinch, but couldn't stop from rising to her feet, the strangely comfortable moment broken. It didn't occur to Mason that it might be embarrassing to have your teachers meet your mother, who was as likely to join the PTA as she would have been to join the army, for an entirely different set of reasons. Like the fact that half the time she did come to school, she was high, or wearing something so inappropriate that teachers would wince and usher her right back out of the classroom. Yep, that's it. I was a troublemaker. Spent more time in the principal's office than in the classroom. She unplugged the cord of her laptop and secured it with a Velcro strap.
Now, why don't I believe that?
Why did his eyes always look so knowing? Were her thoughts somehow broadcast across her forehead, like some kind of obscenely embarrassing electronic billboard? She shrugged and grabbed her messenger bag. I guess you don't know me as well as you thought. Anyway, I'm heading home. I've got a long drive, you know.
If you insist. But the couch in my office converts to a bed, and I swear I'm not saying that in a creepy, hitting on you kind of way.
Life would be so much easier if that wasn't so damn appealing. No thanks. He closed his eyes again.
Your choice. I'm too tired to chase you. But the offer still stands, even if you were a naughty third grader.
Right, thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Tess forced herself to pack up her things, give Wick one last pat goodbye, and let herself out the door at a measured pace. Once in the hall, she took a deep breath and wiped a bead of perspiration from her forehead. Last night, Mason had been in seduction mode, and that had been bad. This morning, he'd made her laugh, which was almost worse. But tonight he was tired and human, and something in his very humanity was utterly devastating. All the way down the elevator, she found herself replaying the events of the night before. The hand on her back, the soft touch of his hand, the way he'd made her insides flutter. Was that the real Mason? Or was the man she'd met tonight the real Mason? The man whose mom volunteered at his school, who called his housekeeper Mrs. Walsh, and still saw his third-grade teacher? Or was none of it real? Was it all just a part of the game? She checked her email on the way to her car and found a note from her best friend Cece, who was currently traveling in France on a work trip and had sent a picture of herself taking a huge staged bite out of a baguette. The photo made her smile and miss her friend all the more. Cece would know exactly what to do with a guy like Mason. Hell, she probably knew him personally. Cece was like that. She knew just about everyone in the world of San Francisco's rich and beautiful. Tess had met Cecilia Kerr in second grade. Thanks to the magic of zip codes, her grandmother's house put her in the district of one of the best elementary schools in the area. Tess, of course, was the poorest kid in the class, while Cecilia was the richest. Cecilia's mother, a social climber always looking for ways to publicly demonstrate her charity, had pulled Tess and her mother's names from a Help the Needy Christmas tree at the local grocery store, and they'd bought all sorts of presents and household goods for the family that they dropped off 2 weeks before Christmas. Tess had been mortified. She hadn't known her mother had put their names on the tree, and greeting Cecilia, the class princess with her perfectly curled hair and spotless clothes, at the door, had been the most embarrassing moment of her life. She'd refused the presents and hidden in her room. The next day, Cecilia confronted her at school and demanded she take the gifts. Tess said no and walked away. Cece was astonished. She knew people only liked her because of her money, and it had never occurred to her that someone might reject something she'd offered. Oddly enough, it became the start of a fierce friendship. They were each orphans in their own way. Cece orphaned by money, Tess by her mother's addiction to men and drugs, and they quickly became each other's family. Tess became the one person Cece could always count on to be honest with her and be her friend for reasons that had nothing to do with what Cece could give her. And through all of Tess's moves, even after she dropped out of high school and started on her path of self-destruction, Cece was always there. Now, they saw each other at least once a week. Cece was the only one who knew how hard Tess had worked to get her life back together after she'd returned to the Bay Area, and Tess was the only one who knew Cece's secrets, including the anxiety that haunted her and sometimes made it difficult for her to leave her apartment. She started a response to Cece's email. "That croissant looks amazing. Any chance you found a hot French guy to share it with? How's the work going? I scored a gig dog-sitting full-time for a guy at the Stella. Do you happen to know Mason Coleman? Livend Capital?" She wrote a few more lines but deleted them. Even writing in an email that she was fantasizing about her boss felt wrong. Cece would be home in 2 weeks, and by then, she'd probably have kicked her unfortunate attraction. Probably. Mason met her at the door Tuesday morning and handed her a cup of his incredible coffee, cream and sugar, just the way she liked it, and then stayed for a few minutes as she got settled and put her things down. He complained a little about his partner Nate's obsession with early morning meetings, contemplated the leftovers she'd brought for lunch, and then left before she could tell if he was being seductive Mason, funny Mason, or real guy Mason. Regardless of which Mason he was, he evidently hadn't noticed the fact that she'd stopped at a drugstore on the way home the night before and bought a fresh tube of mascara, which put her in a foul mood that lasted most of the morning. She had just pulled a slice of leftover pizza out of the microwave for dinner that evening when he surprised her by walking through the door. She glanced at her phone and then at him. "It's only 6:30. What are you doing here?" "Last time I checked, I live here," he said dryly, dropping his keys on the table by the door. He must have come from the gym because he wore a gray t-shirt that was dark with sweat and a pair of basketball shorts and shoes. Sweat curled the hair at the nape of his neck. And really, sweat should be gross, right? It shouldn't make her feel like a cat in heat. It definitely shouldn't make her think about taking off sweaty clothes and taking showers. Together. Whit gave a good shake before sitting down at Mason's feet and looking up at him in quiet, well-behaved adoration. Mason stared at the dog for a moment, then back at Tess. "Did you just take him out or something? This thing where he greets me quietly at the door is starting to freak me out." "He's feeling mellow. Lots of walks will do that. Just so you know, I'm going to start switching him over to a different food with no corn to see if that helps with his allergies. I called his vet and she's okay with us tapering him off the steroids as well. That could help with the constant peeing." "You can take him off those?" Mason cocked his head in surprise. Allie was insistent that he had to stay on them. "We can't take him off right away, but we can definitely taper him off. Long-term steroid use isn't a good idea if it can be avoided. Your sister must have misunderstood what the vet had intended." "I wish I could say I didn't believe it, but that's so like Allie." He sighed and pulled the waist of his shirt up to wipe his face, forcing her to look at the six-pack abs she had known were hiding underneath. Damn it. They were just as good as she had imagined. Tess's stomach was flopping around like she'd swallowed a live goldfish, so she forced herself to stare at Wick instead of those magical abs. Did you want me to stay then, or should I go?
Stay.
He set down a sports duffel bag by the door and walked over to the coat closet.
I'm going out for dinner. Just came home to shower first.
And there he went with a shower, because she needed to picture him there. Naked. Really, it was too much. You sure do work a lot. Not work, he grunted as he bent forward and pulled off a sneaker. It took just a moment to sink in, and she hooted to cover the surge of jealousy. A date, huh? Who's the lucky lady? He pulled off the other sneaker in silence. You do know her name, don't you? The taunt was out of her mouth before she could stop it. One of a long line of things she should have been mature enough to restrain herself from saying. He shot her a look of golden fire.
I don't think you know her. You don't exactly run in the same circles.
Well, that's just mean. She stuck her nose in the air and started to set her pizza down on the counter, then realized she didn't have a plate. She had no idea if grease stained marble, but she definitely didn't want to find out. So she grabbed a plate from the cupboard and set it on the counter with her pizza before turning around. And you should be in a much better mood if you're going on a date.
Maybe I would be if my apartment didn't look like it had been hit by a tornado.
She glanced around guiltily, noting her things scattered around the room in disarray. Her computer was open on the couch, her books in a messy pile beside it. A stack of papers sat on the dining room table where she'd been reviewing some notes. There were dishes in the sink from her lunch and a half-drunk bottle of diet soda on the counter. Her jacket, which she'd washed in Mason's sparkly new washing machine, along with a few other pieces of laundry, was heaped in a pile on an armchair by the sofa. And where exactly had she left her hat? Her gaze darted around the room. Where was her baseball hat? A thought curled her toes in horror. Wick had taken to grabbing the hat and running off with it, in a game only a mastiff could love. She had a horrible sinking feeling where he might have left it. His favorite spot in the whole house. The spot she'd been too embarrassed to look at too closely. Right in the middle of Mason's king-sized bed. Mason threw his sneakers in the closet and headed for his bathroom. He wasn't mad, he told himself, though there really seemed to be no other way to explain his inability to stop grinding his teeth together. After all, who would he have to be mad at? Little Miss Sunshine, who'd taken over his apartment so thoroughly it felt like he was coming home to a wife? That made absolutely no sense. He was paying her an ungodly amount of money to be in the apartment for 12 hours a day, and he'd explicitly told her that she should make herself at home. But still, she didn't have to look so damned comfortable, standing there in the kitchen, barefoot and adorable with her hair falling loose around her shoulders in a chestnut cloud that caught the light when she spun around. And it definitely shouldn't have felt so damned good not to have to come home to a sterile, empty apartment, and instead find a pair of full pink lips turned in a naughty smile as she taunted him. She was nothing like the women he dated. Short where they were tall, messy where they were neat, all big eyes and attitude and full breasts pushing against the V of her sweater. He should be able to dismiss her from his mind, not spend all day wondering what she was doing, or imagining her in his bedroom searching for a stash of ribbed for her pleasure in the bedside table. You do know her name, don't you? She was like some kind of damned homing device, centering in on the one thing he didn't want to admit. Because the truth was, he still couldn't remember who exactly he was going out with. And that was the most irritating thing of all. He had an appointment on his calendar, a reminder that he'd made reservations for 2 at Trestle, and he had a vague memory of a woman who was tall, beautiful, blonde, and put together in a way that the annoying urchin in his kitchen never would be. But that was it. He turned on the shower and stripped off his clothes. This week sucked. He had a mountain of work to do, and he was getting increasingly concerned that the fuel cell kids Nate and Connor were so excited about were a bad bet. Something about the deal was bothering him, and he wasn't even sure exactly what it was. He would have canceled his date to spend a little more time with his research, but it didn't feel right to call a woman whose name he didn't even remember to cancel a date at the last minute. Besides, what would he have done if he got her on the phone? Never say her name? What if she had a roommate that answered the phone, or a friend? What if he tried to brazen his way through and she figured it out? He'd probably become a meme. The guy who thought he was a stud but couldn't remember his date's name. If Nate ever found out, he'd never let it go. Mason would be the butt of every bad joke for years to come. Hot water sluiced over his back, and he grabbed the shampoo. He soaped down quickly, rinsed off, and got out of the shower before the mirror even had time to fog up. He wrapped a towel around his waist, then shaved with grim efficiency. He had just started to open the door to his bedroom when he heard a squeak from the other side. Sorry, don't come in. Hold on just a second. His nasty mood slipped away at the horror and shame in her voice. He looped his towel low around his waist and opened the door. Can I help you find something? She was standing in the middle of his bedroom, holding a baseball hat in one hand. Her eyes were squeezed tightly shut as a flush spread across her cheeks all the way down her neck. No, I was just... Her mouth flopped open and then closed in a mixture of embarrassment and panic. He wasn't sure he'd ever seen anything quite so perfect. It was Wick, she said finally, her voice tiny and weak. He took my hat, and I was just retrieving it, that's all. He walked over to where she stood next to the bed. It's okay, he whispered, leaning in toward her. Everything's covered. She opened her eyes, and her gaze immediately darted from his chest to a spot somewhat lower, then sprang back up to his face. He allowed himself a tiny smile. So you're in my bedroom because of Wick? It's not like I would come in here otherwise. He took half a step closer, noting the tiny flutter of her hands and the rising color in her cheeks. Of course not, he agreed. It's so funny what dogs will do. Wick is so proud of himself you'd think he'd never seen a baseball cap before. She was babbling incoherently now. I certainly don't wear them, he said. Come to think of it, Allie doesn't either. She took a step back, her eyes flicking from his towel to his face. I swear I never come in here. I just assume all my clients have cameras on me all the time. I'd never touch anything of yours, except maybe the kitchen and the laundry, but you said that was okay. She licked her lips, taking another awkward step back as she spoke. Absolutely okay. He moved his hand to the knot holding his towel together, just to see what she would do. Her eyes, those big round windows to everything she felt, widened, and then she blushed a deeper shade of red. It was remarkable. She had no poker face, literally none. I guess I'd better let you get dressed then, she said, inching toward the kitchen, chest rising and falling unevenly. She wanted him. As plain as the heat in her face and the rise and fall of her breath, she wanted him. He stole a look at her lips right as she licked them again, the flash of her pink tongue sending an electric current right to his groin. And then he was undone. Because the truth was that she wasn't the only one wanting. He wanted to taste her lips and explore her enticing mouth. He wanted to slide his hand under her shirt and let his fingers touch the delicate skin of her belly. He wanted to press her against the wall and let his body ride against hers. And judging by the way her nipples had appeared against the thin fabric of her sweater, she wanted it too. Mason. Her voice was somewhere between a warning and a sigh. Did you leave anything else in here? He said huskily. Anything I can help you find? She shook her head, wordless. I think I should go. He shrugged.
If you say so.
With a wicked smile, he loosened the knot on his towel and let it slip down an inch.
But let me know if you want to stay.
Her gaze shot to his waist and then lower, where his body was helpfully demonstrating his enjoyment of the moment. With a tiny moan, she fled out the door and down the hall. He smiled and turned back to his closet. Not a good idea? They'd see about that. Chapter 6. For the next week, Tess rode the elevator to Mason's apartment every morning in a fog of dizzy awareness, taking repeated deep breaths and reminding herself how she wasn't going to sleep with him. He was her boss, after all, and she needed this job. And how incredibly weird would it be to sleep with him and then have him pay her $400 a day? She answered her own question. Very, very weird. No, one thing was absolutely clear. She could not sleep with Mason Coleman. But maybe we could sleep with him in a couple of weeks, when the job's done? Her lady parts asked hopefully. We will talk about that later, her rational mind replied. Much, much later. He met her each morning with a cup of coffee. They made small talk about what they planned to do that day as she unloaded her bags. His day usually involved meetings. Hers involved lots of studying in between her dog walking. In the evening, he came home and walked Wick with her, supposedly because he wanted to learn how to train him. And Wick was definitely improving. They were still tapering him off the meds, but he was already needing to go out less and enjoying it more when he did. He wasn't barking anymore to be let out and was slowly learning to heel. Though she resisted admitting it even to herself, she'd come to love their evening walks. Each day she saw a new piece of Mason, and she found herself sharing another piece of herself. He asked her about classes, the dogs she walked, and her job at the vet clinic. When she retaliated with her own 20 questions about his life, he told her about his latest clients, stories about when he and Connor and Nate were in college together, and what a screw-up his little sister was. It was altogether too damn comfortable. Except, of course, for the part where he'd touch her arm, and every part of her body would be instantly filled with longing. That wasn't comfortable at all. She found herself staring at his lips when he talked, and then she'd look away and blush, because he always seemed to know exactly when she'd lose track of their conversation. And his lips would twitch with humor and something else, something far more dangerous. The worst part was, she didn't even know how much of it was real and how much was part of some grand seduction. And she wasn't sure if he knew either. On Saturday, he asked her to stay late because he had a charity event to attend. She endured seeing him come home from the gym in his sweaty t-shirt and then had to survive the sound of the shower and him in his bedroom just afterward. The memory of him wearing nothing but a towel almost made her whimper in remembered delight. When he came out a short time later wearing a tuxedo, she choked on her sip of diet soda. "You okay?" he asked, as he gathered his keys and phone. God help her. She'd seen a man in a suit before, but having dropped out well before prom, she'd never seen a formal tuxedo in the flesh. Her body turned to goo, at least the lower part of her body. The upper part coughed and struggled for breath, because of course she'd make a fool of herself when he looked like a magazine cover. Of course she would. His tuxedo jacket followed precisely along the lines of his shoulders and narrow waist. His shirt was crisp white, shoes a shiny black, and there was a line of white cuff at the edge of his sleeve just the way she'd seen it in red carpet pictures. To top it all off, he had paired the traditional jacket with a skinny black tie, so he looked somehow both formal and like he knew it was all for show and refused to take himself too seriously. Tess pushed back from the dining room table so she could cough more effectively. Not fair. The man should not be able to take just 20 minutes to shave and shower and put on a suit and look like that. Like every woman's fantasy. "Fine," she wheezed. "Just got some down the wrong pipe." He walked over and took her hands and pulled her to standing. Her heart jolted because up close, he wasn't just a mouth-watering picture of sinfully sexy masculine grace. He also smelled good. Musky and spicy with a hint of, "I know you want me," just for fun. He raised her hands over her head. "I read somewhere that you're supposed to do this when you're choking." Tess wanted to protest. She really did. But somehow, once he touched her, she lost the ability to put together coherent words. At least she stopped coughing. "Surprisingly effective," he murmured. Deftly, he captured both her wrists in one hand and slid the other down her spine, pausing at her lower back and resting on the waistband of her jeans. "You aren't feeling dizzy, are you?" She shook her head, unable to speak. "I wonder if I can think up any other doctor moves while I have you here," he mused, glancing from her lips to the top of her chest. "Maybe some kind of exam, just to make sure you're all right." "Don't look in his eyes," she counseled herself, forcing her gaze instead to the sheen of his black silk tie. "Just imagine he's Kaa from the Jungle Book, and you're Mowgli." Her breath rose in her chest. That was when she noticed that having her hands above her head elevated her breasts and put them within one deep breath of touching him. And he'd noticed it too, the bastard. As she sucked in a lungful of air, he watched appreciatively, a smile playing around the corners of his mouth. She jerked her hands from his grasp, but instead of pushing away, she found herself holding onto his shoulders, the material of his suit smooth and cool under her fingertips. "Let me know if you start to feel lightheaded." He lowered his head, his breath touching her cheek. Her fingers tightened as she struggled to breathe. "I'm sure I can help with that, too." "Mason, what are you doing?" When the words emerged, they were husky and altogether too welcoming. He moved in closer, settling his hands around her waist. She wore her usual t-shirt, which now felt shockingly thin and flimsy, the heat of him burning through the soft cotton fabric. A heartbeat throbbed in her stomach. "I'm checking your breathing," he said, "making sure everything is in working order before I go." He paused. His eyes found hers. She felt him wait for her to protest, to pull away. When she did not, he moved closer, lower. Her heart began to race, the rush of sensation almost dizzying in intensity. She felt them poised at the edge of a precipice, a chasm in front of her promising nothing but a long tumble into the unknown. Then it happened. His lips found a spot just below the curve of her jaw. A single kiss, light as a feather along her heated skin. So light, she wasn't sure if it had really happened or if she'd just imagined it. Then he straightened. "All clear," he whispered. And then, before she could react or find her voice to speak, he turned and headed for the door. The next day, Tess spent 6 hours at the apartment complex trimming bushes, mowing grass, and leaf blowing until her arm was shaking. She tried to use her time to think about organic chemistry instead of her boss's truly remarkable butt. When that didn't work, she pictured all the Google images she'd seen of him and his revolving door of dates. That was a slightly more effective strategy. But somehow her mind kept returning to the day she'd been in his bedroom, getting her hat, and he'd emerged from the shower with that glorious male chest on full display. Then she thought about the fat check she'd just received from her first week of work and reminded herself that smart employees who wanted to keep their jobs didn't sleep with the boss. That worked. Mostly. By Tuesday morning, she'd pretty much convinced herself the magical moment had never happened, and she and Mason had just had some kind of weird chemistry that they were never, ever going to act on. She knew he liked it when she teased him. She got the feeling not very many people did. And he probably just went into autopilot when he was with a woman and couldn't help but try to seduce her. But something had changed between them. Some extra warmth when they came too close in the hallway. Some light in his eyes that she tried to ignore but left a delicious shiver deep in her belly. Something she tried but could not completely ignore. When she arrived at his place, Mason was scrolling through something on his phone as he met her at the door with her coffee. She got the same little surge of pleasure she always did when she first saw him in the morning, and tried not to blush when he looked up from his phone and did a visible double-take at her appearance. "Shut up," she warned. "It's supposed to be warm today, and I have a full roster of clients to walk."
"So you do have legs underneath all that denim,"
he murmured.
"And attractive ones, too. Well played, Tess."
She grabbed the coffee and stuck out her tongue, trying not to be ridiculously pleased at his reaction to her outfit. "They're just shorts, Casanova, and legs. Pretty sure you've seen them before."
"I prefer Heartbreaker," he reminded her. "And those aren't just shorts. Those are a work of art."
She ignored him and continued into the apartment. Wick greeted her with a massive yawn and a shake of his giant head. "We'll go out first thing," she promised him. He followed her into the dining area where she plugged in her laptop and set it on the table. She left her bag by a chair and headed back to the kitchen.
"You can stay until 9 tonight, right?"
Mason asked.
"I've got a dinner to attend."
"Yep." She concentrated on unloading her leftovers into the refrigerator, trying not to think about how his pants hugged his butt as he turned to the windows. "Stop buying me expensive yogurt," she called. When she saw that he'd purchased another pint of the organic Greek yogurt she would never have spent the money to buy for herself.
"Mrs. Walsh said you liked that one better than the generic."
"Beatrice is a traitor," she called back. An almost empty cup of coffee sat on the counter. "Do you want me to pour you a fresh cup?" He turned and nodded just as the phone in his hands started to ring.
"Mason here,"
he said, turning away again. She refilled his coffee. Feeling only slightly uncomfortable at their strange picture of domesticity, she added a little half and half and walked over to hand it to him.
"They want to do what?"
Mason snapped into the phone. She froze in surprise. He was usually so calm and easygoing. It was surprising to hear the open anger in his voice. Carefully, she backed up into the kitchen and set his cup on the counter.
"They won't do lunch,"
he said a moment later.
"You're sure?"
Tess picked up her own coffee and took a sip. It was rich and dark, but not bitter. Never bitter. Even Mason's coffee was perfect, damn it.
"Fine. Tell them we will meet them there at 1.
He jabbed at the screen and shoved the phone into his pocket, then stalked into the kitchen, muttering obscenities under his breath. Bad news?
"You and Wick need to meet me at St. Mary's Dog Park at noon."
She knit her brows in surprise. "What? You want to go for a walk in the middle of the day? At St. Mary's? That's like an hour from here."
"My firm has been considering a significant investment in these college kids who invented a new fuel cell. Thanks to Wick."
He glared at the dog.
"I had to cancel lunch with them last week. We've been trying to reschedule ever since, and when my assistant got them on the phone this morning, they told her they have dogs too, and now they want to get them all together for a play date."
"Isn't that a little weird?" she asked uneasily, imagining Wick at a dog park. He was getting better, but he still wasn't entirely predictable with other dogs. Why do they want to meet at a dog park?
They're 22-year-old engineers with genius IQs and not a lot of social skills. They probably speak dog better than they do human.
Hey, what are you trying to say about dog people? He rolled his eyes.
I'm not talking about you, of course. Your social skills are highly advanced.
She snorted. That sounded very sincere. I feel much better now.
You have business cards, he pointed out, and a vest. I'm pretty sure that gives you a leg up on these kids.
Even more reassuring. At any rate, I hate to say it, but it's not a good idea. Wick's not well socialized around other dogs. I know he seems fine, but he could take out a chihuahua by tripping over it. I hadn't planned to take him out to a dog park for another week or so. Not until I know I can trust him.
We'll keep him on the leash,
Mason said.
Allie told me he goes to a park near her all the time and runs around with other dogs. Or used to before he got hurt.
It might be fine or it might not. He still lunges at other dogs when we're on the leash. Do you really want to take the risk of him hurting another dog?
I'll hold on to him.
Mason ran his fingers through his thick hair, mussing the tawny strands in a way that made Tess long to straighten them.
We don't really have any other options. Not if we want this technology. And believe me, we really want it. Or at least, my partners do.
Tess cocked her head. But you don't? He sighed.
I'm not sure. These guys are way too young to be sitting on a gold mine. I know I'm not the only one whispering to them about making millions of dollars, and that can do weird things to a kid's head. It will actually be good to see them in a different sort of setting than a regular meeting. I can tell a lot about how people will be in business by getting to know them personally.
Tess bit her lip, thinking hard. They don't know what kind of dog he is, do they?
What do you mean?
I mean, did you tell them he's a mastiff?
No,
he said.
I just said he's my sister's dog. I didn't specify the breed.
She thought through the options. What if we brought some other dog, one we trust, and pretended it's your sister's? He squinted at her.
I guess it might work. What dog would we bring?
I could run home and get Astro. Mason winced.
Your little white thing? Really?
Yes, really. You have a better idea?
It's just...
He trailed off with a grimace.
She's so small, Tess. And so fluffy.
He glanced back at Wick.
You sure the old man can't do it? He seems to be doing well with his training.
She laughed, unable to help herself. They know it's not your dog. I think you'll survive the indignity. He sighed.
The things I do for my job.
You poor man, she teased. I can see how even being associated with a little white dog could damage your reputation. You wouldn't want pictures of you and Astro getting out. People might draw the wrong conclusions. Or worse, your new lady friend might see them.
What new lady friend?
She tried to play it offhand, like she hadn't been dying to ask him ever since his date. You know, the one you went out with on Tuesday. He turned his golden eyes on her. He'd shaken off his earlier annoyance, and a smile now played at the corner of his mouth.
You could have just asked, you know.
Asked what? She turned away, grabbing the cream from the counter and adding another splash to her coffee, even though it was already perfect.
Whether I'm seeing her again.
She focused on her cup. Why would I want to know that? When she looked up, he was studying her with a knowing gaze.
The answer is no. The whole date was a disaster, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. He grinned.
I'm not. The bad news is, I did have to listen to her talk for at least an hour about her treatment of patients with gout and why some people have naturally high levels of uric acid. But the good news is, I was able to get through the evening without her figuring out why I never called her by her name.
Why you never... Wait, why in the world didn't you call her by her name?
It's a long story, but you've got nothing to be jealous of. Don't worry.
The heated look that followed caught her by surprise, and Tess felt her bones melt into honey. I didn't...
Whatever you say. I think one of us should go with you.
Nate looked irritated. Then again, Nate always looked irritated, so Mason didn't put much stock in that.
That dog of yours is a menace. It would be very bad for business if your giant beast attacked our new partners.
I've got a dog, Mason's friend and attorney Luke Alexander offered with a cocky grin. I could go. They sat around the conference table in the Levend offices, a quick 10-minute walk from Mason's apartment. This morning, Nate, Mason, and Connor were meeting with their legal team, a group of 3 lawyers who'd been by their side from the beginning of the firm. Luke Alexander had been the one to bring them together. He was about their age and had been only a few years out of law school when they'd met. Hungry enough to offer to work for Levend for half his normal billable rate. Nate, never one to turn down a deal, especially when it came with a degree from Stanford Law School, accepted. In less than 6 months, Luke had started his own firm and brought in 2 partners, with Levend as their primary client. Mason had always liked Luke. The lawyer had taken the 4 of them rock climbing, mountain biking, and kayaking, and they always had a good time. Though Luke's need for adrenaline drove him to take risks none of the rest of them fully understood.
Calla has a dog,
Rafe said.
I'm sure I could borrow it.
Mason rolled his eyes.
You broke up with Calla 2 weeks ago.
Rafe gave a shrug that managed to combine regret and relief at the same time.
Oh, right. I forgot.
Dark and lean with black hair that brushed the edge of his collar, Rafe was all romance and limpid eyes until he was negotiating across the table from an unsuspecting adversary. Then, and only then, he'd reveal the steel underneath his easy exterior.
How could you forget Calla?
Luke asked incredulously. The men around the table nodded, sighing with pleasure at the memory of the woman. Rafe had dated Calla, a stacked redhead, for almost 6 months. With her nonstop curves and blatant sensuality, she was the sort of woman no one forgot quickly.
I didn't say I forgot her,
Rafe pointed out.
I just forgot that we broke up.
Unlike Mason, Rafe was an avowed romantic, falling head over heels for one woman after another, pledging his eternal love and devotion to each before falling back out of love a few months later.
I still don't understand how you could let her go,
Luke said with a shake of his head.
She was a yoga instructor. She could do splits.
Connor nodded thoughtfully.
She was into mindfulness, definitely lived in the moment. I appreciate that in a woman.
I'm sorry, did I wander into a frat house? Zoe Riva, the lone woman on their team, asked with disgust. And here I thought this was a business meeting. Nate rolled his eyes.
You know us better than that, Zoe. There's a combined maturity of about 18 years, combined around this table.
If you'd like to talk about your sexcapades, we are prepared to listen, Luke offered helpfully. All eyes turned to Zoe. Just a little over 5 feet tall, Zoe made up in fire, brains, and curves what she lacked in height. Men usually underestimated her the first time they met, but rarely the second time. The second time, they were usually losing to her in court. Luke, darling, she drawled. We've been over this before. You can't handle that kind of knowledge. She wagged her finger around the table at the other men. And neither could any of the rest of you. So could we possibly get back to work?
I, for one, suggest we resume harassing Mason,
Nate said. Zoe's penetrating gaze turned to Mason. Fine. Now the fuel cell boys want to meet your dog, right? What's the big deal? Mason continued pacing at the front of the room. He glanced at the PowerPoint slide illuminated on the screen, a spreadsheet with a market analysis and expected return on the investment in the fuel cell company. He knew the data inside and out. He'd put the damn chart together after all. But something still bothered him. Something that wasn't represented in the numbers.
I know we've worked with a lot of characters,
he said.
But these kids, I just don't trust them. We're talking about giving them $2 million and spending who knows how much to have our overpaid lawyers figure out their patent issues. I, for one, think we're worth every penny, Luke chimed in. Mason scowled at him. I just don't like the suggestion that a deal of this size is based on whether or not they like my dog. The whole thing doesn't feel right. You like the tech, right? Nate asked Connor. Connor shrugged. We don't know what it would look like to scale, of course. We'd never seen commercialization of this technology. But what I've seen is impressive. Could have huge market potential for corporate fleets. And the engineering is sound. I think we should go for it. You'll lawyer the hell out of the deal? Nate asked the trio on the other side of the table. Mason clenched his jaw. What was going on here? Zoe raised herself to her full, albeit limited, height. This is what we do, Nate. We can't make any promises on the return of your investment. But you won't get out-lawyered. I can guarantee that. She smiled, an almost feral gleam in her eye. And there will be hell to pay if they try. Nate turned back to Mason. Unless you've got something concrete, I think we should proceed. The numbers are too good to pass up. Tension hung over the room. The lawyers said nothing. This wasn't their call. But Mason knew they had to be surprised. To his recollection, he and Nate had never disagreed publicly on a deal of this size. Privately? All the time. But they usually worked out their differences without the lawyers present. Everyone looked at Mason, waiting for his response. He let a few beats pass, wishing he had something specific he could describe, some flaw in the numbers or the deal to get Nate off his case. But he had nothing, other than a bad feeling in his gut. In the past, that would have been enough. But things felt different now, and he didn't know why. Nate was giving him a steely-eyed, don't-be-stupid look, and Connor was glancing from the computer screen back to Mason's face with a look of incredulity. Their reactions cemented the irritation and doubt crawling under Mason's skin. Fuck it. If they didn't trust his instincts, how could he? If you're both in favor, I won't object. Good. Nate gave a sharp nod, as if he'd never doubted the outcome. Mason gritted his teeth. So what's the plan for the dog park? Connor asked. He turned to Luke. You still want to go? Mason scowled. I can handle this on my own. Nate shook his head. I'm sure you can handle these kids, but are you sure you can handle the dog? They doubted whether he could handle a damn dog now? He's coming along really well, actually. Mason was amazed to hear himself defending the creature he'd once hoped his dog sitter would kidnap. But we're going to use Tess's dog anyway, just to be on the safe side. The mere mention of her name was enough to warm his blood and momentarily distract him from his annoyance with everyone in the room. He wasn't even sure what was happening between them. Was he just trying to get her into bed? Or were they becoming friends? Why had he kissed her if it was the latter? And why hadn't he kissed her again if it were the former? Tess? Zoe lifted an eyebrow. Who's Tess? Where is she on the 4-date scale? You've got to be kidding me, Mason said. You too? I'm just curious, Zoe said. You brought her up. She's my dog sitter, and I do not have a 4-date rule. Rafe inclined his head. Of course you do. Mason dragged a hand through his hair. Why is everyone so obsessed with who I date? It's just inspirational, Luke said. You're the master, and we're all taking notes. There were nods around the table. Connor did a little back-of-the-envelope analysis, Nate said with a smirk. Average of 4 dates with a standard deviation of 1 date. But our data wasn't collected in real time, so there may be flaws in our analysis. You all need a new hobby. Zoe leaned back in her chair. I can't imagine why. So back to Tess. Where is she at again?
First date? Second? Connor adjusted his dark-rimmed glasses.
I assume as an independent contractor, she's not subject to the 4-date rule.
He turned to Mason.
She's not, is she?
When Mason just glared at him mutinously, Connor hastily added,
Never mind, of course she's not. I will go to the dog park and meet the fuel cell boys,
Mason said, biting out each word.
I will bring Tess's dog, and none of you are invited to join me. Are we clear?
The room was quiet. There were nods around the table, and then a pause. Finally, Nate raised his hand.
Can I say something?
Mason closed his eyes and prayed for patience. When he opened them again, everyone was staring at him.
Of course.
Nate nodded sagely.
You're hot when you're mad.
He looked at Zoe.
Am I right?
Zoe nodded. Absolutely. Smokin'. Mason slumped into a chair and laid his head down on the table in defeat. It was going to be a long day. Chapter 7. Tess arrived a few minutes early at the dog park with Astro, but when she walked through the gate of the large fenced-in area, Mason was already there, pacing and looking at his watch. Nervous much? She asked as she walked up behind him. Rather than answering, he crouched down next to Astro, who was trotting along behind Tess with her usual proud air.
You are the most ridiculous creature I have ever seen,
he crooned softly, scratching her behind the ear. Astro, with her minimal grasp of the English language, leaned her head into his hand in a gesture of surrender. She wasn't the sort of dog to roll over and let just anyone have access to her belly, especially in a dog park, where she was on guard. But her tail did begin to plume behind her in a sweet wave. Tess crouched beside him and unhooked Astro's leash. Never believe a word he says, sweetheart. He's one of those men. You know, the ones we talked about. Blinking her dark eyes, Astro glanced only briefly at Tess before leaning even farther into Mason's hand. Tess sighed in disgust. We've talked about this many times. She simply doesn't understand the importance of making a man work for it. Mason caught Tess with his hazel eyes, and she shivered at the heat he directed at her.
I don't imagine you make the same mistake.
She stood and wiped her hands on her shorts before shoving them deep into her pockets. My track record isn't great, but I've been on a good run the last few years.
He must have been a real asshole,
Mason observed, turning his attention back to Astro. You can't begin to imagine, she said cheerfully. But really, it was my fault. I should have known better.
Better than what?
Better than to trust someone. It was out before she could stop herself, and she could feel when Mason's gaze locked on her. With some people, you could let a personal detail slip, and they never really noticed. Not Mason. He seemed to have some sixth sense for when she was saying something important and when she was joking. It was unnerving.
Sometimes trust is a good thing.
Not in my experience. She shrugged nervously and looked around the grassy area for some distraction, but the only other person was an older woman throwing a ball for a golden retriever. So tell me again why this meeting is so important, she asked, hoping to change the subject.
We're considering giving these kids $2 million.
Tess sucked in a breath. Seriously? That's a lot of money. He ran his fingers through his hair and gave a rueful laugh.
You're telling me.
She eyed him shrewdly. You still don't like the idea, but you're going forward anyway? Why? He glanced around, as if to make sure the fuel cell guys hadn't arrived while they weren't looking.
My partners are really set on it, and I don't have any specific concerns. It's just a feeling. Maybe today will help. I just need to get to know them a little better.
As if to mark his words, a couple of young men stopped at the gated entrance to the park. They had 2 dogs with them. One was shorter and stocky, with a thick coat and a ruff of light brown hair circling his face like a mane. The other was a tall mixed breed that looked like it was part German Shepherd, part Lab, and probably a little bit of everything else. The dogs were both straining at the ends of their leashes. The Shepherd mix was barking excitedly. "Oh boy," Tess muttered under her breath. "I can't believe it. Are those your guys?" Mason shot her a look.
Yeah? What? Do you know them?
"Not them, they're dogs. I've seen them before when I was walking one of my other clients. They were total menaces, ran around the whole time like a couple of bullies terrorizing the other dogs until the chow got tired."
Chow?
"The light brown one. The breed is called a chow chow. Very distinctive and not very friendly. Luckily, also not a fan of excessive running."
Are you sure they were the same dogs?
She nodded. "I make a point of keeping track of the nasty ones so I can avoid them in the future." Mason sighed. "I was afraid of that." He glanced down at Astro, who was staring at the new dogs as they made their way through the gate.
Should we leave?
She glanced at him in surprise. "We can't do that. What about your meeting?" Lines of tension cut around his mouth, but he managed a smile.
I could tell them Astro's come down with a case of rabies. Surely then they'd give up the whole dog park thing.
"I don't want to screw things up for you," she said quietly.
This meeting is about dollars. Astro is worth more than that.
He looked at her without even a hint of kidding, and she realized in a rush that in that moment she was seeing the real Mason. The guy underneath the charm and the easy humor. Someone who was genuinely worried about her and her dog. Her heart melted. "No, it's okay. She glanced at Astro, who had gone stiff-legged as the owners bent to remove their leashes, and then the 2 larger dogs started sprinting in their direction.
Astro!
Mason snapped, crouching down before Tess could react. Without a word, her tiny ball of fluff sprinted right for Mason and leaped into his outstretched arms. In just a few seconds, she was settled in the cradle of his elbow, rough up and bristling. Tess gaped. When had Mason appointed himself Astro's protector? Not wanting to think about the way her heart lurched at the sight, Tess turned back to the dogs heading their way. They hadn't hurt anyone the last time she'd been here, just made a big show of barking, growling, and snapping. Still, it was smart to be vigilant, especially when, as she recalled, their owners had little to no control over them. There could always be a fight if the combination of dogs was right, or wrong for that matter. People didn't realize that some dogs just set each other off, like some people. The black dog reached them first. He was more energy than aggression, jumping on Tess first, then sniffing at Mason and the now snarling bundle in his arms. The chow arrived next, rough up. It halted about 10 feet away, and Tess could swear she saw its eyes narrow like a hyena as it assessed the prey in Mason's arms. "Don't even think about it," she warned the dog. It glanced at her for just a moment before continuing slowly toward Mason with an air of casual violence. As it approached, it dropped its head and growled quietly. Behind the dog, the 2 young men hurried toward them, yelling, "Alistair, Sadie!" Neither dog paid any attention. Tess moved so she was standing in front of Mason and Astro. "You stay off," she said, making her voice deep and stern. "Off." The chow looked up at her for a minute, cocking its head as if considering the command, and then lowered it again and stalked a foot closer. Out of the corner of her eye, Tess caught a glimpse of Mason shoving the black dog off with a foot. The concerned owners finally got close enough for Tess to make out their features. On the left, A lanky redhead wore a pair of jeans and a t-shirt that read, "The struggle is real," below a mostly unshaded Wi-Fi symbol. The one on the right was short, with unkempt black hair falling into his eyes, wire-rimmed glasses, and a plaid shirt falling untucked over a pair of khaki shorts. "Hey, Sadie! Fetch!" the redhead called. He extended a long plastic throwing gadget and tossed a tennis ball across the field. The black dog tore off after it. The chow did not move.
"Alistair, be nice,"
Plaid Shirt warned. The dog paid him no attention, and with a little shrug, he turned to Mason.
"He's very sweet with other dogs. You can put yours down, don't worry."
Mason gave Astro's ears one final pat and then walked over to the younger man with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes.
"That's okay. She gets a little nervous sometimes. I don't mind holding her. You must be Elijah."
He held out his other hand.
"I'm Mason. Nice to finally meet you in person."
Tess was relieved to see that he made no sign of putting Astro down. She moved closer to him and said under her breath, "I can take her."
"No, it's okay. Elijah, this is my friend Tess. She's a bit of a dog whisperer, and she's helping me train Astro here."
Tess shook the young man's hand, keeping an eye on the lion-maned dog a few feet away. The Wi-Fi t-shirt guy waved from where he was standing a few feet away.
"I'm Henry. I'll just try to tire Sadie out a little. She gets so excited when we come here."
Tess hid a smile when she noticed that the black dog had lost any interest in fetching her ball and was now barking and chasing the ball of the other dog in the field.
"A dog whisperer, huh?"
Elijah nodded in approval.
"That's cool. I'm kind of like that myself. My friends are always asking for my help with their dogs."
"Is that right? Huh." Tess restrained the urge to vomit all over his ridiculous claim. "So where did you get Alistair? Is he a full-bred chow?" Elijah, clearly delighted at the question, launched into a 15-minute soliloquy about his dog, including pictures, a discussion of his sire and dam, and the history of the breed, which included guarding temples in China. Meanwhile, the creature in question sat near his owner, keeping close tabs on Astro, who was keeping close tabs right back. Though he didn't need much prompting, Tess watched from there as Mason skillfully drew Elijah out further, asking subtle questions about his family, school, the technology he and Henry had devised, and their plans for the future. In a short time, a picture emerged of a cocky, self-centered young man who was enjoying being courted by various investors and seemed to have little real concern for anyone or anything other than himself and his dog. Though Tess appreciated his devotion to his pet, she would have preferred that devotion to come with more training and less spoiling. Just like children, dogs didn't do well without limits. Worse, dogs without limits came with sharp teeth and the potential to use them. They talked a little about contracts and deals, but Tess tuned it out as much as possible. Elijah seemed to think Mason should be begging him to let his firm give them millions of dollars, and she knew she was going to say something snarky if she wasn't careful. Henry, the other half of the pair, was marginally better. Once he'd exhausted Sadie enough to be able to walk back over to them, he joined their small group in the middle of the field, still throwing the tennis ball occasionally and retrieving it when his dog lost interest. While both young men seemed certain they were destined for greatness, Henry was at least aware of social niceties, asking a few questions of Tess and Mason in between talking about himself. They stayed for about an hour and were just preparing to leave the field when it happened. As Mason turned to shake hands goodbye with Henry, Sadie, the big black dog, slammed into his knees as she darted after a new dog that had just entered the field. Mason stumbled, off balance for a moment, and almost tipped Astro out of his arms. The little white dog yipped and scrambled for purchase, and Alistair, who hadn't taken his gaze off Astro for a moment since he'd entered the field, lunged toward her with silent snap of the jaws. No! A painful rush of adrenaline sent her heart racing as Tess dove toward Alistair. Luckily, Mason recovered quickly, looking like the quarterback he'd been as he steadied his passenger in the crook of one arm while raising his other arm as a shield. Alistair's teeth closed on his sleeve just as Tess grabbed the chow from behind, catching hold of his collar and jerking him back. She straddled him, inching the snarling dog backward as Mason regained his footing and moved out of his reach.
Alistair!
Elijah approached from the side, grabbing the dog's collar away from Tess. Apparently satisfied with the damage he'd done, Alistair did not protest as Elijah clipped on his leash and led him several feet away. In a voice somewhere between scolding and praising, Elijah said,
"You're supposed to be nice to our friends, Alistair. They don't know you're just playing."
Alistair sat and yawned, giving them a good look at his enormous blue-black tongue. Tess felt a familiar surge of anger that she reserved for precisely these situations. Her heart raced, adrenaline surging through her veins. Even though she'd seen dogs do this before, striking out with a warning but not pursuing it further, it was still frightening and maddening.
"Dogs sure are unpredictable,"
Elijah said, shaking his head with a smile.
"That's part of what I love about them, you know? They're really their own creatures. We just get to walk beside them."
Tess realized then that he was proud of the dog. Proud. It sickened her. Mason apparently felt the same way. His mouth gaped open in disbelief. Elijah, apparently sensing their horror, turned faintly disapproving.
"I'm surprised you didn't tell him that he really shouldn't be holding his dog like that,"
he said to Tess.
"It just makes other dogs more aggressive."
Mason stared at the younger man, then looked down at his shirt, which now had a rip in the fabric near the cuff where the dog had bitten him.
"What did you say?"
he asked, voice chillingly soft. Elijah raised his voice defensively.
"Honestly, you shouldn't even bring your dog to a park if it isn't socialized enough to be with the other dogs."
Tess felt her head silently explode. "You're absolutely right," she snapped. "Astro is clearly the danger here, all 5 pounds of her."
"You shouldn't grab someone else's dog either,"
Elijah continued. "I shouldn't." Tess felt her face go hot, and she genuinely had to restrain herself from stepping forward and punching the condescending ass right in the face. "I shouldn't grab your dog? When he's biting someone?" Mason stepped between them, handing Astro to Tess while keeping his eyes on Alistair.
"Would you mind running her home for me?"
Mason asked.
"And then we can catch up at my place later."
He turned to Elijah with a deceptively soft voice.
"I think we've got a few things we need to discuss before I go."
Chapter 8. When Mason got back to his apartment an hour later, still buzzing with leftover fury from the incident at the dog park, Tess was standing at the bar in the kitchen, typing on her computer, her hair falling over the dark rims of her glasses. He knew she had 2 papers due at the end of the week and wasn't sleeping nearly enough. He also knew that she would never admit how tired she was or how hard she was working. The shorts she wore today exposed her lithe limbs, slim calves, and ankles. They also illustrated the curve of her backside, which looked like it would fit perfectly in his hands. The soft material of her shirt clung to her breasts, which were also made to be held. Everything about her, he realized for the 100th time, was made to be touched, held, stroked. Despite all her attempts to stay hidden, he had a clearer picture of what lay beneath her disguise every day. She couldn't hide the full breasts that pressed against her t-shirt. He'd touched her waist and knew the lines of her sweet curves, could imagine how his hands would lie across her stomach. He'd given in to temptation and kissed the delicate skin of her jaw and knew she smelled like strawberries and felt like silk. Astro, who was sitting on the counter next to her computer, stood and wagged her tiny tail. "I didn't want to drive back and forth 2 more times," Tess said, sounding apologetic. "I figured I could separate them if I had to, but once I got them together, Wick decided he was too lazy to care." As if in confirmation of this fact, the large brown lump on the couch rolled off and made his lazy way toward Mason, the equivalent of a doggy's smile on his drooling face. "I just put her up here because I didn't want to have to worry about him stepping on her." He petted Astro's silky white ears instead, and the tiny dog sat and took in the attention as if she knew it was her due. "Makes sense to me," he said, wishing he could shake off his frustration as easily as Astro seemed to have. "I'm sorry things went so badly. Are you still going to work with them? I hope Astro and I didn't screw it up for you."
Are you kidding? After that display?
He shook his head in disgust.
I told Elijah our conversations were over, and then went back to the office and told my partners what happened. We're done with them.
A play of emotions washed over her gamine face. Relief. A flash of respect. As long as you're okay with it. He didn't tell her how sick and furious he'd felt as he drove back to the office. When that damn dog had lunged at Astro, he'd been angrier than he'd been in years. It shouldn't have come as a surprise. He'd had his suspicions about Elijah from the beginning. The way he handled his dog had only confirmed his fears. Elijah cared about nothing other than himself, his image, and his bank account. He was the sort of person Mason and his partners refused to deal with. The sort of person to whom he never should have exposed Tess or Astro. The sort of person he should have walked away from long before today. The confirmation of Elijah's lack of judgment had come when his dog sliced through Mason's cuff. But the confirmation of Mason's business instincts had come when Elijah admitted, as they'd stood and talked on the field while Elijah's dog surveyed Astro like a tiny hors d'oeuvre, that he'd already signed a memorandum of understanding with a rival firm. The way he described it, the ink wasn't dry, and the deal wasn't really enforceable. He'd suggested he could walk away from the commitment if Mason offered enough money.
Go ahead and make an offer,
he'd said with a sly smile.
Maybe you can steal us back.
Mason had no idea if the kid was legally bound or not, but Elijah's lack of ethics turned his stomach. Elijah would follow the money and make whatever deal he thought served him best, regardless of whether he'd made a promise to someone else. His assumption that Mason would try to interfere with an existing contract was beyond insulting. Whether or not it was illegal, it was definitely dirty, and Mason and his firm didn't play dirty games. "How did your partners take it?" Tess asked. "Weren't they the ones who were really into it before?" Mason leaned against the counter next to her. The receding anger and adrenaline had left him edgy and restless, and for some reason, the entire way back home, all he could think about was Tess. The way she'd jumped on that damn dog and wrestled it back from him like some kind of avenging angel. The way her eyes flashed when she was angry. The way her hands trembled when he got too close to her.
They were, but I could have fought harder,
he said, forcing himself to respond to her words.
I should have.
In truth, that was the hardest to take. That was why he'd driven back home still feeling sick to his stomach, why he struggled, even now, to let go of what had happened. Because he knew he'd failed. He hadn't trusted his own instincts, and she could have paid the price. Damn it. He'd let himself be ramrodded by Nate in that meeting. He could have, should have, fought then to drop the company. He'd known the deal was bad, but he hadn't trusted himself enough to fight for it. And now he felt like shit. There had been a time when he'd been more than just a rainmaker. Anyone could find a deal. But he could also assess them, figure out who was a good prospect, who would work hard and be reliable, and who could turn a good idea into a great business. That skill was even more important than getting new clients through the door. But somehow, he'd managed to silence that essential part of himself. How many other times had he ignored his gut? And what did that mean for the person he'd become? She touched his arm. You couldn't have known. The contact was electric. He was painfully aware of every inch of her skin, the smell of her hair, like roses and sunshine, the way her breasts rose and fell with each breath, the way she was the only one lately who seemed to see exactly how hard he was struggling. Energy raced through him. Her touch was lightning, leaving everything behind it hot and needy, yet somehow healed. He caught her hand. He'd told himself to back away from her. He knew she was right, and it would be stupid for them to get involved, especially when he found himself liking her so damn much. And yet, her breath caught. Her eyes widened, startled. She looked down at their joined hands, then back to his face. But she didn't pull away. Mason? I'm sorry. Was he talking to her or himself? He tugged gently on her hand, the motion clearly coming from somewhere other than his rational brain. After the barest of pauses, she rose to her feet, her eyes locked on his. I should have had us leave as soon as you recognized those dogs. The air got hotter, practically sparking with a burst of electric tension. A faint hum sounded behind his ears. He stared at her lips. They were close, so close. She swallowed hard, and he could see the movement, could watch with fascination as her chest rose and fell. He was painfully aware that they were just a foot or two away from being meshed together. With just a small movement of their bodies, she could slide between his legs, and he could feel her against him. The tip of her tongue nervously darted out, touched her full upper lip. It's okay, she said, voice husky. No, it's not. He reached out to catch one of the long, silky strands of hair that was perpetually falling out of her loose ponytail. Without thinking, he tucked it behind her ear, and the feeling of her achingly soft skin was like a shock that ricocheted through him. She didn't speak, but as she exhaled, her body relaxed against his hand. Her chest rose and fell more rapidly with each breath. The anticipation was achingly sweet. He leaned toward her, just an inch, and her body went utterly still. But she didn't pull away. What are you doing? She whispered. I need to kiss you, he said, mesmerized by the warm rose of her mouth. Something had changed between them, and it wasn't just what had happened at the dog park. Some need for her had been released, thrumming a rough beat through his body, and he couldn't imagine how to silence it now. He cupped her jaw in his hand, paused, and watched. Waited. He let his hand trail from the line of her cheek to her neck. He touched the back of her head, let his fingers play over the silky hair at the nape, gently removed her glasses and set them on the counter. I've been wanting to do this forever. He waited for her objection. The only thing that could save them now would be her resolve, but she didn't move away, didn't object. Yes, she finally breathed. Her eyes slid closed, and he fell into her with helpless abandon. God, it was sweet. Her lips were everything he had imagined, soft and full, promising heat and passion, cinnamon and sugar. She was desire and anticipation, and she fit into him like the other half of a puzzle. He touched her tongue with his, felt her body jolt in response. He slid his hand to the back of her neck and drew her closer. She was tentative at first, slowly growing bolder as their kiss grew deeper. The need heightened as they meshed, hot kisses an aching prelude to so much more. Her soft skin beckoned, and he left a trail of kisses from behind her ear down to the hollow at the base of her throat, while his other hand drifted to her back. Heat poured off them. He pushed aside the neckline of her shirt, found the delicate line of her collarbone, and slid his mouth along it. A tiny moan escaped her. His thumb slid over her stomach, and the moan came again. He dove deeper into her mouth, and the need between them escalated, the hum in his ears rising to a higher pitch. "Jesus, Tess," he murmured, his own breathing sounding labored. "You taste so good. So damn good." Her arms joined around the back of his neck, and her breasts pressed against his chest. His hands circled her waist, and without thinking, he lifted her onto the counter. Her legs fell open, and his hunger sharpened as he moved between them. So damn close. He pushed up the thin cotton of her shirt, and the soft lace of her bra was like a revelation. He cupped the weight of one breast, then the other, running his thumbs along her nipples. Her hips jerked, and her legs closed around him. He was lost. She was on fire. Her world had been reduced to the feeling of his lips, his hands, and the length of his body, pressed between her legs. A throbbing, aching need enveloped her. Every inch of her sang at the touch of his lips and his mouth, the pads of his fingers moving across her skin. Dimly, she felt his hands close around her waist, and then, like she was nothing more than a breeze, he lifted her to the counter. Yes, she wanted this. No, she needed this. It had been years since she'd felt this drive and hunger, and her body opened to it with no more thought than a flower opening to the sun. The sweet pressure of him between her legs was so good she almost sobbed in pleasure. When his hands slipped under her shirt, she bucked and moaned. That was when she felt something else on her back. A small, wet nose. Astro. She sat up abruptly, the sexual haze ripped aside. Her gaze darted from Mason to Astro to her own legs, locked around Mason's hips. Sweet Jesus, what had she done? When did this happen? Please tell me this isn't real. Please tell me I didn't practically mount him on the kitchen counter. She pushed him back with the heel of her hand. It took a moment for his eyes to focus, and as they did, she shoved on her glasses and grabbed Astro to her like a shield. That shouldn't have happened. She squirmed out of his embrace and jumped to her feet, her body still flooded with the throbbing, burning memory of the feeling of his lips on hers, of the way she had strained against him and ached for more. Every cell in her body yearned to go back to him, to tumble straight into his arms and give up any inhibition she might have had left. You weren't going to do this. You know better. Damn it, what happened to you? It didn't feel like that. Mason's voice was relaxed, but his golden gaze was anything but. Fiery desire still sparked between them, as palpable as the beating of her heart, the sound of his breath, and the ache that lingered low and intent between her thighs. Explain to me again why this is such a bad idea. You're my boss. We've got a business relationship. Do you normally sleep with your employees? He slouched against the counter, his gaze hard and intent on her face. Not usually, but then again I've never had a dog sitter before, so I don't really have a basis for comparison. Don't you dare make fun of me, she warned, a dose of anger sparking just enough to clear away the last of the sexual cobwebs. Just because I'm not a high-powered corporate person doesn't mean my job isn't important. He set his jaw. Of course it doesn't. And I've got 10 times as much respect for the work you do than most of the corporate types I meet.
But you have to know this thing between us hasn't got anything to do with you working for me.
I'm not sleeping with you, she blurted out, trying to ignore the way his compliment sent a fresh wave of heat through her. No way.
I've never seen someone overthink things so much.
And I've never seen someone so determined to let his libido do all the talking. You don't have to sleep with every woman you meet, Mason.
So you keep saying. Except what's happening between us isn't just coming from me, Tess. If this thing wasn't mutual, it wouldn't be happening, and you know it.
She glared at him, not wanting to admit the truth of his statement. You have no idea how to be with a woman if you aren't seducing her.
I'm not sure if you're more determined to insult me or yourself.
He let out a frustrated breath.
Is it so impossible to believe that I might actually be attracted to you? That I might not be just a complete jerk, but might actually like you? Not just some generic female, but you?
You hardly know me, she pointed out, trying to sound rational. And I'm not exactly a supermodel. What else am I supposed to think?
I think you need to look in the mirror,
he said.
Really look, not just glance up as you shove on those huge glasses or bury yourself in a jacket that's at least 2 sizes too big. And maybe give me the benefit of the doubt for not being a shallow creep?
She started to protest, but he held up his hand and began to tick items off as he spoke.
Here's what I know about you. You're smart, currently pulling A's in all your classes, including your second year of organic chemistry, despite the fact that you're also juggling multiple jobs. You're disciplined, putting yourself through school and saving every penny to do it. You're driven. I'm not sure how many hours of sleep you get a night, but I know it's not enough. You've done it all on your own, ever since your grandmother passed away, and you pinch your pennies so hard they bleed. You're stubborn. You've had horrible relationships in the past, and they've left you as scarred as I've ever seen. But you're a fighter, and you refuse to let that past define you.
How do you know all that? She demanded. She knew she'd fallen into an easy rapport with Mason, but she'd thought she'd kept some of her life private. I never said all those things.
Tess,
he said patiently.
It's not just what you say. It's what you don't say. You fall asleep every time you lie down on the couch. Your car is held together by a shoestring. If your computer were any slower, it would probably be an abacus. You're firm but loving with Wick, and probably 100 times more patient than I could ever be. You've got a temper, but managed not to punch Elijah, which took a lot of willpower.
She allowed herself a tiny snort. Can't argue with that. He walked over to her, taking her hand in his and examining it. He turned it over and held it up to her.
There are calluses on your palm. I don't know which of your jobs you got them from, but I know that you didn't get them from sitting around watching TV.
She thought of the hours she'd spent pruning, raking, and spreading gravel at the apartment complex. But this time, she wasn't giving it up to him so easily. She pulled her hand away and turned to the window. Fine, you're a creepy mind reader and you know a few things about me. And I'm not saying I'm a total dog, okay? She tried to collect her thoughts and put them back on their proper track, which did not include her wrapping herself around his body again. How many women are you friends with that you've never dated? He sighed.
They've established this in the movies, he said. Men and women can't be friends.
She rolled her eyes. Harry and Sally couldn't be friends. That doesn't mean it's impossible.
How many men are you friends with?
He countered. She thought about her neighbor Moses and a handful of other students she'd corresponded with via email, though she'd never met in real life. A few, she said, trying to sound confident. He narrowed his gaze.
Real friends? Like go out for a beer after work friends?
If that's your standard, I'm not sure I have any friends, she said, then immediately regretted it. But we aren't talking about me. What about you?
A few,
he said, sounding no more confident than she had. Name one.
Zoe,
he replied quickly. A coworker? She guessed. What is she? One of the people from your firm?
One of our lawyers.
he admitted. She nodded. You're too smart to get mixed up with someone you'd have to see every day. I'm going to go away in a week or two, so I'm fair game. A coworker is much harder to get rid of.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're trying to prove, but it's true that I don't have a lot of female friends. I assure you, though, Zoe is a real friend, not just my lawyer. She's smart and tough, and you'd love her. I'd be happy to introduce you in case you don't believe me.
She tapped her chin, spinning around slowly as an idea came to her. You know what? That's a great idea. Let's be friends.
What?
He raised a suspicious brow.
You want me to introduce you to Zoe? I'd be happy to, but I'm not sure what that has to do with us.
Not me and Zoe, she said. You and I are going to be friends. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. The attraction between them apparently wasn't going away. If anything, it was just getting hotter. But maybe if she got some distance between them, she could clear her head, regroup, gain enough stamina to make her way through the next couple of weeks without doing something she would regret. I mean, we already are, sort of. But we're going to become better friends. Go out for a beer friends. Friends that don't sleep together.
So the opposite of friends with benefits?
She spread her hands and nodded. Yes.
So how exactly is this going to work then, if I'm not capable of having female friends?
It's going to be a challenge, a growth experience. And by the time this friend thing was done, Tess would be safely back on the other side of the bay, her heart intact. She wasn't going to be one of Mason's many conquests. She wasn't going to fall into his bed like every other woman who passed through his life.
I see,
he said.
You don't trust me, so you want to become friends with me.
For the first time, she caught the hint of irritation behind his easygoing smile.
That makes perfect sense.
She frowned. I'm really not trying to insult you, and I do trust you. Mostly. It was more herself she didn't trust.
Right, of course,
he said with an exaggerated look of seriousness.
And I love this idea, I really do. Nothing I enjoy more than a good challenge.
She pushed her hair back in frustration. Listen, all I'm saying is that we work together. And maybe there's some chemistry between us, but it isn't a good idea to act on it.
Maybe there's some chemistry?
He blew out a breath.
You've really got away with words, don't you?
Okay, she conceded. A lot of chemistry. She didn't understand for a minute why it was there when he was so far out of her league, but she had to admit that it existed.
And despite that, you just want to be friends.
The intensity in his gaze caught her off guard.
Friends are honest with each other, so be honest with me about this. Is this what you really want? To walk away from this?
It took a fraction of a second for her to respond because the moment was so fraught with tension and desire. His gaze was like the touch of his hands, caressing her from the tender skin of her breasts to the curve of her waist. He would not force this, she realized. It was her decision to make. But she would have to make it knowing what she was walking away from. Yes, she said, setting her jaw in determination. That's what I want.
Okay then. Friends it is.
He broke their connection and looked away, and the air whooshed out of her lungs at the loss of it. He pulled his phone from his pocket. After consulting the screen and making a few taps, he looked back toward her.
So, drinks on Saturday?
She knit her brows together in shock. Drinks on Saturday? What are you talking about?
My friends and I go out every couple of weeks for drinks,
he said calmly.
It's already set up. And you can't even tell me you have to study because you have your last midterm that afternoon and all your papers are done until finals, so this is the perfect time to go out and celebrate.
How did you know that? She asked miserably. becoming increasingly resigned to his mind reading.
You told me that on Friday, in between telling me that your favorite food is onion rings and your grandmother's name was Gertrude. You're just going to have to get used to me knowing everything about you. You have your party tricks, and I have mine.
She sighed at her own idiocy. I really told you her name was Gertrude? He nodded solemnly.
And your grandfather's name was Arthur.
I'm not sure drinks are a good idea, she hedged. I may not have to study, but I have a lot of work around the house to catch up on. And laundry, lots of laundry. And why would you want me to go out with your friends anyway?
You wanted me to have a growth experience. You said it would be a good challenge. So I'm returning the favor. When's the last time you went out on a Saturday night?
That's not fair. His eyes gleamed.
If I have to do friends without benefits, then you have to do friends, period. And that includes social activities.
Hanging out with Mason had already been even more dangerous than she had imagined. And becoming friends? That might have been the dumbest idea she'd ever had. Why in the world would she want to become friends with someone who could set her body on fire with a single look? What kind of crazy person agreed to such a thing? Social activities?
Nights out,
he said.
A few hours off from work, maybe even, if you're not careful, some fun.
The challenge in his words was light-hearted, yet inescapable. When had been the last time she'd gone out and had fun on a weekend? Before she'd started school? Before her grandma had passed? Before money had gotten so tight? Fine. She blew out a breath in surrender. But don't expect me to get all pretty and feminine, because that is totally not me, and if we're going to become friends, you'll have to put up with my poor fashion sense and oversized clothes.
A given,
he said with a small bow. I'm not staying out too late, she said, wagging her finger at him. I have too much to do.
Of course.
And absolutely no hanky-panky, she said, as much for herself as for him. She steeled her resolve not to let her pesky, mutinous body get the better of her much more sensible brain. The tawny flecks in his eyes gleamed.
Naturally.
Are you sure you can handle this?
I'm sure I can handle this, Tess. The question is, can you?
Chapter 9. The next morning, Tess made her way reluctantly to Mason's front door, unsure what to expect on the other side. She had spent the evening tossing and turning, imagining what the night might have held if she had given in to her impulse and gone to bed with him. She was pretty sure she'd made the right decision by pushing him off. Not entirely sure, but pretty sure. Her body, however, was not sure at all. It was hot, unfulfilled, and unsatisfied. He met her at the door of his apartment carrying her usual cup of coffee. As he handed over the mug, he leaned forward, causing her heart to stop for a moment as she imagined he might kiss her. But before she could even react, he gave her a soft punch in the shoulder and said, "Good morning, friend," before walking away with a jaunty whistle. And that was the way things went for the rest of the week. He was the perfect gentleman, making no move that could be interpreted as pushing the boundaries she'd established. Even when she might have wished for some hint, some brush of his hand or touch of his knee against hers, he neither said nor did anything she could complain about. Nothing. He called her buddy, not sweetheart. He stopped smoldering her with his sexy stare. Now she felt like she was the one breaking their bargain every time she stared longingly at the firm line of his butt, or swallowed hard at a flash of his abs. But he also didn't give her any quarter in developing their friendship. He insisted they walk Wick and Astro together in the morning before he went to work. In a friendly way, of course. No touching. No inappropriate remarks. In the evenings, he went for a run and came back sweaty and gorgeous, then bought them fresh Vietnamese baguette sandwiches for dinner. They followed each of her midterms with a bottle of wine and fancy chocolate. He found a new business venture to invest in and took her to dinner to celebrate. And that was worse than anything she could have imagined, because she could push away his touch. There was nothing she could do about his friendship. She could reject a jerk, have no regrets about not kissing an asshole. But this guy, this friend, who was wrapped in the sexiest package she had ever seen, that was much harder to resist. Especially now that she knew that he wanted her. Sometimes, when he left her in the kitchen to take his shower, she imagined joining him there, water sluicing over both their bodies, knowing he wouldn't push her away. Just before she left at night, she pictured herself stopping him at the door and kissing him, their mouths and bodies meshing like they had in the kitchen. He was killing her. On Friday morning, Tess had just sent Mason off to work when her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out to see it was Erica, her boss at the vet clinic. Erica's soft southern twang was rich with sorrow. "Hey, Tessie, I don't mean to bug you, but Mrs. Edelstar brought Snickers in last night and he doesn't look good." "Oh, no." Tess grabbed her bag from the counter and started for the door. Snickers was a sweet 18-year-old tabby cat with a variety of health problems, including kidney disease. His owner was an equally sweet older woman who lived on her own, not far from Tess. "Anything new?" "No, the poor guy is just really struggling. Not eating or drinking, definitely in pain. Mrs. Edelstar is coming back later this morning. It's time to let him go." Tears sprang to her eyes. This was by far the hardest part of working at the vet clinic. "What time?" 11. "I'll be there." Tess managed to arrive at the clinic a few minutes before 11. It was a small practice of 3 vets that had been in the neighborhood for decades. Tess had found herself there a couple of years after moving back from Phoenix because her grandmother fed and looked after a couple of old feral cats. Tess had always loved animals, but had never been able to afford or take care of a pet of her own, so she'd taken on the task of caring for her grandmother's cats with a fierce intensity. When one of them turned up hurt, she'd wrestled the cat into a cardboard box and taken it into the nearest clinic, even though she was already struggling to pay for her grandmother's medications and keep the lights on in their falling-down house. Erica was a tall black woman with short hair and a no-nonsense attitude. She had moved to California from North Carolina for vet school, and with her own mountain of loans, had understood when Tess blanched at the size of the bill and asked if there was any kind of payment plan or student discount, or if there was any way she could work off the debt by cleaning or helping out in the clinic. After just a few months of cleaning cages and sweeping floors, Tess had seen her future. The unconditional love and trust the animals placed in their owners had warmed the bits of her heart that remained frozen after years of neglect. Meanwhile, she'd found that she had a knack for dealing with even the most difficult animals. She'd started walking and training dogs soon after that, and been amazed to find that she could get paid for something she loved doing. "Hey, Tess, how you been?" Vincent, one of the clinic's veteran employees, waved from the front desk. He had silvery gray hair cut short and a trim build that belied his 60-plus years. "Haven't seen you for a while." Tess smiled, though her heart was heavy at the thought of what lay ahead. "I'm doing okay. How are you?" "Tired," he said, though there was a twinkle in his eye. "You need to come back. Erica misses you so much she keeps hanging out and bothering me so I can't get any work done." "Oh, please," she said with a wave. "You love the attention. Is she in her office?" He waved toward the back of the clinic, the smile falling away. "Yeah,
She's doing a little paperwork before Mrs. Edelstar comes in.
She sighed. It's going to be a tough one. Even though caring for sick and dying animals was a fact of life at the clinic, it was still hard, especially when the owner was an old friend. Erica's door was cracked open, so Tess knocked gently before entering. Her friend met her at the door with a hug. "Sorry to make you drive all this way," she said. "I couldn't let Mrs. Edelstar go through it alone." Erica nodded and sat back down. "I figured you'd feel that way. She'll appreciate having you here. How are things otherwise? How's the dog sitting?" Tess sank into a chair next to the desk. "Nice. Turns out being rich has its benefits." "Shocker." Erica eyed her with a knowing look. "And how's that cute new boss? You two hitting it all?" "What do you mean?" Erica gestured toward her. "I don't think I've ever seen you quite so presentable." "Hey," Tess protested. "I'm always presentable." "If I'm not mistaken, there's mascara on those lashes. And a blowout? Have I ever seen your hair out of that ponytail?" Tess didn't have a response, so she just scowled down at her hands. "It's not a big deal." "For someone else, definitely not. For you?" Erica studied her with the same thoughtful look she used to diagnose her patients. "You like this guy, don't you?" Just like the toughest dog melted under Erica's touch, Tess felt her defenses slipping away. "Maybe, but you know I'm not really interested in dating. I've got too much going on." "Too much on the outside or the inside?" "Stop animal whispering me," Tess said. "You know it freaks me out when you do that." "Vets observe," Erica replied with her usual aplomb. "It's what we do. The animals don't talk, so we find alternate ways to figure out information." Tess made a non-committal sound. "Outside or inside, I am definitely not getting involved with Mason. Anyway, how's Isaiah?" Asking about Erica's 18-month-old son was the one guaranteed way to get her off track. Her entire face softened. "He's great. He learned a new word this week." She beamed with pride. "PP." "Oh," Tess nodded. "That is impressive." "It means peas," Erica said. "You know, the green mushy ones." "Of course, that's what I was thinking." "You should come by for dinner next week and witness it firsthand. It's been forever since we've had you over." "I know. Mason works late a lot. Half the time I don't get home till 9 or 10. Thank goodness Moses and Gracie have been helping with Astro. And seriously, I do appreciate you letting me take this time off. I know it means extra work for everyone else." "It's almost like people love you or something," Erica said, with just a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Tess rolled her eyes. "Let's not go too far." "Right." Erica started to say something but was interrupted by Vincent at the doorway of her office. "Mrs. Edelstar is here," he said. Tess and Erica rose at the same time, sharing a sad nod of resolution between them. "I'll get her." Tess started for the waiting area. "She'll need a hand." "We all do," Erica said. When Mason got back that night, Tess was sitting on the couch, blindly petting Wick as she stared out the window, thinking about holding Mrs. Edelstar's hand as she said goodbye to her dearest friend. He stood in the doorway and surveyed the scene. Wick settled his head deeper into her lap and huffed a greeting to Mason instead of moving. "Hey," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Hey yourself," he replied. He set down his briefcase at the door. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, just a little tired. Long day." She blinked rapidly and kept her gaze turned away, because somehow just the sound of his voice caused her throat to swell and moisture to fill her eyes. She kept her gaze firmly on Wick's tawny back as he approached. "I thought maybe I'd head home a little early today." He lowered himself onto the couch next to her, on her other side from Wick.
"Of course. Anything you want to talk about?"
She bit her lip to keep it from trembling. "Nah, it's no big deal."
"If you say so."
He didn't move, and neither did she. Some strange weight kept her pinned to the couch. The thought of leaving and being alone for the rest of the night left her feeling empty and bleak.
Sometimes it helps to talk about things.
She took a deep breath. "It's stupid. Cycle of life and all that. I just wish it wasn't part of the job, that's all."
"I see."
He reached over her lap to stroke the top of Wick's head.
"I'm sorry. Was this one of your clients?"
"No, a patient at the clinic. Her owner was friends with my grandma, so she always insisted I help her with Snickers exams. She was pretty upset. She lost her husband a few years ago, and she's all alone now."
"That's hard. Even if it is the cycle of life, that doesn't make it any less hard."
She nodded, and he quietly slid his arm over the back of the sofa. He didn't touch her, but the invitation was there. Unable to resist, she found herself burrowing into him, letting her head fall on his chest. Gently, he lowered his arm to encircle her. Erica's voice whispered in her ears, and she wondered how Mason knew exactly what she needed. The feeling of him there, supporting and surrounding her, was more than she could withstand, and the tears started to fall. He didn't say anything, just held her against him. She stayed like that for a long time. On Saturday morning, Tess pulled everything she owned out of her dresser and spread it on the bed. It didn't take long. There were jeans, a few more jeans, some t-shirts, some other t-shirts, and several well-worn sweatshirts. Nothing that she could wear to a hipster bar in San Francisco without making a complete fool of herself. She stared at the mess on her bed and nibbled her bottom lip. Not that she cared what Mason thought of her clothes, because he obviously knew by now that fashion wasn't her strong suit, but she wasn't looking forward to complete humiliation in front of his friends. She put on her skinniest jeans and a black tank top and grabbed a pair of gold hoop earrings from her underutilized jewelry box and tucked them into her pocket. She didn't wear earrings normally. She simply couldn't find a reason to bother. But she still had a few from the days when she used to care. In a fit of pure desperation, she grabbed a pair of disposable contact lenses to put in later that night. She used to buy them regularly, but they'd been sacrificed on the altar of her cost-saving measures, and she'd replaced them last year with the cheapest pair of glasses she could order online. Then she grabbed her jacket and the tube of mascara she'd bought last week. It would have to do. After all, they were just friends, right? Of course, it was the first time she'd be meeting all his other friends, including the legendary Zoe, who was apparently some kind of lawyer rock star and probably gorgeous as well. She'd also been warned that Nate could be a little intimidating, and that Connor didn't say much in a group. So yeah, safe to say she was a little nervous about the whole endeavor. Mason didn't respond to her knock when she arrived, so she let herself in. "I'm here," she called into the quiet apartment.
"Be out in a few,"
Mason called back from his bedroom. Wick greeted her by rubbing his massive head against her leg. She welcomed the distraction of his slimy kiss, rubbing him behind the ears and giving him a fond pat before heading into the kitchen. He was doing so much better. Friday had been his last day on the steroids, and thanks to that and his new diet, he was doing much better. She only took him out every 4 or 5 hours now, and he hadn't lunged at another dog for days. Soon, he'd be ready to go down to 1 walk a day. She tried not to think about that, because it meant that Mason wasn't going to need her anymore, and that wasn't something she was prepared to contemplate. Mason came out from his bedroom a few minutes later, wearing a snug white t-shirt tucked into his gray work pants.
You didn't forget we're going out tonight, did you?
No. She poured herself a cup of coffee and wished for the 100th time that Mason could do something wrong, like make bad coffee, or leave the kitchen a mess in the morning, or not comfort her when her heart was breaking and she needed a hug more than anything in the world. But so far, he hadn't done any of those things. Damn it.
Good. We're headed to the Aspen, meeting Zoe and the guys there at 8.
Her stomach fell into her shoes. The Aspen was one of the hottest new restaurant bars in San Francisco, a ridiculously upscale place she'd only heard of because it had been featured in one of the news clips she'd read about Mason. One of his friends owned the place, or was a chef there or something, and Mason had been there to celebrate the grand opening. With a gorgeous woman on his arm, naturally. The Aspen. Good grief. A drink there probably cost $30, and she was pretty sure no one else would be wearing surplus army boots or carrying a $5 used messenger bag. She had known whatever bar he picked would be out of her league, but she hadn't thought it would be quite this much out of her league. She had to say something, so she forced out the words. Great. Can't wait to have a fun night out with all my new friends.
You're not planning to back out on me, are you?
No way.
Good.
He pushed off the counter and disappeared back into his bedroom, only to emerge a few minutes later, wearing a white button-down over his t-shirt and tying a striped silk tie, looking like the perfectly gorgeous, rich bastard he was. Why are you all dressed up? She asked. He waved a dismissive hand.
Nate set up a thing. Some of his real estate people wanted to meet.
On a Saturday?
My life is very hard,
he said sadly. She snorted and waved toward the door. Right. It's awful. I can barely speak over my tears of sympathy. Now go before I lose control completely and start sobbing all over you. Unrepentant, he grabbed his leather briefcase and gym bag from beside the door and waved.
See you soon, and be ready to have fun tonight.
Once he was gone, she collapsed into one of the kitchen chairs. Wick rubbed against her, and she petted him dutifully. He's going to be the death of me. The dog rested his head on her knee, gazing at her with adoring eyes. No, I'm not thinking about him that way, she said, reading the question he was too much of a gentleman to articulate. Not anymore. We're just friends, remember? Okay, fine. Maybe I think of him that way every now and then. I mean, I'm human, right? But you and I both know sleeping with him would be a terrible idea. The most I'd get from him would be a one-night stand and an awkward morning after. And what exactly would be so bad about that? Because I like him, she said quietly, not even wanting to admit it to Wick. I like him more every day, and I've never been good at one-night stands. I get it. I like him too. Wick leaned his heavy head into her hand in sympathy. Anyway, it will be good for him not to get what he wants. She wondered if Mason had ever not gotten what he'd wanted. Probably not. And judging from the way he kisses, he's probably not even good in bed. Ha! That statement was so patently absurd she could barely even say it with a straight face. Judging from his kisses, he could give her an orgasm before they'd even hit third base. But whatever. Honesty was definitely not called for right now. Grimly, she pulled out her phone and Googled the Aspen, just to see if maybe she was remembering wrong and it was actually a quiet, casual spot that served Miller Lite and nachos. Nope. For all her tough talk about not dressing up or being feminine, She was not going to be embarrassed in front of his friends. She needed reinforcements. When she glanced at her calendar, she almost fell off the chair with relief. Cece had returned the night before from France. Thank God. She knew Cece would buy her a new outfit 100 times over. Hell, she'd probably rebuild her house and buy her a new car, too. But Tess had made a habit of refusing every offer of money Cece had ever made. She knew she was the only person Cece could count on to love her for reasons that had nothing to do with money, and she wasn't going to introduce even a hint of doubt about that into their relationship. But she wasn't above borrowing something. Tonight, she didn't want to look like she didn't belong. She wanted to knock Mason's socks off. And for that, she needed Cece's help. And her closet. They met at Cece's place on Nob Hill. Tess filled her in on her time with Mason while Cece surveyed her expansive closet for something for Tess to wear. So let me get this straight, she mused, pushing aside hangers and occasionally glancing at Tess, who was lying on Cece's bed and staring at the ceiling. Mason Coleman is basically sex on legs. He made out with you on a counter and practically begged for more, and as a result, you put him in the friend zone, where he has been patiently waiting ever since. Yep. Cece cocked her head curiously. So help me out here. Why, exactly, are you pushing him away? Because I don't want to be a notch in the belt of the Michael Phelps of one-night stands. Are you sure about that? I've met him, you know. He probably wouldn't remember, it was at some charity thing, but the guy is smoking. I wouldn't mind being a notch in his belt. Of course you would. $40 says he asked you out when you met him and you turned him down. Cece, who had her hair in a loose knot on top of her head, pinkened. She'd just come home from the gym and wore a pair of black capris and a sports bra that showed every inch of her model-thin body. No comment. Tess hooted. I knew it. You're buying one of my drinks tonight. Nothing against him. He just isn't my type. Cece pulled a tiny black halter dress from the closet and threw it at Tess. Try this on. Tess obligingly sat up and pulled off her shirt. Nobody is your type. You haven't dated anyone since... She dropped off, not wanting to violate the code of silence that existed around Cece's worst mistake. The one and only time she'd fallen hard for a guy and had it go spectacularly wrong. Cece ignored the comment. She surveyed a leaf green strappy dress that probably cost $1,000 and dropped it on the bed beside the black one. Honestly, I met him for about 30 seconds. And he managed to ask you out in that time. Tess sighed. What a lech. Cece tapped a thoughtful finger on her chin. Actually, I thought he seemed like a nice guy who also happened to be painfully attractive. You've got the painful part right, Tess muttered. And perhaps slightly too aware of his effect on the ladies, Cece continued. Exactly! Tess wriggled into the black dress. That's exactly my point. I think he's only going through with this friends thing because he's obviously sure I'm going to fall into bed with him in the end. So I can't give him the satisfaction, you know? She frowned as she stared at herself in the mirrored closet door. Is it just me or does this look like crap? Cece assessed her critically. Of course it looks bad. You have to take off your pants and your bra. Oh, right. You really need to get out more. Look who's talking. Tess sat down on the bed and extracted herself from her jeans and bra. I bet you didn't even smile at any sexy Frenchman while you were in Paris. You're right. That's why Mason isn't my type. I'm a crotchety old woman in a 26-year-old body. I also don't particularly like sex, and I get the feeling Mason does. That's because you had shitty partners, Tess said, adjusting the dress around her hips. And I'm a crotchety old woman, too. No, you aren't, Cece contradicted, pulling a silky mini dress from the closet and setting it on the bed,
You should be, after what your mom and that awful biker guy put you through. But under all those horrible clothes, you're basically still a really sweet, caring, trusting person who deserves to fall in love. Tess shuddered at the memory of the motorcycle-riding asshole with a fondness for cheap beer and corn dogs. And that means I should fall in love with Mason Coleman? Cece looked aghast. Goodness no, that would be a disaster. But I have to say, I've been trying to get you to go out on a Saturday night for ages, and I've failed miserably every time. Now he comes along and we're dressing you for the Aspen? Maybe there's more to him than I imagined. He's my boss. I'm not going out with my boss. This is a short-term gig, right? Just until his sister takes the dog back? Tess nodded. I give it maybe 2 more weeks, tops. Can you go out with him then? I think that could be a very bad idea, Tess said, picking at the hem of the dress. Cece studied her. Ah, I see. Her cornflower blue eyes softened. But remember, you don't get the big rewards unless you take the big risks. Spoken like a true hedge fund manager. Cece shrugged. If the shoe fits. She surveyed Tess's form in the black dress. By the way, you have no idea how hot you are. Mason is in huge trouble. But we need something that shows off your figure. That black one suits me better than you. Because you're skinny. Because I'm flat. Cece had managed to internalize her mother's endless criticism of her appearance, despite her thick golden hair, slim figure, and the sort of eyes that made one think of wildflowers and Texas meadows. She had a constant level of self-awareness that came from years of dance and excessive time spent in front of mirrors, her mother's choice, not hers. And when she was stressed or busy, she tended to lose weight. After weeks on the road, she was far too thin for Tess's tastes. Try the green one. Tess wiggled out of the black dress and grabbed the green. Instead of a traditional neckline, the top was held up by a slender gold ring that fit loosely around her neck and clasped in back. The bodice, what there was of it, gathered around the ring in the hollow at the base of her neck and then barely covered her breasts before being caught at the waist. It was completely backless, and the snug skirt clung to her thighs like it had been made for her. This can't fit you, she said suspiciously. Cece had been known to buy clothing a size or 2 bigger than she needed, just so Tess could borrow it. Cece waved a hand dismissively. Ordered it from some boutique online. You know how their sizes all vary. Tess glanced in the mirror and felt a warm glow start somewhere around her belly. The green dress emphasized her curves in all the right places, leaving her looking curvy and sultry, with an hourglass figure and long legs. Heels? She asked, knowing what the answer would be. Are you kidding? Tess extracted a pair of impossibly high silver stilettos from her closet. Tess put them on, tried to stand, and promptly fell down. Maybe not these heels, Tess said grimly, pushing herself back to standing. Your foot is a size smaller than mine, just like everything else about you. You got any army boots in there? Cece snorted. Right. She tapped her lips thoughtfully, then went back to her shoe closet and pulled out a pair of suede wedge heels that wound around the ankle in a gladiator style and hugged the foot in a web of leather and laces. They're deceptively sturdy, she said. Tess slipped them on. They pinched, but nothing like the stilettos, and Cece was right about them being more walkable than they looked. Okay, fairy godmother, am I ready for the ball? She spun around in a circle, almost lost her balance, and caught herself on the edge of a dresser. Cece sighed. As ready as you'll ever be. She grabbed a cropped leather jacket from the closet and a gold clutch. Be home by midnight or I'll turn you into a pumpkin.
I don't think that's how it works.
I'm rich as hell, Cece proclaimed. I can make it happen if I want.
Tess walked the length of the bed a few times. You should come with me, she said, falling gracelessly back onto the bed once she was certain she could carry off the shoes. She was getting more nervous by the moment. What would she do with Mason and a bunch of his closest friends at a trendy bar? She'd be hopelessly out of her league before she even walked through the door.
No way, I'm still jet-lagged.
You're not jet-lagged, you're antisocial.
Look who's talking,
Cece countered. A smile ghosted her perfect lips.
You just want me to run interference for you.
Is that wrong? She pulled a pillow over her face and spoke through it.
Maybe I shouldn't go.
I could just bail.
Cece leaned over and pulled the pillow away. Why in the world would you do that?
Tess sat up and pushed her hair back out of her eyes. Look at me. I'm a mess. These people are like you. They're perfect and smart. I'm a high school dropout. I can't hang out with them. She fell back into the pillows dramatically.
It's no use. I'm staying right here. You'll have to go for me. Am I going to have to slap you?
Cece bent over her again.
Because the next time you insult my best friend, I totally will. You got a bad deal in high school, and it took an incredible amount of courage to fight your way back out. But that's in the past. It's part of who you are, but that doesn't mean it defines you.
What if they make fun of me? Tess knew she sounded ridiculous, but her inner adolescent had taken over, and all she could think of was how she'd spent most of her teenage years trying to prove she was just as much of a loser as her mother, and how hard it had been to reinvent herself as someone who mattered. I don't think I can handle that. Not in front of Mason.
They won't make fun of you.
They might.
They won't. What kind of awful person would your Mason have to be to take you somewhere that people would make fun of you?
He's not my Mason.
But you want him to be.
Stop it! Tess put her hands over her ears. You should date him, not me. She pasted a hopeful smile on her face. In fact, that's exactly what we should do. You come with me and distract Mason with your gorgeousness, and I'll hide behind you. It will be just like those parties you took me to in high school. You remember the ones where I hid in your car so no one would ask where the poor, trashy white girl came from?
This isn't high school, and I'm not going to date him.
Cece put her hands on her hips, eyes narrow.
And stop talking about yourself that way.
Tess bit her lip. Having Mason turn his attention to Cece would have solved a lot of problems. Though, now that she thought of it, the image of Mason kissing her best friend didn't sit quite right. Not that she was jealous. He's bringing like 5 people, she grumbled. Why shouldn't I bring someone? And aren't you my best friend? I think this is a required duty friend thing. Cece narrowed her gaze, and Tess squirmed under the force of that brilliant, scheming mind.
Tell you what, I'll go with you tonight if you answer these questions.
Tess groaned. I don't like the direction this is heading.
Just trust me. Now, you said yourself you feel like you're actually becoming friends, right?
Tess nodded reluctantly. I suppose so.
And he's kept his end of your bargain, right?
Yes.
And
I guess he's been pretty great about the whole thing,
she admitted.
The way he was there for me after Snickers died. And sometimes I think I'm one of the only people who gets to see the real him, the one he only lets out when he's tired. I think when he's with me, he doesn't feel like he has to put on a show.
So you've spent a ton of time with him. He's turned into a legitimate friend, and he's kept his hands off you at your request.
Cece tapped her bottom lip as if thinking deeply.
Now, remind me what your end of the bargain was?
Tess rolled her eyes. You're awful. Remind me. He said I've got to go out. Be social. Have fun. What a monster. A tiny smile creased Cece's face. I can definitely see why you wouldn't want to date him. You're the worst, Tess muttered. And we're not going on a date. Her friend sighed and pulled Tess to stand in front of the mirror. Look at that girl. Don't you think she deserves a night out on the town? Maybe even a night with a hot guy? Or God help us all, some sexy times if the moment is right? Tess stared at herself in the mirror, seeing an almost elegant stranger staring back at her. Why not have a little fun? A voice in her head said finally. It's not like you aren't going into this knowing exactly what to expect. Just don't be stupid and get attached to him. How hard could that be? Chapter 10. Mason flicked his gaze from Zoe and Connor, who stood opposite him, to the Aspen's front doors, hoping no one noticed his distraction. He'd carefully picked a spot at their high-top bar table that allowed him to stand with a full view of the huge glass double doors, and luckily, the noisy chatter of Zoe and the guys didn't require much effort on his part, other than a casual grunt here and there to pretend he was paying attention. It had occurred to him far too late that he should have picked somewhere more casual. Of course, he was fully expecting to pick up the tab, for everyone if necessary to overcome any objections, so he wasn't worried about the price. And the Aspen was their usual hangout, so there would have been questions if he'd wanted to change. Still, he didn't like the idea that he'd picked a spot where Tess wouldn't feel comfortable. Looking at it clinically, the Aspen did have an upscale, trendy vibe that wasn't Tess's natural habitat. On the far wall, a long slab of polished oak made up the bar, while the back held restaurant tables made from recovered barn wood and hairpin iron legs, each set with a flickering candle and a sprig of some kind of greenery. In front, a mix of high-end industrial-style stools flanked tall bar tables. There were 3 bartenders, kept busy by a buzzing crowd that had turned out for the Aspen's famous signature cocktails. The bar hadn't slowed down since the day it opened, a fact that Mason noticed with no small amount of pleasure, since the owner and head chef was one of his old high school football teammates. Still, she was coming, and the mere thought of her was enough to fill him with heat. How did she do it? This week had been both awful and wonderful at the same time. He'd never felt so comfortable with a woman before, never felt so himself. Yet at the same time, it had been a test on an epic scale. Tess did things to him that no other woman had. When he was with her, all he could think about was the way her hair fell over her face, the curve of her waist in his hand, and the soft sound she made when he kissed her. And when he touched her? Suffice it to say, it wasn't easy to walk away. Not without a long, cold shower. And the oddest part was, as much as he'd like the night to end with them finishing what they'd started in his kitchen, he had no desire to rush her into anything. Even if that meant a lot of cold showers in his future, the last thing he wanted was for her to regret it when they finally did get together. He could wait. It was okay. No, it was more than okay. It was exhilarating. What other woman had left him feeling this way? Who else challenged him like she did, saw through his bullshit, made him want to be better than he was? He glanced between Nate and Luke, who were talking about the meeting they'd had earlier that day, and was shocked at how disconnected he was from it all. He used to talk shop all the time. He and Nate could argue for hours about their latest business prospects. But now he felt removed, distant. The opposite of how he felt about Tess. Nate caught his glance for a moment, a question in the depths of his eyes. Mason ignored it. What was he supposed to say? Something wasn't right with his job, but what, exactly, he didn't know. Granted, the incident at the dog park had shaken him, but it was bigger than that. Whatever was happening had been building for some time. He should have told Nate and Connor that he'd wanted to walk away from the fuel cell deal weeks ago. That was on him. But then again, when he had tried to say something, Nate had steamrolled right over him. Even if he hadn't had anything specific to point to, when had that ever stopped them before? How many times had Connor suggested dropping a deal because something about the tech felt funny to him? And had he ever pushed back when Nate said he was willing to let a deal die because he didn't like the way the other side negotiated? In the past, they'd always trusted each other's instincts. But now, he wasn't so sure. On Tuesday, when he'd informed them that he'd told Elijah the deal was off, they'd clearly been frustrated that he'd acted without clearing it with them, even though the reason he'd done it had been so clear. And he didn't like it. Not one bit. Worst of all was the nagging feeling that they were simply reflecting him, that they would only trust him if he trusted himself. He was so busy wrestling with this sudden, unwelcomed thought that he almost didn't notice when a dark-haired hourglass of a woman walked in, her curves set off perfectly by an emerald slip of a dress. She was flanked on one side by a striking blonde in a black mini dress, who paused at the entrance of the club to study the crowd like a queen surveying her subjects. "Incoming ballistic 5 o'clock," Luke murmured, taking a sip of his Aspen old-fashioned. "Oh, lovely," Rafe said appreciatively. "A duet. I'll take the snuggly brunette. You can have the blonde. She looks too fierce for me." "Snuggly?" Connor cocked his head to study them more clearly. "Is that what you call that?" "Snuggly works, but I'm taking the brunette," Luke said. "That blonde would eat me for dinner. Nate, what about you?" He assessed Nate's glower. "Never mind, you're in a mood. Forget I mentioned it." "You losers couldn't handle either of those two," Zoe said, taking a sip of her cocktail. "Though I'd like to see Nate give that blonde a try." Nate turned around to look at the same time that he took a sip of his drink and choked at the sight. "You idiots, that's Cecilia Care. She eats everyone for dinner." "Care?" Rafe stroked his jaw. "Wait, the heiress? The one in that video?" He broke off when Luke elbowed him. "Shut it, Rafe," Luke whispered. "They're coming this way." The two women, who had been openly looking around the room for someone, were now headed this direction. That was when Mason realized who he was looking at. Tess. His quiet, oversized t-shirt-wearing dog walker. She of the crappy car, used messenger bag, and scuffed army boots. She of the kiss that had traveled straight from her lips to his groin, leaving him hard and hurting. That Tess. His Tess. Now looking like the naughtiest of imps. Her dark hair falling around her shoulders in a disheveled cloud. Her lips outlined in a shimmering pink gloss. Her eyes like dark forest umber, made smoldering and cat-like with liner at the edges. The curves he had felt under her ill-fitting clothes moving as she walked, breasts loose and full under her dress, nipples barely visible in the muted light. Jesus, she was walking sex, with hips outlined by a form-fitting skirt and a tiny waist that begged to be encircled by his hands. Snuggly? Possibly the worst word he could think of to describe her. When they got back to his apartment, they weren't going to snuggle. That was for certain. "Mason's got a Woody," Zoe sang softly. "You guys, look at him. He's transfixed." He didn't stop to hear their response, just started for Tess without thinking. It took only a few steps before he was there. "You look..." He stopped to take it in again. "You look fantastic." A hint of blush appeared on her cheeks. "Thanks." She tucked her hair behind her ear, then fluffed it back out, glancing quickly at the woman by her side. "I'm here to have some fun, just like you wanted." She seemed nervous. He wondered why. Was it the bar? The clothes? Usually he could read people so easily, but there was something under the surface with Tess that he still didn't quite understand. Something from her past that made this night different. "I hope you don't mind that I brought a friend to join the crowd. This is Cecilia." The blonde held out her hand with a polite smile. "Cecilia Kerr, we've met once before. You probably don't remember." He tore his gaze away from Tess to take in the other woman. She was cool and composed, her eyes almost clinical as they assessed him. "Of course I do. Breast cancer charity auction, right?" She blinked, clearly surprised, but it only lasted a moment. "Impressive. You must have a mind for faces." "As if anyone could forget you." He slipped into charming autopilot as his eyes slid back to Tess. Had this creature always been inside the one he'd gotten to know? Someone who went clubbing with heiresses? Cecilia Kerr was one of the richest people under 30 in San Francisco, heiress to her father's tech businesses, but also a successful businesswoman in her own right. She'd started as an accountant for her father and now served as one of his key financial advisors, but also dabbled in angel investing circles, working primarily with women-owned and operated businesses. Everyone knew, and the smart ones feared, Cecilia. She gave a tiny, delicate snort, and he whipped around to look at her, but there was no malice in her eyes. Just a hint of warning. He focused on her, realizing in a moment that Cecilia had come tonight as a gatekeeper, and if he wanted to get to Tess, it would be through her. "Aren't you sweet?" she said coolly. "I don't know about that," he said, "but I do know that you are not someone to be trifled with." She nodded with approval. Smart, too. She inclined her head toward the group staring at them with open interest from the table. "Why don't you introduce us to your friends?" "Of course." He gestured toward the group, and Tess moved ahead of them, leaving him staring at the perfect line of her back. His fingers itched to touch her, to trace the line of her spine with his lips, to slide his hand along the curve of her bottom. And he was supposed to just be a friend? Ridiculous. Absurd. He should just march up to her right now and demand they stop all this friend nonsense and go right back to his place so they could finish what they'd started a week ago. Except he'd made a deal. He was a friend, and she was here to have fun. Cecilia, who remained next to him, touched his sleeve. He half turned to her, and she leaned in toward him, a chilly smile fixed on her lips. "Hurt her, and I will make you pay in ways you've never imagined," she whispered. Before he could react, she was striding ahead of them, hand extended to meet Luke. And all Mason could do was follow behind, wondering what had happened to his innocent dog walker, and when he had so completely lost control. It took most of one absurdly expensive and frighteningly delicious cocktail before Tess's heart slowed down enough for her to take a regular breath. It was a few sips into the second before she actually started to relax enough to enjoy herself. Mason had told her he'd meet her at the bar, so she'd borrowed everything she could think of from Cece. From makeup to hairspray to a giant straightening iron that Cece gently removed from her grasp because she so clearly had no idea how to use it, and returned to his place to finish some homework and walk Wick one last time before she got ready. She and Cece had driven separately to the bar and met outside. Cece proclaimed her beautiful and perfect, and Tess considered vomiting in a storm grate. But the entrance had gone better than she could have imagined. Mason had seemed properly bowled over by her appearance, and despite her worst fears, no one had yet proclaimed Tess a loser who didn't deserve to be at a fancy bar. In fact, Mason's friends were, she had to admit, genuinely nice people. Connor was more reserved than Mason, but he had a warmth in his eyes that was hard to miss. Rafe, one of the lawyers, was downright swoonable, with dark eyes and a voice like melted chocolate. Nate was the only one Tess would have been happy to avoid. With a voice barely above a growl and startling green eyes, his impressive physique, not to mention his attitude, reminded her more of a heavyweight MMA fighter than a polished venture capitalist. Zoe, the lone woman of the group, managed to somehow keep them all in check with her acerbic wit and absolute refusal to back down in any argument. It helped to know that Cece was there, making sure she didn't get into trouble. She'd immediately inserted herself between Tess and Nate, though Tess suspected that was as much because she was enjoying arguing with him than out of any protective instinct. They must have already known each other, because Cece reserved her iciest voice for him when they'd greeted each other with tense air kisses. Now, they were standing at the edge of the group, sparring. An interest rate hike? Now? Why not just kick the legs out from under your business while you're at it? Cece rolled her eyes in exasperation. Nate took a sip of whiskey from a glass tumbler before he responded. You'd rather have inflation, I guess? Because that's so good for business? Luke moved closer to Tess and leaned down to speak over the crowd. All 8 of them were clustered loosely around 2 adjacent bar tables. Luke had taken up residence at Tess's left, while Mason hovered at her right. Of all of the ways she had imagined the evening going wrong, she had never expected Mason to be the one to make things uncomfortable. He'd started the night acting normally, introducing her around the table and giving her some distance to get to know his friends. Then, as she started chatting with them, particularly Luke, his mood seemed to sour. There were some jokes about Mason having a 4-date rule. Why wasn't she surprised? Which only seemed to irritate him more. For a few minutes, she'd been worried, imagining that she'd actually embarrassed herself somehow and he was annoyed with her. But she soon started to suspect that what he really didn't like was the attention she was getting from men at the bar, including his friend Luke. But that was ridiculous. There was nothing between them. They were just friends. That was all. Determined to ignore his mood, she doubled down on trying to relax and enjoy herself. And since her usual maximum alcohol intake at a party measured somewhere around a light beer, by the time she reached the bottom of her second cocktail, she was feeling delightfully lightheaded. She was even starting to feel comfortable enough to tease Luke about the sleeve of tattoos that she could see peeking out beneath the cuff of linen shirt, which didn't seem to fit his role as a corporate lawyer. Of all of them, he was the one she felt the easiest talking to, and one she actually felt like could have become a real friend. I've never seen a woman argue with Nate quite so effectively, Luke said to Tess, inclining his head toward Cece to make it clear who he was talking about, except maybe for Zoe. But she gets too frustrated when he gets all know-it-all-y. Your friend there hasn't lost her cool once. That's Cece. Tess shook her head with pride. Nothing rattles her. Of course, one thing had, but that was years ago, and they'd never talked about it. It was the one dark place in Cece's life that she wouldn't discuss, even with Tess. The 2 of you are quite a pair, Luke said, raising his glass in her direction. Double trouble, I guess you could say. Tess giggled. She actually giggled, which was saying something because she wasn't even sure she had been capable of making that sound until now. It was just so damn fun to feel like this for a night. Like she was beautiful and sexy and put together. Mason made a sound of disgust. Really, Luke? That's the best line you can come up with? Tess's giggle died in her throat. Don't worry, she told Luke, shooting a quick glare at Mason. I thought it was a lovely line. It's not a line if it's true. Luke's smile crinkled the corners of his eyes. He wasn't superhumanly gorgeous the way Mason was, but he had an undeniable charisma. His eyes twinkled when he smiled at her, and with the tiny earring he had in one ear, he looked for all the world like a modern-day pirate. Mason gave an audible groan. Tess deliberately turned her back on him. "So, how'd you get into dog walking, Tess?" Luke asked. She swallowed, caught off guard by the question. Which was silly, of course, because it was her job, and didn't people always ask about jobs? Yet somehow she hadn't thought to prepare a response, or figure out how she would address the obvious issue that she walked dogs for a living while they were lawyers and investors that probably made more in a day than she'd make all year. "I just like taking care of animals, I guess." Luke studied her for a moment, as if he could tell there was more to it but wasn't going to pry. "How does that work these days? Do you have an app or something?" "I'm listed on a few different apps, and I've got a website. I've been trying to get a few more clients in the city to make the commute worthwhile, so if you've got any referrals, feel free to send them my way." She forced a cheerful grin.
"She's going to be a vet," Mason said. "She works at a clinic during the week and walks dogs on her days off."
Tess felt a flush crawl up her neck. She had no idea why he felt compelled to say that, but she definitely did not need him filling in the blanks for everyone. It wasn't that she was ashamed of being in school. Not exactly. But it would have been nice to fit in for once. "That does sound pretty impressive, actually." "You're in vet school now?" Luke asked. She grimaced. "Not yet. Just finishing my undergrad. I'll start applying to vet schools in the fall." "Nice," Luke said. "What are you studying?" Surprised, she looked up, searching his face for a hint of condescending or mocking. "Biology?" He nodded. "That can't be easy to do while you're working." Across the table, Rafe chimed in.
"Seriously, very impressive. Mason can barely hold down one job, let alone two plus school."
There were chuckles around the tables except from Mason, whose scowl only deepened. "Where are you taking classes?" Luke asked. San Jose State. As nice as they were being, the continued questions made Tess's skin crawl. The last thing she wanted to do was talk about school.
"She does mostly online classes,"
Mason said.
"Works them in around her other jobs."
She was really, truly going to kill him. Did he not realize she did not want to talk about it? Luke shook his head. "I worked a few hours a week while I was in law school, but that was it. How do you juggle it all?" "It's not a big deal," Tess said, trying to sound light-hearted. "I like my work, so that helps." "I wish I could have a pet," Zoe said, sounding a little wistful. "But I travel way too much." "Where do you go?" Tess asked, grateful to shift the conversation to someone else. "New York," Zoe said. "Chicago. I've got a new client with an office in Amsterdam, so I was there a couple of weeks ago." "I love Amsterdam," Luke said. "More bikes on the roads there than people." "I was just there," Cece said. "One of my favorite places to visit in Europe." There was some scattered talk of the delights of the city, which Tess was apparently the only one to never have visited, and she imagined slowly sinking into the ground in her growing discomfort. But they weren't ready to let her off that easy. Luke gave her an encouraging smile a few minutes later, obviously trying to draw her back into the conversation. "Did I hear that you dog sit for Chris Rosen?" He elbowed Zoe. "Zoe thinks he's cute. Any dirt you can dish out?" "I don't really know him all that well," she said. "He's pretty into his dogs, but other than that, he's just a client. I try to stay out of their personal lives." Something about her tone must have suggested her discomfort. Or maybe it was the perfect irony of her saying that while one of her clients was sitting right next to her. Either way, there was an awkward pause in the conversation. Mason's noticeable lack of participation didn't help. She gave the group a bright smile. "So, is this your usual hangout? Or do you try different restaurants when you get together?" "We usually come here," Zoe said. Everyone's so busy during the week, it's nice not to have to think on a Saturday and go somewhere you don't have to look at the menu. There were nods around the table. Do you have a favorite spot? Rafe asked her. We probably ought to branch out a little. Tess shared a quick glance with Cece, who knew her favorite spot was the Taco Bell on Eddy Street. Not really, she said. I don't get out much. At least that was honest. Zoe patted her hand. Don't worry, she said with a smirk. I don't think Connor's made it out of his apartment on a Friday night for months. Hey, he protested mildly. My basketball team meets on Friday. Yeah, Nate snorted. At 6. Zoe and Nate started to tell a story about the last time they'd gone out with Connor, which had apparently involved some other fancy restaurant, and Connor mistakenly ordering a shot of whiskey that cost $400. I thought it was $40, he said, but it was a hell of a shot. They all laughed, and she knew they were trying to make her feel better. But the truth was that their worlds were just so damn different from hers that it was painful. They were rich and beautiful, and they hung out at bars like the Aspen. She was practically a different species. Luke turned toward the bar. Hey, I was just going to get another drink. What are you having again, Tess? Can I get you a refill? She waved him off. Thanks, but I've got to drive back home tonight. I think I've reached my limit. Cece tried to catch her eye, but she ignored her friend. She didn't want her discomfort called out. Luke winked at her. You're always welcome to stay at my place if you need to crash in the city. I don't think so. Mason glowered over his drink. She can stay with me if she needs a place. Luke held up his hands. I'm going to get another drink. Tess, if you need a place, just let me know. He ambled off toward the bar. I think I better go, she said to the group. She refused to look at Mason. First, he had to bring up her jobs, and now he was acting like some kind of adolescent male in a pissing contest with Luke? Who said he got to decide where she slept and with whom? Cece shot her a look, and Tess knew she would have intervened in a second if Tess wanted. But she didn't, and she sent back her best I got this face to her friend. You should tell your boss to let you sleep in tomorrow, Rafe said, a wicked light in his eyes. Then you can stay longer. She knew he intended it as a joke, but his comment was the last straw. It was a reminder, one she shouldn't have needed. A reminder that Mason was the boss, and she was nothing more than the hired help. She took a breath and forced herself to play along, not revealing how badly she wanted to scream, or cry, or do both, at the same time. Right. You obviously don't know my boss. Someone raised a glass in Mason's direction, and there was a chorus of groans and protests. Tess looked around the circle, and it was like staring at a bunch of princes and princesses, all beautiful and rich and so utterly different than she was. And just like that, the glow of the drinks and the fun of the evening melted away for good. Because no matter how she dressed it up or put it off, these were not her people. Cinderella was about to turn back into a pumpkin. Her stomach curled, and she waved to Cece, who was headed her way, a worried crease to her brow. No, don't. You can stay. I'm going to head out. There was a chorus of protests, and Cece came over to give her a hug. Her friend's eyes searched hers, a silent question reflected in their deep blue depths. You okay? Tess laughed and gave Cece her best fake smile. Of course. She forced herself to dart a look at Mason and roll her eyes at Cece, like this had all been so funny and they would catch up about it later. She couldn't say anything to Cece, of course, because Cece was one of them. She was incredibly dear and would have done absolutely anything in her power to make Tess feel better, including throw money at her for days. But that didn't change the gap between them. I'll walk you out, Mason said. Don't bother, she said, mustering every bit of her remaining energy to keep herself together. With a jaunty wave for the rest of the crowd, she walked from the restaurant, brushing past Mason's outstretched hand. Chapter 11. Shit. He'd screwed up. Big time. Mason didn't have illusions of perfection. He knew that he made the occasional mistake, showed up late to meetings, didn't call women back when he should. But this was worse. This was him being an asshole. Worse. This was him being an asshole to Tess. Nate grimaced.
You remember I'm supposed to be the dick, right?
Cecilia started for the door, but Nate grabbed her by the arm.
I'm thinking he owes her an apology.
You're damn right he... Cece was still arguing with Nate as Mason left the restaurant. He looked left and right, then saw Tess half a block away, walking at a furious pace. He sprinted after her.
Tess, wait!
She didn't pause. He caught up with her in a few long strides.
Hang on, will you?
He put out his hand to catch her, but she threw him off. Screw you, she snapped and kept walking.
I'm sorry,
he said. She marched forward, not looking at him. Sorry? What for? Her voice was cutting, but it was more than anger. There was pain there. Deep pain.
For acting like a caveman, for being a dick to Luke and dragging you into it. I had no right to do that, none at all.
You want to start there? He stopped, confused.
Wait, what?
She continued to walk, so he hurried after her.
Was there more? What else did I do?
Seriously? She turned to him in astonishment. How about embarrassing the hell out of me by bringing up my jobs and school? How about making it obvious that I didn't belong there? Mason took an involuntary step back.
All I did was mention that you were planning to be a vet. Is that what you're mad about? I wasn't trying to embarrass you.
Come on, Mason. You know I don't like to talk about that.
I know you're shy about it, but Tess, it's something to be proud of, not embarrassed about. I just thought they should know.
Something I should be proud of? She stopped to stand in front of him. Really?
Really?
He replied. You think I should be proud, she said flatly, because I'm almost 27 and still trying to finish my college degree.
Yes. You should absolutely be proud. You work harder than anyone I know. How could you not be proud of that?
She pushed back her hair. He couldn't help but notice that her hand was shaking. Of course. It's so easy for you. How could I have imagined you'd understand?
What's that supposed to mean?
She jabbed a finger toward his chest. It means I'm not like you. Everything you do comes out perfect and everyone loves you for it. You walk into a room and people line up to get close to you. It's not like that for me. It's never been like that.
People want to be seen with me, but they don't want to get close to me. Not really.
He wasn't sure what made him say it, but it gave her pause just for a moment before she continued. Look, you have a family who loves you and amazing friends, and you know damn well you can get any woman you want. I've never had those things. No one wants to be friends with a kid whose mom shows up drunk to parent-teacher conferences, or who changes schools 3 times a year. No one wants the dropout working at a convenience store. No one. The words hit him so hard he caught his breath. His behavior, his jealousy. Suddenly it all seemed irrelevant to understanding what had really upset her. How had he misunderstood her fear and vulnerability so completely? She started to walk away again, but he caught her arm. This time, she didn't pull away, just stopped and crossed her arms over her chest, looking deliberately over his shoulder as her eyes filled with tears.
How was I supposed to understand all that?
He asked.
I can read people, Tess, but I can't read minds. You never even told me why you dropped out. You've never told me about your mother. I know I screwed up in there, but honestly, you've blacked out a huge portion of your life from me. How can I understand when you won't talk to me?
Tess wiped a tear from her cheek. Her shoulders were tight, and he could see her fighting with herself. Fine, she said after a long exhale. Fine. You want to know about me? My mother started taking me on road trips when I was in elementary school, usually with some seedy boyfriend. Sometimes just for a few weeks, sometimes a few months. By 8th grade, I'd missed so much school I had a really hard time keeping up. In 9th grade, we moved to Phoenix, and I figured it was time for me to accept that I was just like her. I started messing around with drugs and drinking a lot. By the time I was 16, I was failing all my classes. I found a guy with a motorcycle who told me he loved me, and I moved into a hotel room with him. A few weeks later, I turned up pregnant. He blinked, shocked at the picture she'd painted. The image of a young, scared Tess danced behind his eyes. She'd shared a lot with him since they'd met, but almost nothing of her childhood. He'd known she'd been hurt, that was obvious. But he hadn't been able to get past the wall she'd put up around her most sensitive, private history. Jesus, he murmured. That's awful, Tess. Yeah, whatever, she said, waving a hand tiredly. Apparently, the baby realized what a bad idea it would have been to have me for a parent. I got my period a few weeks later and dropped out a few weeks after that. I was a fuck-up, and I'm trying to get my life in shape now, but it's hard, and it sucks to always be on the outside. For a little while tonight, I felt like I was on the inside, and then you had to go and ruin it. Now when they think of me, you know what they'll remember? Online college. Still getting her undergraduate degree. How sweet, she's working so hard. Maybe someday she'll get a real job like us. He swallowed, heart breaking at her bleak expression. Tess, I'm so sorry. I can see how it might feel that way, but I guarantee that's not what they're going to remember. They'll remember the gorgeous woman who made them laugh and had to put up with me being a dick. And they'll remember how impressed they were when they realized you're working and going to school at the same time. She waved her hands in disgust. Mason, think about it for a minute. I can't afford the Aspen. I can't afford the clothes or the drinks or anything about it. Did it not occur to you that I'd stick out like a sore thumb in there? Did you really think I'd just fit in seamlessly like one of your group? I was going to pay for drinks, he said, heart sinking. You could have worn your jeans and a t-shirt, and my friends would still have liked you. They don't care what you look like. How could he have missed it? Her nervousness when she entered. The clothes that were so different from her usual attire. He'd thought it would be special and fun. It hadn't occurred to him that it might all serve to make her feel totally out of place. I knew this wasn't your usual hangout, he said, but that doesn't mean I was trying to embarrass you. I thought maybe if you had fun tonight, let me show you a good time, you'd let your guard down a little. You're just so damned closed off. I didn't know how else to get through to you. Closed off? She gave a cynical laugh. That's a joke. You know more about me than anyone else on this planet, Mason, except for Cece. That may be true, he said. But let's be honest, Tess. That's not saying much. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, you've built some serious walls around yourself, and God help the person who tries to get inside. You're the toughest person I know, and I know some really tough people. You work these incredible hours, juggle 3 jobs, and manage to go to school and master organic chemistry at the same time. But everything I know about you is something you let slip. I had to be a detective just to figure out your grandmother's name. So yeah, I might have screwed up tonight, but I wasn't trying to be cruel. If you think that, you don't know me at all. She didn't respond, and he took a tiny, unsatisfying pleasure in having temporarily rendered her speechless. Fine, she said, going back on the attack. Maybe it wasn't on purpose. But let's talk about the whole possessive thing you were doing in there. What was that all about anyway? We're just friends, remember? He shook his head. This friends thing is bullshit, and you know it. I loved every minute of the time we spent together this week, but if you think I'm going to be unaffected when some other guy asks you out, you're crazy. It's not like you owe me anything or I have any right to complain. Of course, I don't. But don't expect me not to be frustrated. She closed her eyes for a moment as if seeking patience, and when she opened them again, she spoke through her teeth. First of all, I like Luke, but I was never planning to go out with him. And once you started doing your caveman thing, I don't think he had any plans to ask me out anyway. Second, this isn't the 18th century, Mason. You don't own me, and you don't get to decide what I do or who I do it with. You might say you want me, But you really only want the challenge. And that's not enough for me. I can do without that kind of wanting. His patience finally ran out.
How many times do I have to tell you that's not what it's about? Is it so impossible to believe that I just want you? That I look at you and all I can think of is kissing those ridiculously pink lips of yours, especially when you're telling me off? That your body drives me crazy? That I think about your curves when I go to sleep at night and can't wait to see you in the morning? That's impossible to you?
She froze, staring at him in surprise. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out.
You told me once that I didn't know you,
he continued.
That I could never be friends with a woman because all I knew how to do was sleep with them. Did you know that I make your coffee every morning at 7:55 and stand by the door waiting for you to arrive? Did you know that I asked Mrs. Walsh to help me figure out a recipe I could make you for dinner? You seem to think you know me so well. Did you know that, Tess?
I don't... She trailed off unsteadily.
I know the flavor of ice cream you like and the way you rub your eyes when you're tired. I know how stubborn you are and the fact that you love watching Little House on the Prairie reruns. Is that nothing?
I don't believe... He didn't let her finish whatever stupid protest she was about to make. He put his arms around her waist and stepped closer.
If you don't believe what I'm saying, can you believe what you're feeling?
Her eyes went wide in her face, and he waited, giving her time to push him away or tell him off, as she was so completely capable of doing. But she didn't. Instead, she put her arms against his chest and gave him her hardest, most defiant stare. Fine. Show me then. Prove it to me. He paused to study her, seeing both the tough outer shell and the sparkle of fear underneath. With the tip of his thumb, he traced the edge of her full bottom lip and then the line of her jaw. She trembled and blinked furiously, her eyes glistening. Just kiss me, damn it. Her hands tightened on the fabric of his shirt.
No, not like that.
The skin behind her ear was silky smooth, and he lingered there for a moment as he tunneled his hands into her hair, like this. He bent to capture her lips, but she was hard and unyielding. This was penance, he understood. She needed him to pay for hurting her and making her feel vulnerable. He coaxed her with light caresses and soft nips, trailing his tongue over her closed mouth until she softened beneath him. When he felt her relax, her body loosening ever so slightly under his, he sought the seam of her lips and delved inside, tasted her, tasted fruit and rum and the passion he knew she didn't want to reveal, was scared to reveal. There was so much to her, so much he still didn't know. He wanted to be unhurried in his exploration, but it was impossible when she felt so good in his arms. This is how I feel about you. He slid his hands under the sides of her backless dress, found the delicate skin of her waist, and left his thumbs there to stroke at the soft flesh. Instantly, he was struck by the image of laying her down on his bed, removing that dress, and replacing his hands with his mouth. God, he wanted her. He wanted her with an intensity that scared him, that made him question everything he'd ever believed, every rule he'd ever made for dealing with women. He focused on her lips, used every ounce of control he had to keep from grabbing her butt and tucking her tightly against him. His hands moved to her back, and he traced the line of her spine as he slid his mouth down her neck to land at the hollow at the base of her neck. She moaned softly, her breath caught low in her throat. This is how I want you. You're incredible, he murmured against her skin, his breath a mix of desire and pent-up need. And then he kissed her again, and let his hands and his mouth say the things he needed her to hear. The man was a magician, a sorcerer. There was no other way to explain how quickly and completely he undid her, how he made her want, need, feel things she hadn't felt in years. His lips traced the edge of her neck and she arched her back, let her breasts brush against his chest, and stifled a moan. Her nipples were hard and aching, and she could picture his hands on them. teasing them, torturing her with his mouth and tongue. She was pressed against him like a cat, arching and straining for more closeness. She moved her hips and felt him hard against her. One of his hands slid from her back to her bottom. With a firm hand, he rocked her against him, pressing them tightly together, and it was everything she wanted, exactly what she needed. Her dress was a frustrating impediment. She wanted skin on skin, flesh against flesh. I think we might be making a scene. His breath was warm on her cheek. He pressed a kiss behind her ear. She tried to make her mind focus, but his touch had left her senseless. A scene? He pulled away with a sigh. A scene. She glanced around, remembering with a start that there were people still spilling out of the aspen, others walking past on the street. She felt the warmth of a blush color her cheeks. Oh, right. I guess this is a public street. He nodded. I think there are laws about this sort of thing, even in San Francisco. She couldn't help but smile. The moment had been broken, and she felt a wave of indecision that forced her eyes to the ground. He touched her chin, dragging her gaze back to his. Come home with me, he said. There were so many reasons to say no, and one very good reason to say yes. She wanted him, and he wanted her. Could that be enough? There were so many risks, so many things to be afraid of. Could she take a chance, knowing she might get hurt? I have to get my car. Leave it. I wasn't going to let you drive home anyway. She looked up, momentarily startled. What? He smiled. You're a bit of a lightweight, you know. That second cocktail was one too many. She smiled, then bit her lip. Maybe he wasn't for her, and maybe she didn't fit in. But maybe tonight it didn't matter. Maybe sometimes Cinderella just had to take her one night with the prince, even if she knew that it was all going away in the morning. Come home with me, he asked again. She reached up and linked her fingers behind his neck. Heat seared the space between them. Yes. She leaned into him and dragged his face down, pressing her lips against his. One night. Maybe that was enough. Yes. Chapter 12. They drove back to his apartment in silence. There was no way to make it logical. And yet, maybe it made sense. It wouldn't be long before Wick didn't need her at all, save a walk in the morning or afternoon. No more coffee at the door in the morning, or walks with Mason in the evening. No more quiet high-rise in which to do her homework and stare out at the city. She was careening right back into her life. And as the doors of the elevator closed behind them, his arm snaked around her waist, hand coming to rest possessively on her hip. The heat between them was enough to erase any lingering doubts she might have had, the need between them palpable. She could feel the muscles in his neck tense as her fingers wrapped around him, tugging him closer. She took his face in her hands and stared into his eyes. They were familiar now, that mix of gold, green, and brown. A tiny laugh escaped her, and Mason quirked a brow. What? He asked. When we first met, I found your eyes incredibly annoying, she said. Annoying? Too pretty. Pretty? Maybe not pretty, she said hastily, stifling another laugh at his injured expression. More like supernatural, not quite mortal. He snorted. Ah, of course. I can see how that would be annoying. And now? She ran her hands down over his shoulders, reveling in the hard line of muscles that formed the edge of his bicep. With a deep breath, she skimmed her hands lower, pausing at his hips before slipping behind to cup his backside. He was one glorious shifting mass of muscles, each one rippling under her fingers. I guess everyone needs a night with a superhero. When she squeezed and arched toward him, he grabbed her waist and picked her up, then spun her around to press her back against the wall of the elevator. One hand reached under her thigh, raising it up so her knee came to his hip. He bucked against her, pressing his hardness against her core. "I'm just a man," he growled. "Nothing more." She answered with a hungry kiss, losing herself in the surge of pleasure that followed everywhere he touched her. When the elevator dinged and stopped at his floor, he let her go with a sound that was half groan, half promise. He gave her a gentle push out of the elevator, and she laughed as they fell into his front door, barely able to pause long enough to unlock and wrestle it open. Wick raised his head in a lazy greeting when they stumbled through. Her knees were weak, her body uncoordinated, as weeks of anticipation drove a relentless wave of need. They groped their way down the short hall to the bedroom, stopping by the bed, where Mason trailed a hand around the gold ring around her neck. "This dress is masterful, but inconvenient. How does this thing come off anyway?" Tess leaned back and undid the clasp at her neck. Slowly, she slipped the ring from around her neck and slid off the dress and the tiny thong she'd been wearing. Revealed to him, and she felt her own breathing like an earthquake rattling across her body. When was the last time she'd been naked with a man? 5 years? More? "Jesus, sweetheart." His voice was hoarse. When she looked up, he was staring at her with open hunger. Her nipples, already peaked and hard, ruched under his gaze. "You're beautiful." How could she feel anything but radiant when he looked at her like that? He took a step forward and gently slid his thumbs across those hard peaks, then followed with his mouth. When he kissed her needy flesh, she gasped and tangled her hands in his hair. "Yes," she moaned. "Please." His tongue trailed around one nipple, covered it with warmth and wet. He sucked gently and her body convulsed. "More," she begged. "Don't stop." "Lie down," he breathed against her chest, pulling away slowly. She did as he said, the cool fabric of the bedspread raising goosebumps on her flesh. He did not take those golden eyes off of her as he slowly unbuttoned his shirt, then removed his belt and pants. As she watched, Tess felt her body loosening, each ligament and tendon relaxing, even as all her muscles and bones turned to thick, languid honey. His body was a work of art. Broad shoulders, tapered torso, exquisite definition in each ridge of muscle, including those lines alongside his hips, leading straight down to the dark hair below. After years of unintended abstinence, her body was as primed as a 15-year-old boy, and when he climbed above her on the bed, her legs fell open to welcome him. She tipped her hips up, wanting more contact. He chuckled softly. "After all the time you made me wait, I don't think so. Not that quickly." She had no interest in patience, but then he settled between her legs, his mouth closing back over her nipple, and she forgot how to move or think. He stayed there until she was mindless with need, teasing her tender flesh as she strained against him. First one breast, then the other was treated to his tender torture. Just as her body began to spiral out of control, he moved lower, lavishing attention on the curve of her stomach and the flesh above her hip. She was mewling now, straining to touch him, to be filled by him. He watched her face as his hand traced the line of her stomach down to the top of her mound. She sucked in a breath when he paused, then cried out as his finger teasingly drew along the seam of her flesh. The touch slid along the edge of her clitoris, teased and stroked the edges, then slipped deeper. "Yes," she moaned. "Please." He pushed deeper, then withdrew, knit 2 fingers together and thrust again. She strained against the entry, needing to be filled more, deeper, harder. "Open your eyes, sweetheart," he said. The command was as erotic as the scene. His tawny head above her, his fingers thrusting between her legs. Their eyes met, and what had been a purely physical encounter took on a deeper, even sweeter tone, as she saw him promise to take care of her, to give her pleasure. She let go of her last inhibition as he replaced his fingers with his mouth and arched at the stab of sensation. He licked along the edges of her folds, and when his mouth closed over her and gently sucked her in, she jerked and cried out. He gave her more, sucked harder, and she exploded, every ounce of her tensing and then shattering all at once. She lay there panting as he pulled away. For a few minutes, she couldn't speak. Just let her body relax and enjoy the waves of pleasure still lapping at her breasts, her belly, and the delicate flesh between her legs. He lay beside her, his hand heavy on her hip, his own breathing ragged. If she hadn't been in a temporary pleasure coma, she would have rolled over and kissed him again, because he was willing to make this all about her. But she wanted more. She wanted him. Her muscles still languid and unwilling to move, she forced herself to roll to the side and reach for the drawer in the bedside table. She was surprised to find it empty. He smiled. Rumors of my promiscuity have been somewhat exaggerated. Though she wanted to pretend it didn't matter, because this was all about sex, right? She couldn't. And a little part of her sighed with relief. But I do have a condom in my wallet, he said, and a box in the bathroom. I'm not exactly a monk. She laughed and watched as he stood and crossed over to extract his wallet from his pants and then pull out a foil-wrapped square. When he came back to the bed, he was serious again. You're sure? He asked. Are you really asking me that? She reached for his hips, waited as he rolled on the condom, then sighed with pleasure as his hardness made contact with her. Her eyes slid closed, and she groaned with pleasure as she leaned back against the pillows, pulling him with her. I need you inside me. He hesitated as he moved over her. With a surge of desire, she grabbed him and pulled him more deeply between her legs. Slowly, he began to move. Inch by inch, never turning away, he sent his hips farther against her, let his thrust deepen, until they were joined. Joined. You okay? He asked, voice deep and husky. Only if you keep it up, she said, looping her feet behind his back to draw him more tightly against her. He tangled his hands in her hair, withdrew, and then thrust again. They moved together and the pressure inside her built to a new peak, this one deeper, coming from somewhere inside. He moved faster, his breath a moan, and she met his every movement with her own. When he stiffened and groaned her name, she felt her own body spasm, hold tight to the feeling, then explode in exquisite pleasure. Chapter 13. When Mason woke the next morning, he realized 3 things. First, that he'd probably made the biggest mistake of his life by sleeping with one of the only women he'd ever actually been friends with, a woman he cared about, a woman he knew more intimately than just about anyone. Sleeping with her twice, actually. Or was it 3 times? Depended on how you counted, of course. Really, there hadn't been much sleeping at all. Second, that he wanted her again. Like now. Apparently, his body did not care in the slightest that he now had to figure out what to do with the woman he cared about and had nonetheless slept with. This, of course, being a combination he strictly avoided. No, all his body seemed to care about was the fact that it had enjoyed a night of unrivaled pleasure that it was eager to continue. And third, that she was gone. Trying to remain calm, he felt around the empty bed. The pillow, sheets, and comforter next to him, where he distinctly remembered her being when he fell asleep, were all cold. He lurched to his feet and stumbled to the dresser for a pair of boxers, noting along the way that the green dress and gladiator sandals were also missing. He had a brief, hopeful thought that maybe she was simply out walking Wick. But then he heard the familiar tap of the dog's nails on the hardwood and was greeted by a nose in his palm and a friendly string of drool. He blinked at the dog, trying to get his brain to work. Where'd she go, Wick? The thought occurred to him that he'd disappeared before dawn a time or two, but only after he'd been clear all along that that was the plan. What the plan was here, he had no idea, but he was fairly certain it did not involve her leaving before he awoke.
Tess?
He checked the rest of the house. It took only a couple of minutes to find all traces of her had been removed from the apartment. No purse by the door, no jacket in the closet. Even her damn yogurt was gone from the fridge. He searched for an explanation, sighing with relief when it came to him. Astro. She'd gone home to take care of her dog. That must be it. He grabbed his phone and checked the log. He had 4 texts waiting, all from last night, none from Tess. He scrolled through as he headed back to the kitchen. Zoe, don't be an asshole. I like her. Luke, she deserves better. Like me. Nate,
I can't believe you unleashed Cecilia fucking Care on us.
He chuckled at that. There had been something between Cecilia and Nate. Some history there. He'd have to get the full story on Monday.
Rafe, Luke wanted me to tell you you're a dick and can't keep all the good ones for yourself.
Right. Because Luke had such a hard time finding women. He texted Tess.
Where are you? I'm making coffee.
When a reply didn't appear, he set down the phone and ground the beans for the morning pot of coffee. By the time he'd finished, she'd replied. Didn't want to wake you. I walked Wick before I left. He should be good until lunch, maybe later. You shouldn't have any trouble finding someone else to walk him. He'll be fine going out once or twice a day. The words on the screen made no sense.
Wait, what do you mean? You need me to find someone else for today? Do you have exams or something?
What was she trying to do? I can recommend someone if you need. He blinked at the screen, still finding it impossible to understand what was happening. Was she quitting? She wasn't planning to come back ever? Clearly, this was not something to discuss via text message. He dialed her number, but she declined the call and texted back instead. Sorry, driving. Just let me know if you need to go into work or have trouble finding someone for the day and I can come back. He frowned and replied,
Not sure what's going on here. Call me when you get there.
There was a long pause, then, I think it's probably better we don't see each other anymore. But I don't want to leave you in the lurch. I'll see if I can find someone who can take over walking Wick for you. He called again. She declined again.
Oh, hell no.
He swore under his breath. This was not how things were going to go down. Resolutely, he made his way into his office and riffled through a stack of papers on his desk. At the bottom of the pile, he found what he'd been looking for. The tax form he'd had her to fill out. Her address was printed neatly on top. Feeling only slightly stalkerish, he plugged the address into the navigation app on his phone. It said he could be at her house in 55 minutes.
Don't worry, old man,
he said to the Mastiff, who was watching him from the doorway.
I'll bring her back. I promise.
Tess sat at her desk and stared at her computer. Every few seconds, she picked up the phone and stared at the screen, waiting for another notification to arrive. When an hour went by and none did, she told herself she was relieved. Of course, texting was a coward's way out. But surely this was a relief to him, not to have to deal with her again? No half-hearted I'll call you laters to deliver? She couldn't have faced the awkward morning after. The night had been too perfect to spoil with that. He'd made her body sing last night. They'd fit together in a way she hadn't even known was possible, but that didn't mean a thing, and she knew it. After all, hadn't Mason's friends gone out of their way to make sure she knew about the 4-date rule? Given how much time they'd already spent together, this was probably the equivalent of date 3 or 4 anyway. No sense waiting for him to cut bait. If you wanted something done right, Tess had learned, you had to do it yourself. She would call Erica in a few hours and see if she could recommend someone who walked dogs in the city. Wick would be fine with a couple of walks a day. He didn't need her, and she could get back on the schedule at the vet clinic. Salvador, the manager at the apartment building down the block, had also left her a message that he had a new job for her at another apartment complex. She had a lot to do. She simply didn't have the time to worry about Mason. Her computer screen had gone blank, so she swiped her finger over the trackpad to wake it up. She hadn't accomplished a thing this morning other than to retrieve Astro from Gracie, who had kept her overnight. She felt bad about having had to ask, because she knew Gracie would get in trouble if her landlord knew she had a dog in the house. Just one more reason not to spend any more nights at Mason's place. She took a sip from her coffee cup and barely choked it down, cold and bitter. "That is not a metaphor," she said to Astro, who was lying on her dog bed near Tess's feet. "It's the coffee that's cold and bitter, understand? Not me. Definitely not me." With a groan, Tess pushed back her chair and headed for the kitchen. Maybe a fresh pot would help. She passed through the hallway and glanced toward the front of the house. Large windows overlooked the street from the living room, and she noticed a sleek black car driving slowly down the street toward her house. It looked like a cross between an SUV and a sports car, and definitely did not belong to one of her neighbors. A faint feeling of unease passed over her as the car drew closer, then pulled over in front of her house. "Oh no," she breathed. Damn it, she knew that car. She'd ridden in that car last night. A tall figure stepped out of the car and headed for her porch. A wave of dizziness passed over her. Why on earth was he there? What could he possibly want? Astro barked when she saw the man on the steps and ran for the front door. Tess followed, picking up buckets as she went and stashing them in the dining room. There was no rain in the forecast today, and Mason already saw too much. He didn't need to see everything. After taking a deep breath, she opened the door and pointed to the rotten floorboard. "Watch your step." Some time ago, she'd gotten a can of white spray paint and outlined and put a big X through it so no one would walk on it. Hopefully, that would suffice. Astro barked and ran outside, jumping up on Mason's leg. He tucked something he was carrying under his arm, picked her up, and rubbed behind her ears as he made his way toward Tess. She stayed in the doorway and tried to focus on her dog, who had surrendered into Mason's arms with an adoring expression that probably looked a lot like Tess had last night. "I try not to pick her up too much. I don't want her to think she's a baby." "Good morning to you, too." He stopped in front of her and gently set Astro to the ground. Then he studied her silently. "What are you doing here?" she blurted out when she was unable to bear his regard any longer. "I figured you probably meant to invite me over." Smoothly, he ducked past her and into the house. He stopped in the dining room. She could feel him taking it all in, from the buckets to the sideboard that held her grandmother's old china. "This was your grandparents' place, right?" "Yes." "Mason, what are you doing here? I told you I had a lot to do." She tucked her hair behind her ear. "I know." He held up the object he'd been carrying. It was a slim silver thermos. "I figured you needed some decent coffee." Her stomach did another somersault. Resolutely, she held up her cup. "Thanks, but I've got it covered." He continued to walk through the house. He paused to study a picture on the mantel of Tess and her grandmother. It had been taken a few years before she passed away, not long after Tess had moved back in. They stood at the entrance to the path into the woods behind the house. Tess was just coming out of her rebellious phase then, still wearing lots of dark makeup, along with a tight miniskirt and tank top. Cece had taken the picture, and because it had been the last time her grandmother had been strong enough to take that hike, Tess cherished it. Grandma had declined pretty steeply after that. The last couple of years, she only left the house to go to the doctor, which she would rarely agree to. "How old are you there?" he asked. 17. She said. "May I?" He held out his hand toward the picture, asking permission to pick it up. She nodded. He studied it more closely. "Where were you living when you got pregnant?" The question should have surprised her, but it didn't. "In Phoenix, with my mother. Sort of." "Sort of?" "She was never around much." "And the guy?" She shrugged. Not worth the time to describe him. She took a deep breath and gestured toward the thermos. "Why don't I get you a cup for your coffee?"
Sure.
He handed her the thermos and followed her into the kitchen, with its speckled white formica counters and lime green linoleum floor. She poured out what was left in her cup, then opened the thermos and split its contents between her mug and a clean one she pulled out of the dish-drying basket beside the sink. Without prompting, he retrieved the cream from the fridge and added some to each cup. The ritual was so familiar it was painful. She gestured toward the round wooden table in the corner as she spooned sugar into her coffee. "Have a seat." Astro pawed at his leg, and with casual ease, he lifted her into his lap. A hint of humor broke at the corner of her mouth. "For a guy who doesn't like little dogs, you seem pretty comfortable carrying her around."
I guess I'll just have to cling to my big TV and beer to prove I'm a man.
A smile ghosted his lips for a moment before his expression returned to somber.
Your mother. What happened to her?
You don't know how to let it go, do you?
No, not today.
She took a shaky breath. I don't know. She's still in Phoenix, I assume. Or maybe not. She didn't like staying in one place.
Did she know what happened to you?
She wouldn't have cared. He leaned forward.
Tell me about it.
The window over the sink overlooked the side yard, where a tangle of overgrown shrubs made a wall of green between her house and the closest neighbor. At the far corner of the yard was the beginning of the footpath that led into the green space that followed a winding ridgeline and the ravine behind it. For years, she'd retreated to those bushes and that quiet path when things at home were their most bleak, and she wished she could do that now. But something about Mason's undivided attention made it impossible to retreat or hide herself away. I didn't have the money to go on the pill. We were using condoms, but then he started complaining about that, and I didn't know what to do. We were staying in a hotel, and I was trying to get a job, but no one wanted to hire a grubby 16-year-old with an attitude problem. When I showed him the pregnancy test, he packed up his bag and left. I never heard from him again. She gave a short, harsh laugh. At first, I thought he was just surprised. But then when night came and he didn't return, I realized he wasn't coming back. She'd been terrified, alone in that room with no idea what to do next. She'd walked the 8 miles back to her mother's apartment, let herself inside, and waited on the couch for her mother to return. But by the time she had 3 weeks later, Tess was no longer pregnant. And that was when she'd made a vow never to rely on anyone ever again.
I'm sorry you went through that.
His voice was soft. She forced a laugh. I guess it made me stronger, right?
How did you make your way back here?
My grandmother called. She was sick and needed someone to take care of her. But really, I think she was just trying to save me. She'd been trying to do that all my life, but my mom wouldn't let her step in. I'd probably be on the street now if it weren't for her. She gave me a reason to try to make myself better.
When did she die?
About 5 years ago. She could feel his eyes on her, taking in every line, every inch of her body.
You're incredible.
That was a joke. She forced herself to turn back toward him. For the sake of her dignity, she couldn't fall apart. Not now. Look, I appreciate that. And I had a great time last night, but we both know where this is heading. I thought it would be easier not to drag it out.
See, that's the funny thing. Because I don't know where this is heading.
She gave a short laugh. Come on, Mason. You were there when they told me about your 4-date rule last night. I figured I'd save you the effort of trying to find a way to let me down easy.
The 4-date rule?
His voice got quiet.
This is about that?
I'm not the smartest tool in the shed, Mason, but I'm not a complete idiot. Your friends were pretty clear that I shouldn't be making any plans to stick around.
His gaze went flinty. And after all the time we've spent together, including last night, you figured you'd let a bunch of strangers you'd just met tell you all you needed to know about me?
I've known you for 2 weeks, Mason. They've known you for what, 10 years? What was I supposed to think? He didn't respond right away, and she swallowed hard. Look, I have 3 assignments due on Tuesday, about 6 hours of yard work at the apartment building tonight, and I've asked Erica to put me back on the schedule at the clinic. I don't have time for drama. We had fun last night, but that's all it was. Anyway, you don't really need me around anymore. Wick just needs walks like any other dog. He doesn't need a paid companion.
So now this is about Wick.
Is there some other reason you're paying me $400 a day? Her chin tilted defiantly. I'm not sleeping with my boss. He exhaled sharply.
You want to be fired? Fine. You're fired.
Too late, she snapped. I already quit.
Good. Then you can't sue me for harassment.
He set Astro on the ground and rose. Every instinct told her to flee, but Tess had always been good at ignoring her own best instincts. She raised a hand to maintain his distance. If I'm so crazy for believing Luke, tell me the truth. What's the deal with the 4-date rule? He sighed.
It's just a joke. A guy thing. Nate made it up.
She pursed her lips. I don't believe that. Zoe mentioned it to Cece, too. She texted me this morning. There must be some truth there. What is it? He blew out a breath and ran his fingers through his hair.
The truth? I don't know. I guess the truth is that I just don't do commitment. I never have.
Never? He leaned back against the table.
I had my first feminine disaster in middle school. Brittany was in 8th grade. I was in 7th. She kissed me behind the school after practice one day and told me she wanted to be my girlfriend. I said no. Honestly, I didn't have a clue what to do with her. I was too young for my grade, but because I was big and had no trouble keeping up in class, they kept moving me ahead. I just wanted to play football. Brittany told everyone that I'd strung her along and broken her heart.
And people believed it?
People believe what they want to believe. In 9th grade, I dated a couple of different girls, but again, all I really cared about was football, so nothing ever lasted. People started saying I just used girls and dumped them when I got bored. Even my family started giving me a hard time for being the love 'em and leave 'em type. I had my first real girlfriend in 10th grade. Not a cheerleader or anything, just a nice girl from my math class. But I was a lousy boyfriend. My first priority was my team and the game. After we broke up, my sister Jillian told me if I was going to be such a jerk, I shouldn't go out with anyone at all.
That's a little harsh. Mason gave her a crooked smile.
I am probably the least deserving person in the world for sympathy. It wasn't like I was dying to get into a long-term relationship. And then I had the best excuse not to get seriously involved with anyone.
Tess considered his profile. That classic bone structure, like something from a Greek statue. The firm jaw, finely shaped lips, thick golden hair and arched brows. Was it any wonder everyone expected him to break hearts? So basically, everyone expected you to be a player, so you became one?
I don't like hurting people, and I don't like letting people down. It's a whole lot easier not to make promises than it is to break them.
How did 4 dates become the limit? He gave a short laugh.
I'm telling you, it's not a real rule. I guess lately that's just been the way it's gone. I dated a few more women more seriously when I was living in Boston, but I think the longest was a few months.
No broken engagements?
I couldn't even get that far. I tried once, asked a woman to move in with me. I had visions that maybe she was the one, but she just laughed. She didn't think I was serious. Even when I told her I was, she just sort of smiled and shook her head. Said I wasn't built that way and it was pointless to try.
Tess studied his face, noticed the sadness underneath his relaxed exterior. Being turned down that way had hurt him. He didn't like to admit it, but it had. Well, that's awful.
He shrugged. She was right. I wanted it to work, but I guess I just wasn't made with the commitment gene.
Tess rested her back against the counter. You wouldn't be the first, I suppose. But I'm not sure getting turned down by a woman who obviously didn't know you very well is the true test of your capacity for love. He waved off the suggestion.
What's your dating record? You said it had been years since you slept with someone.
Yeah, it took me a while to get back on my feet after the pregnancy, and longer than that before I slept with anyone again. Before the pregnancy, I just wanted someone to care about me, and sex seemed like a good way to get that. But after, she trailed off, struggling to find the right words. I didn't get out much while I was taking care of my grandmother. My neighbor, Gracie, stayed with her while I was working, but I didn't like leaving her alone any more than I had to. And then after she died, I had a lot of debts to pay down. We didn't have any money, and being sick is really expensive. I ran up credit cards for medications, and it took a lot of work to pay that off. Now, I'm really busy. I don't meet a lot of people. And honestly, I don't have a lot of trust left in me, which seems like a sort of basic prerequisite to having a relationship. He gave a short laugh.
Sounds like you've got your own version of the 4-date rule.
Yeah, it's more like a no-date rule, but I guess the theory is the same. Don't get involved when you know what the end result is going to be. He moved beside her, and she felt the pull of him. She shot him a wry smile as she moved a few feet to the right. I wish you'd stop doing that.
What?
I don't think very well when you're standing near me.
Some of the tension between them eased, and he followed in her path, keeping them close. You mean like this? This makes it hard for you to think straight?
Her voice grew husky. Something like that.
He moved in front of her and put one hand on the counter on either side of her hips, trapping her body against his. What about this? Are you thinking straight right now?
Can't say that I am, she managed to squeak out.
A soft kiss landed on her neck, then another behind her ear. I could do this, and you couldn't come up with a reason to object?
Mason.
Her voice was as garbled as her thoughts. He was a bad influence, a disaster waiting to happen. So why was she letting him kiss her? His hand teased along her waist, stroking and gliding the vulnerable spot between her navel and her ribs. That's interesting. What if I told you that I wanted you back in my bed as soon as possible, and it didn't matter that we were both totally unfit for a relationship? Would you disagree?
This isn't a good idea.
Awful, wonderful things were happening between her legs as he continued to stroke her skin. Instead of pushing him away, she found herself relaxing against him. I think it's a great idea. She sucked in a breath as he lowered his mouth to her collarbone at the same time he unbuttoned the top of her pants, then let his hands trace a path up her shirt.
Tell me one thing.
Anything.
Why me?
He paused to meet her gaze. Because I can be real with you. You see all of me, Tess. I've never been with anyone like that. They all expect something from me. You want the real me. The warmth of his gaze dissolved her remaining inhibitions, but did nothing to calm her fears. Because what she gave him was a novelty. He'd said so himself. It wouldn't be enough to keep him.
I'm not interested in dating anyone.
That's good, because dating isn't really my thing.
What?
He was tracing the edges of her breasts now, gently stroking their sensitive tips through the thin fabric of her lacy bra, and her head was spinning. She fought for control.
What is your thing?
You. And me. Whatever we're doing. Which clearly isn't dating. Cool air hit her belly as he lowered her zipper. Involuntarily, she gripped the counter behind her as he gave a tug on the material at either side of her hips. Her jeans fell in a puddle around her ankles. I knew your fondness for baggy pants would come in handy someday. His hands were strong and warm as he lifted her to the counter, slipping her pants from her ankles. Honestly, Tess, I have nothing to offer you. And you deserve a lot more than that. You deserve everything, really. But I'm selfish enough that I don't want to let you go. She closed her eyes and let him pull her to the edge of the counter.
I guess maybe we could try something different.
He kissed the top of her knee and ran his hands along the inside of her thighs.
What did you have in mind?
We're friends now, right? She said, sucking in her breath as he pushed apart her thighs. You had your growth experience?
I definitely grew.
He fingered the elastic at the top of her panties. But that was friends without benefits. What about friends with? She arched into his hand, her breath catching in her throat. How did he know exactly how to touch her? How to make her melt?
Ah, I see.
He slipped a finger into her wetness.
Friends with benefits.
She moaned. Back and forth, he moved with precision along a tender path until her hips were jerking and her breath was coming in pants. When she exploded against him with a sharp gasp and a groan of pure pleasure, he smiled and leaned forward to kiss her.
Friends with benefits it is.
Chapter 14. 2 weeks later, Tess retrieved her caramel latte from the counter and joined Cece at the tiny table she'd claimed in the back of the coffee shop. She took a sip of the thick foam on her way and stifled a groan. She didn't splurge on fancy coffees often, but when she did, well, orgasmic wasn't quite the word, but it was close. Cece had left work to meet Tess for a mid-morning coffee break, and as always, she looked like the all-powerful financial magnate she was. Her blonde hair was in a perfect French twist, not a strand out of place, and she wore a tailored black skirt that fell to just above her knees and matching blazer. She screamed elegance and professionalism, ready at a moment to take on any man who might suggest, even obliquely, that she was only in her position because she was her father's daughter. In the way of scrupulously thin women, Cece's coffee was black and she had purchased a scone but only nibbled at the corner of it. As Tess sat, she pushed it toward her, indicating that she should help herself. And Tess wondered, as she always did, if Cece had ever had any intention of eating it herself, or if it had been for Tess all along. Case in point. The scone was blueberry, which Tess loved, but Cece rarely ate, because she didn't like to risk getting blueberry seeds between her teeth while she was at work. So what's the event tonight? She handed over a white box tied with a silver bow. A cocktail party or something? Tess frowned. What did you do? Just take it and shut up. I got a couple of samples from Katya. Tess pulled open the bow and opened the box. There were 3 dresses inside. One was black, with silver sequins on the bodice and a long chiffon skirt. The second was a flame-colored halter style with a low V-neck. The third was the familiar green dress that she'd worn to the Aspen the night she and Mason had first been together. It was just as beautiful as she remembered. Cece, I can't take this. Her friend's gentle expression turned murderous. I wasn't sure which would be best, and Katya wanted to share a couple of her designs with you. You're going to tell everyone who asks all about her boutique and new evening line, and you'll be doing her a huge favor. So shut up. Tess wasn't sure how much to believe Cece. Her friend was not above lying. But Katya was a young designer that Cece was helping fund, so it could very well be true. Fine, but please tell Katya thank you for me. I'm not actually sure how formal the event is tonight. It's some kind of charity thing for the symphony. Cece looked up, her cup frozen halfway to her mouth. The symphony gala? I guess, maybe. With a slow exhale, Cece set down her coffee. I see. Wear the long black one. And get your hair done. I'll set you up with my stylist. I'll send you some jewelry, too. Tessa's heart skipped a beat. Jewelry? I guess it's kind of a big deal. You'll be fine. Just be prepared for lots of pictures and lots of rich guys in tuxedos. Great. Tess broke off another piece of scone with a scowl. Mason said I might want to wear something fancy, but I wasn't sure what exactly that meant. I was thinking I might just wear that black dress I found at the consignment store. You know my closet is your closet. But sadly, your body isn't my body.
Luckily, for some reason, you seem to find reasons to acquire dresses that are at least 2 sizes too big for you. I appreciate that. Cece inclined her head slightly, the only indication she'd ever give of her generosity. So is there something you aren't telling me about Mason? Going to a gala together sounds like a big step for you two. Does this mean you're finally going to admit that you're dating? We're not dating. Tess tucked the bag under her chair and returned her attention to her latte. Right. You walk your dogs together, you buy groceries together. You stayed in last weekend and binge-watched The Office together. He's taking you to a formal event where you'll be walking around arm in arm in front of hundreds of people. And you're not dating? Tess squirmed slightly in her seat. We were really clear on this. It's not a dating thing. We're just hanging out. And having a lot of sex. Right. And cuddling afterward. Right. And you sleep at his apartment. Sometimes, Tess broke in defensively, sometimes I go home. Except for the past week, she hadn't, even though waking up with him was equal parts delicious fantasy and impending doom. How could it not be? She was painfully aware every morning that she opened her eyes in his apartment was increasingly likely to be her last. A guy didn't go from a 4-date rule to living with someone overnight, and her self-protective instincts were way too strong to allow her to let down her guard. It was only a matter of time before they both realized they were on the road to nowhere. Still, it was fun while it lasted. This is a public event. Hard to explain that away. I don't think it's a big deal. He just wanted someone to go with him. It's not like a real date. Tess pictured Mason's casual comment 2 nights ago while they were walking the dogs at Rincon Park. Hey, I have this charity thing to go to on Thursday. Any chance you can come with me? There's a dinner and then the symphony is playing, and I need someone to pinch me if I start to fall asleep. She'd wanted to ask why he didn't take a real date, but she couldn't make herself form the words. Because she didn't want to hear the answer. Cece eyed her over the top of her cup. Seriously, only a crazy person would say this isn't a date. Let me ask this. Is he dating other people? He could be. She raised her chin. I never told him not to. But he isn't. He could be, Tess repeated firmly. This definitely isn't an exclusive thing. He's free to date anyone he wants. Of course, it would kill her if he did. But that was stupid because he wasn't into relationships. Hadn't he told her that himself in no uncertain terms? Has it occurred to you that maybe things have changed? Maybe Mr. 4-date rule is ready to settle down. Tess pressed her fingers against her eyelids in an effort to ward off the headache that seemed to loom every time she thought about their relationship. Or whatever you called the increasingly confusing thing that they were doing that definitely wasn't dating. No one is settling down. Not him, not me. We're just, friends with benefits. Oh, right. Because friends always take friends to fancy charity events and spend all their free time with them and make them coffee every morning. I never should have told you that, Tess muttered. Of course, she'd tried to maintain her distance at first. They'd found someone else to walk with on the days she was at the vet clinic, and she'd resumed her usual schedule at work. She went home at night and was careful not to leave any of her belongings behind. But then her Wi-Fi had gone out, and she hadn't wanted to call the cable company to come fix it because she wasn't entirely sure the original hookup had been legal. Mason had glowered at her and insisted she do her schoolwork at his place and bring Astro just in case she needed to stay late. Then, despite all her best intentions, she'd stayed up late working on a problem set and woken up in his bed. First one night, then another. The weirdest part was that he seemed entirely pleased about the situation. Still, they'd been careful to avoid any talk of what their relationship might have become. And that was good as far as Tess was concerned because nothing had changed. Mason had said he wasn't interested in a relationship, and she couldn't seem to find the backbone to push him away. Whatever they were doing was working, and she had no intention of messing it up. "You're the one who kept telling me not to overthink this." Tess focused on her coffee in an effort to avoid meeting Cece's penetrating gaze. "You were the one who said I should just have some fun, remember? Something about sexy times?" Cece sniffed. "As you are well aware, I am the last person to give advice about sexy times. In fact, you should feel free to share details if you think they might be educational. Tell you what," Tess pointed a finger in her direction. "Some night when we're drunk and you're ready for your sexual awakening, I will share those details. But only then." Cece snorted with laughter, a shockingly unladylike sound that she occasionally made that always made Tess grin. "My sexual awakening will happen sometime around the next ice age. I'll be ready when it does. And speaking of ice ages, I think Mason is planning another night out with his work people this weekend. Any chance you want to come and flirt with Nate some more?" Cece's expression darkened. "Flirt? With Nate Etherly? Are you kidding? Have you ever met anyone quite so conceited? Or quite so annoying?" Tess grinned. "Or with quite so expansive a chest? I'm pretty sure they could have used him as a Gaston body double for Beauty and the Beast." "Oh, that's perfect!" Cece snorted again. "Gaston! How did I not think of that?" "Because you were too busy admiring his Gaston-like chest." "There is nothing I admire about that man." Aware that she was potentially walking into a minefield, Tess spoke cautiously. "You've got some kind of history with him, I guess." "We run in the same circles, or used to." Cece waved off the topic. "But let's get back to you and Mason. I know you aren't big on trusting guys, and I completely understand why. But maybe it's worth giving it a shot. Maybe this time it's different." "I would be the biggest fool in the world if I thought that. As soon as this gets too intense, he'll be ready to move on." Cece's lips compressed. "You know, if he hurts you..." "You are not going to play cowboy." Tess finished her sentence for her. "Look, I'm not going to get hurt. I know what to expect out of this. He told me straight up that he wasn't born with a commitment gene. So no matter how fun things are, this isn't going to last. And that's fine. I had a life before I met him, you know. Granted, it involved a lot less time in fancy high-rise buildings eating meals prepared by a personal chef, but I did have a life. And I'll have a life after all this is over. I know a little something about self-preservation. I've seen this movie before, and I know what the ending looks like. And it isn't a royal wedding with white horses and a golden coach." And maybe she wasn't quite as confident about all that as she tried to sound, but really, what else could she do? Pretend like Mason was going to change? Ignore his warnings and let herself fall head over heels in love with him? Cece squeezed her hand. "You're not like me. You need people around you. I hate seeing you alone so much, working so much, and living alone in that falling down house of yours. I don't know what you're talking about. I've got plenty of people around me. Like Gracie, and Erica, and you. That's not the same thing as having a relationship, and you know it. And neither of us believe in that relationship business, and you know it." Tess broke off a piece of the scone and let the sweet, buttery flavor erase the moment of bitterness. "If and when I do get serious with someone, it definitely won't be with a man like Mason. He's barely even an actual human being. He's like some cartoon character superhero." She broke off another piece of the pastry and waved it in the air as she spoke. "You can't trust someone that gorgeous, you know? He's way too pretty, and he's had way too much attention his whole life. I'm pretty sure it's rendered him constitutionally incapable of having a normal relationship." "Too much attention can definitely screw you up." Cece stared down at her black coffee. Tess jerked, suddenly filled with guilt at the thought of applying what she'd just said to her friend. "I didn't mean..." "Oh shit, Cece, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply..." Cece cut her off with a raised hand. I'm not saying you're wrong about Mason. I barely know the guy. I'm just saying you might not want to come to that conclusion too quickly. You're right. And honestly, this would all be a lot simpler if he truly was an asshole. But he warned me from the start not to expect anything from him. And I'd be a fool not to listen. If you say so. Cece held up her coffee cup. Let's have a toast. Here's to men who know their place in our lives. Mindless sex machines designed to give us pleasure? Of course. I can drink to that. Chapter 15. Mason woke, rolled over, and reached for Tess. When his hand encountered nothing but cold, tangled sheets, he felt a familiar sense of regret. He'd been trying to get her to stay at his place ever since they'd started sleeping together, but it wasn't until the past week that he'd actually been successful, and as a result, he never quite trusted her to stay. Last night they'd come back from the symphony gala slightly drunk and more than a little horny, and after driving him crazy with her wicked, wicked tongue, she'd fallen asleep in his arms, and he'd had a lovely fantasy of taking a shower together in the morning. He squinted at the sunlight sparkling off the bay and glanced at the clock. 8 a.m. Later than he usually slept, but they'd stayed up late and he'd forgotten to set his alarm. Of course, she wouldn't have forgotten. It was Friday, and she worked at the vet clinic early Friday morning. That was probably why she was gone. She probably hadn't snuck out at 3 a.m. because she had commitment issues far bigger than any guy he'd ever met, including himself. Probably. He wanted to believe she wouldn't just disappear again, like she had after their first night together, but he was never quite sure of it, especially after a night like last night, which he felt fraught with so many potential disasters. First, he'd asked her to go to the event with him. Considering that she seemed utterly devoted to the idea that they weren't dating, this had been a significant challenge. How did you ask someone on what was, for all intents and purposes, a date, without calling it a date? How did you not call it a date, but also not call it a date in case she wanted it to be a date? Then there had been the clothing issue. The event was a fundraiser for the San Francisco Symphony, and having attended it in the past, he knew it would be very formal. Tuxedos, women in evening gowns, lots of schmoozing with potential investors. All things he wasn't sure how to explain without making her panic. He'd even considered having Nate find Cecilia's phone number for him, so he could use her best friend to convey the information, but decided that might just make her mad. In the end, he decided to just try to keep it as casual as he could and hope like hell that she figured out what he meant when he said, "a little fancy." Of course, she'd ended up looking stunning in a black designer gown with her hair up in a sleek, sophisticated style that she'd later admitted had come from Cecilia's hairdresser. Despite all his worries, the evening had gone fine. At least, it seemed that way to him. But he'd learned at an early age that when it came to women, just because a man thought everything was fine did not mean everything was fine. In fact, the evening had been much better than fine. It had been one of the best evenings he'd had in a long time. Because for once, he'd been at an event and he hadn't felt like he had to spend the entire evening performing. When he was with Tess, he could just relax. She would laugh if she thought he was funny and elbow him if he was being obnoxious. When they went to bed at night, he fell asleep hoping she would be there when he woke up, not the other way around. With a yawn, he checked his phone as he made his way to the bathroom, still not convinced he wouldn't see a text from Tess saying she wasn't coming back. Sometimes, it felt like he was trying to coax a wary, wild creature to share his bed, and if he made the slightest wrong move, she'd be gone. Instead of a text from Tess, he found a missed call from Nate and another from Connor, along with 3 texts telling him to call. He dialed Connor back first, feeling a little guilty to have slept until 8. He hadn't exactly missed an entire day of work, but he was usually in the office by now, and something was obviously up. Nate picked up on the first ring.
Where the hell are you?
Mason put the phone on speaker and set it on the counter. He picked up the coffee pot and started to fill it at the sink.
Good morning to you, too. I'm in my kitchen making coffee. Where are you, and why are you answering Connor's phone? Because I knew you'd call him back before me. Listen, I assume you're enjoying a leisurely morning, but we've got 2 client issues blowing up, and we need you to actually pay attention to your job today.
Oh, I'm sorry, he called to the phone over the sound of the water.
I thought I worked more than 80 hours last week and got home last night at 2 after having drinks with Harold Singerman and getting an invitation for lunch with him next week. But go ahead, tell me how much of a slacker I am.
There was a brief pause.
Singerman? Yes, Singerman.
Mason took enormous pleasure emphasizing the name of the elusive billionaire, who they had been hoping to attract to their fund for years.
He's interested in working with us. You still pissed?
Nate cleared his throat, clearly not ready to let go of his irritation.
I sent you the Nivian deal sheet 2 days ago to review.
That's what this is about? Mason vaguely considered whether he could shoot one of his best friends.
A deal sheet you sent 2 days ago? We need to close that deal. Now that we don't have the fuel cell in our portfolio, we need another big win. I want to call them back today on it. You're overreacting. I know our portfolio as well as you do, and we didn't need the fuel cell tech, and we definitely don't need this new deal to be signed today.
He measured the coffee as he tried to keep his temper from blowing up. Nate made a habit of pissing him off, but it was unusual for him to start so early in the morning.
What's the other client issue? Hanley Insurance is getting cold feet about the new green fund. They want to meet with us at 10 to go over the portfolio in more detail.
Fine. Mason glanced at the clock on the stove.
I can be in by then. You need to be here now so we can go over things first. Nate,
Mason said, fighting for calm.
I can sell the green portfolio in my sleep.
There was a pause.
Then, Connor and I made a few changes we need to tell you about.
Changes? Mason picked up the phone and turned off the speaker.
What the hell is going on? Since when do you make changes without me? Come to work and we can talk about it. Last time I checked, we were partners.
The surge of fury was so strong, his hand curled into a fist.
Now you and Connor are meeting without me? Making decisions without me? We didn't think you'd mind. You didn't think I'd mind?
Mason stepped away from the counter and stared blindly at his living room. He couldn't make sense of what Nate was saying, and fury and disbelief raced through him in equal measure. He could almost hear Nate shrug through the phone.
We didn't think you'd mind.
That's bullshit, and you know it.
Mace, come to work. We can talk about it here.
Fine. He cut off the call and slammed down the phone. There was one rule they'd all agreed on when they first started in business together, and that was that they worked as an equal partnership. Nate had bankrolled their initial investments, but Mason had quickly become adept at finding new sources of funds. He'd been the one to convince their first institutional clients to take a risk with them, and the one to conceive of Leven's unique mixture of high and low-risk investments. And neither Nate nor Mason understood the technology like Connor. They all played different roles, but they'd always respected each other's judgment and worked together seamlessly. Though each of them had the authority to accept or reject a deal on their own, they rarely did, unless it was something egregious like Elijah's sleazy behavior around his contract. Never in Mason's memory had 2 of them met and agreed to something without the third. 20 minutes later, Mason stalked through the doors of the Levend Capital offices and went straight to Nate's office. He slammed the door shut behind him.
You want to tell me what this is all about?
Nate looked up from the pile of papers on his desk and gestured to his computer.
You and Tess made the morning news.
What? Mason moved around the side of his desk so he could see what Nate meant. The article was a fluffy society who's who piece on the gala. Someone had snapped a picture of Mason with his arm around Tess, looking adoringly at her, and tagged it, Mason Coleman and unidentified woman. Love at last? He skimmed the article. A few lines near the end speculated about who Tess might be, describing him as obviously smitten with the raven-haired beauty. Nate smirked.
Smitten. Very cute. I swear to God, you make one crack about Tess.
Mason could feel his head ready to explode.
You didn't bring me in here to look at that, did you? God, no. Luke just forwarded me the link, and I couldn't help but think that you've gotten past the 4-date rule. There is not now and never has been a 4-date rule,
Mason snarled.
Fine, whatever you say. But look, Tess seems like a nice person. I really do like her. And I hope you understand that Cecilia Kerr would not hesitate to ruin us if she thought we treated her best friend wrong. Tess is also an adult,
Mason bit out.
And anyway, according to her, we're not dating. We're just friends. Who sleep together?
He inclined his head in acknowledgement.
So you're not serious about her?
I don't see how I could be. She's not interested in a relationship. Steel gray eyes contemplated him from across the desk.
That must be a big relief.
It is.
Not. But I'm pretty sure we're here to talk about the Green Fund, not what my intentions are toward Tess. If you say so. I do.
Nate stood up slowly and walked around to the front of his desk. Casually, he leaned back against the polished wood.
When we started this company, how often did we disagree on things? Like really disagree? Argue into the night about which direction we wanted to go or where we wanted to put our money.
All the time. And what the hell does that have to do with...
All the time,
Nate agreed.
We'd go back and forth for hours. And eventually we'd convince each other. Sometimes we'd go my way, sometimes yours.
Mason ran his hand through his hair. Some of the anger leached out of him at the memory of those late nights.
And sometimes we'd arm wrestle for it. Connor stayed out of the way when we got into it. He'd tell us about the tech and we'd look at the market, check the comparables, and try to decide where the industry was headed. And fight. Because sometimes smart people just disagree, and you have to trust your partner to make the right decision.
Mason sighed and slumped into a chair.
What's this really about? You don't argue anymore. You just take my word for it. Or you give up if I push you on something. It's like you checked out, and I want to know why.
Something vibrated in him, leaving a chill in the pit of his stomach. I don't know what you're talking about.
We argue all the time. Really? When was the last time you went to the mat for something?
Mason didn't like the way he struggled to come up with something. All he could think of was the way he'd folded over the fuel cell boys, and then regretted it later.
I work hard for this company, he snapped. I spend hours that you never see finding prospects, assessing them, and figuring out where I think we should go next. And then, when it comes to making the final decision, you step back. Let someone else make the call. Maybe that's because I got tired of arguing with you. You are a dick, you know.
Nate rolled his eyes.
Of course I am, but that's not the point. This has nothing to do with me. I think the problem is that you don't trust yourself anymore.
Mason slouched deeper into the chair.
That's ridiculous. Is it?
Nate crossed his arms over his chest.
Why didn't you push back on the fuel cell guys that day in the conference room? Why didn't you tell me and Connor that we were wrong?
Because I didn't have anything concrete. All I had was my gut.
And since when did that stop being a reason to push back?
Mason closed his eyes. The silence in the room was deafening.
Look, ever since you fired those guys, I've been waiting to see what you would do next. I thought maybe you'd turned a corner or something. But you're just coasting again. I had a glimpse of the old Mason, and I want him back.
Mason cringed. Was Nate right? Had he stepped back?
I'm just doing what you all expect me to do,
he said, rejecting the direction of his own thoughts.
I'm the looks of the operation, right? The guy with the 4-date rule. And thanks for telling Tess about that, by the way. She walked out on me the next morning. And that's my fault? That you told her that? Yeah, I'd say that's your fault. Not that I told her, that she walked out. You sure that's because of something I did?
When Mason did not respond, Nate continued, even more softly.
Just because other people repeat that bullshit doesn't mean you have to believe it. Look, we are what we are. I haven't changed. It's just that we've gotten bigger and the roles are more defined. I'm the face of the company. No big deal.
Of course, it was a big deal, and he'd been noticing it for a while now. The way he didn't get excited to go to work anymore. The way his role seemed to have narrowed. The way he'd started to give up on making the tough calls.
You are what you tell yourself you are. If you want to be just a pretty face, go right ahead. But that's not the guy I want to be partners with. That's not the guy I am partners with.
A surge of something, was it shame? Anger at Nate? At himself? Brought Mason to his feet. He rubbed his hands together and paced over to Nate's enormous window overlooking the bay. The morning's mist had mostly burned off, and now he could faintly see the white caps on the water, the cars crossing the bridge in a slow line. He pictured the 4-square farmhouse he'd grown up in. The flat, endless roads lined by farms. Roadside stands spilling over with fresh tomatoes. The dusty heat of summer. Pickup trucks and cool nights filled with stars.
I was never supposed to be here, you know,
he finally said.
I was supposed to play football. Maybe be a coach someday. When I got recruited to play at MIT, everyone worried I wouldn't get in. And once I did get in, they wondered when I'd flunk out. And now you're trying to prove them right? The numbers keep getting bigger, Nate. The stakes are getting higher. We aren't just a bunch of friends in a dorm room anymore. We've got billions of dollars on the line. Doesn't that intimidate you at all? I lost my first $1 million when I was 18,
Nate said.
Shitty real estate deal. I bought a small apartment building that turned out to have bed bugs, asbestos, and about 200 pending housing code violations. My dad called me down to his office. Scared the shit out of me. When I got down there, he shook my hand. Said, "Welcome to the real world." Probably the only time when I was growing up that I didn't hate him. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Your dad is insane, Nate. And probably ought to be in prison. Oh, that's absolutely true. The point is that it's just money. Everyone makes mistakes. Bank tellers sometimes hand out too much money. Quarterbacks in Super Bowl games fumble the ball. Doctors cut off the wrong leg. Our mistakes cost a lot, but that doesn't mean you can't do the job unless you turn into some infallible prophet. You just have to trust your instincts that much more. Do your homework, rely on your friends. Know you'll screw up and figure out how you'll recover from it. And for God's sake, grow a pair.
Mason stared down at his hands, slowly clenching and unclenching his fists.
I can't tell you how badly I want to punch you right now. Get in line.
Nate walked back behind his desk and sat down.
I'm not saying you're right. I would hope not. I'm conceited enough as it is. And I'm pissed at you for calling me in this morning.
Nate picked up a silver pen from a display box on his desk. He turned it over in his hands.
So Tess walked out on you? I knew I liked her. How'd you convince her to come back? I promised her we wouldn't date. Thus avoiding the 4-date rule? Very crafty. She's got some commitment issues. No wonder you get along so well. I don't have commitment issues,
Mason snapped.
And the next time you say 4-date rule, I swear I'm going to punch you right in your perfectly smug face. I would enjoy that. But just to clarify, what exactly are you doing, if not dating? Jesus, what is this, 20 questions?
Mason rubbed his hands through his hair.
I have no idea. We're just friends. Friends with benefits. You sure about that? I am.
Mason's tone allowed for no questions.
Because from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look that way. Shut it, Nate.
Nate's lips turned in the barest hint of a smile. He set the pen down and turned to 2 separate piles of manila file folders on his desk. He picked them up, 1 stack in each hand.
These are the companies I want to move into and out of the fund. I want to know what you think about it.
Mason looked down at his watch.
You want me to review all these files in the next half hour? Before Hanley gets here? It's up to you. I've already made my decision. Fine.
Mason grabbed the files and headed for the door.
I'll review the files and tell you what I think. But you're going to call back Hanley and reschedule the meeting for 1. I'm not doing this half-assed. Really?
Really. Nate inclined his head.
All right. And we're not talking about Tess. I wouldn't dream of it. But someday we will talk about you and Cecilia.
Nate froze, and Mason smiled with satisfaction.
Never underestimate a pretty face, partner.
Chapter 16. Mason hesitated outside the door to his apartment, unsure for the first time in years what to say to a woman. He'd brought home a bouquet of flowers, a bottle of wine, and a whole lot of doubt. But it was time for things to change. Tess might be willing to let them drift in this pretend no-relationship, but he wasn't. Not anymore. It had been a hell of a day. He hadn't realized just how rusty he was at making tough decisions, but once he'd started, it was like opening the floodgates. He'd been arguing with Nate nonstop. They'd almost come to blows at one point, and then laughed afterward. It was like there had been a cloud building over him for months, maybe even years, but it had been so gradual he hadn't even noticed it getting dark. What was the old saying about the frog that didn't jump out of the hot water because the temperature increased so slowly? Somehow, his life had been like that. Thanks to his fear of making a mistake and worry that he'd somehow stepped into a position he didn't deserve, he'd checked out of his work like he'd checked out of his personal life. And he wasn't going to accept that anymore. He had no idea what to say to Tess, but he knew they were lying about the way things were between them. Would she admit how she felt, or would she keep pretending? Tess's past had left a legacy in her heart, and he could understand why she found it so difficult to trust. But she was also one of the bravest people he'd ever met. If anyone could look a demon in the face and spit in its eye, it would be Tess. That was one of the things he loved about her. Her mix of strength and softness, fear and courage. The thought caught him by surprise. Loved about her? He shook his head. An expression, of course. There were a million things he liked about her, was what he meant. Cared about her. He was going to convince her to start dating him. That was all. He forced himself to push open the door. He was overthinking this. He just needed to see her and everything would make sense again. He forced a smile. Not so big that he seemed like an ass, just slightly self-conscious, with a hint of apology around the edges. And then he braced himself.
Tess?
Wick met him at the door, tail wagging. He bent to pet the dog's head. Allie seemed to have forgotten she'd ever owned a dog, and for the first time, Mason thought that seemed okay. He wasn't counting the days until she retrieved the giant dog anymore. It felt natural to have him there when he came home. A way to beat back the emptiness when Tess wasn't around.
Tess!
Of all the things he had imagined, it wasn't this quiet. He glanced around the room, trying not to panic. There was no sign of her. Not on the couch. Not in the kitchen. Her jacket wasn't draped over a chair. Her bag wasn't on the carpet or by the dining room table. Her books weren't spread across the kitchen counter. The house was empty. Pristine white surfaces untouched, just like it had been all those weeks ago when she'd entered his life and disrupted his perfect, shallow existence.
Tess!
It was almost 7. Normally he was home earlier, but he'd gotten caught up with work. Tess got off at 2 on Fridays and usually worked at his place until he came back from work. They'd developed a habit of going for a walk together after work and then having drinks and dinner out. He loved taking her out. Loved finding hole-in-the-wall restaurants that neither of them had tried and convincing her to let him occasionally pick up the tab. His stomach lodged somewhere down near his knees. She could be in the bathroom. Or maybe she was just running late. He closed the door behind him and walked into the kitchen. That was when he noticed the slip of paper on the counter. He almost couldn't make himself look at it. Something came up, had to run. We'll call tomorrow. T. The words were scrawled in haste. He stared at them, unblinking, and set the flowers and wine on the counter. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and scrolled through his texts. Nothing from Tess. He called, but she didn't pick up.
Just wanted to make sure everything is okay,
he said into her voicemail, trying to keep his voice even.
Call me.
He refreshed the phone, checked his texts again.
Everything okay?
He texted. Waited. No response. He scrolled through the possible explanations for what might have come up. 1. Something unremarkable she had to do at home. Maybe the cable company was finally coming to fix her Wi-Fi. Or she had a leak. Or her neighbor was sick. But if that was the case, why wouldn't she have explained what was going on? She could have called or texted at any point. Unless... 2. Something last night had triggered her to run. She'd decided she didn't want to see him again, and this was just the first step in her disappearance from his life. This option was clearly unacceptable. She wasn't disappearing. No way. Then again, there was option 3. There was an actual emergency in her life. Something he didn't know about that she hadn't shared, for reasons that were yet to be determined. This was least acceptable of all. Whether he was dealing with option 1, 2, or 3, the only possible response seemed obvious. He would have to go to her. Leaving the flowers behind, he grabbed his keys and headed for the garage. Along the way to her house, he refreshed his phone every few minutes, cursing at the blank screen and her failure to respond. Within a few blocks of her house, he dropped the phone and hit the gas as he realized why she wasn't texting him back. Chapter 17. A faint cloud of smoke hung in the air, and there were blockades at the entrance to her street. He parked a few blocks away and ran, the smoke acrid in his throat, growing stronger the closer he got.
Jesus, no!
He breathed out in horror at the sight of the trucks, lights still flashing red. A small crowd stood in the street. Firefighters in heavy coats, pants, and helmets moved purposely back and forth from the smoldering charcoal wreck that had once been Tess's home. A handful of uniformed officers stood behind yellow tape, directing the curious away if they got too close. Neighbors milling around were speaking a mix of English and Spanish, and he heard several agreeing quietly among themselves that they had been worried this would happen for years. As he got closer, he saw that there was little left of the house. A few rafters and beams, and parts of the first floor still stood, though few walls remained completely intact. Little trails of smoke, or maybe steam, it was hard to tell from the persistent smell that cloaked the area, rose from a few places where the rubble was particularly deep. But surely she was okay, he told himself, even as panic gripped his throat and sent flashes of weakness through his limbs. Her note meant that someone had told her about the fire, right? She hadn't been here when it happened. Surely that was the case. He pushed his way past a group of onlookers, his heart pounding in his chest. But if she knew about the fire, why hadn't she called him? Why? He moved around the crowd as quickly as he could, checking the faces and fighting a rising tide of panic until he finally saw her. She was off to one side of the house, near the fire chief's truck, surrounded by what he assumed were neighbors. A sturdy Hispanic young man stood on one side, while an older woman with gray hair and a worried expression stood on the other, occasionally unleashing a torrent of Spanish if someone called out to her or got too close.
"Tess?"
he called when he was still a few yards away. She was staring into space, her expression flat, eyes empty. Astra was in her arms, her little white body pushed back against Tess's chest like she was trying to comfort her. The sight of her filled him with a sick relief and an equally powerful wave of concern. He wanted to grab her and drag her into his arms, but her blank expression stopped him mid-step. He called her name again, but she didn't respond. Astro, however, had caught sight of him, and she struggled in Tess's arms and yipped a greeting. Tess's two gatekeepers swung suspicious eyes in his direction.
"You hear from the city?"
the young man called.
"Because she doesn't want to talk right now. Maybe you can call tomorrow."
"You can bother her tomorrow,"
the older woman snapped.
"Leave her alone right now."
"He's not from the city." Tess's voice was as flat and dead as her eyes, which swung briefly to him and then moved back to the wreckage of her house. She was obviously in shock. He forced himself to act calm, leaning in to rub Astro's ears. The dog wriggled around to lick his chin before settling back in Tess's arms. He turned to the older woman and nodded in greeting.
"I'm Mason, a friend of Tess's."
"Graciela, neighbor."
She gestured toward the young man.
"This is my grandson Moses."
She squinted at him, and he remembered he was wearing his office clothes.
"Do you live nearby?"
He had a vague memory of Tess saying that her neighbor Gracie had helped her take care of her grandmother. This must be the same neighbor.
"I was supposed to see Tess for dinner. When she wasn't there and didn't respond to my calls, I got worried."
That was apparently the right thing to say, because Graciela's stern features softened.
"They made us leave our houses when it started because they were worried the wind might spread the fire. I called her as soon as they let us back in. I'm sure it was a shock. You know it was her grandmother's house."
He felt a little strange talking about Tess like she wasn't there, but since she was not responding, he directed the next question at Graciela.
"What's this about someone from the city? Is someone coming to talk to her?"
She shrugged.
"We really don't know. But some people were saying that there would be an investigation to figure out how the fire started. We thought maybe you were part of that."
I talked to an officer and gave them my contact information. Tess surprised them by volunteering the information. No one is allowed near the scene until they can be sure it's safe. They said they'll get back in touch with me tomorrow. Her back was ramrod straight, but every now and then a shudder ran through her. His fingers itched to hold her, but he wasn't sure how she would react if he touched her.
"Do you want me to call Cecilia?"
Her eyes widened. She met his gaze for the first time and shook her head definitively. No, absolutely not. He couldn't begin to understand why, any more than he could understand why she hadn't called him, but he nodded reluctantly.
"Okay. No, Cecilia."
"You should come home with me,"
Graciela said to Tess.
"There's no reason to stay out here."
Tess's gaze returned back to what was left of her house. You know your landlord won't allow Astra to stay there. Besides, you have more people than beds already.
You need a place to stay. We can find a bed. Or you can sleep on the sofa.
Graciela crossed her arms over her chest and stuck out her chin in a stubborn gesture Mason suspected she used quite often.
"I can go stay with my friend Jorge,"
Moses offered.
"There's plenty of room for you, Tess."
He didn't understand why they were even talking about her staying somewhere else.
"Tess?"
He waited until she looked at him.
"Let's go back to my place. We can figure things out tomorrow."
Graciela eyed him suspiciously, then turned to Tess. She whispered loudly in her ear,
"You don't have to go with him if you don't want to."
Mason smiled and bowed, appreciating her concern.
"Ms. Graciela, you're welcome to come with us if you'd like. Just to make sure there's no funny business."
She huffed.
"That's not a bad idea."
Tess held out a tired hand. "Gracie, it's okay. You don't need to do that."
He's the one I've been staying with in the city. The one with the big dog.
Oh! Gracie's eyes widened. She turned to Tess with fresh concern.
But why didn't you tell us he was around? We could have called him.
Mason had exactly the same question, but he figured now was not the time to ask. Holding out his hands to Astro, he leaned forward and scooped the little dog out of Tess's arms. See? He indicated the little dog with a nod of his head. Astro trusts me. Gracie was unconvinced.
I don't think I let a dog make my decision for me.
Even Astro? Mason stroked her white fur, and she gave him another lick. Graciela softened.
Okay, maybe Astro.
She held out a finger and shook it in his direction.
If she's going with you, then you better be careful. Any funny business and you answer to me.
And me, Moses added. He made a show of puffing out his back, which, Mason had to admit, was impressively large. Tess, Mason prompted. You okay with that? Sure. Her response was directed somewhere into the air above his head. She turned and gave Graciela a quick smile that barely reached her eyes. Don't worry, Gracie, I'll be fine. I'll call you in the morning. She started to pull her car keys from her pocket, but Mason touched her hand. Why don't you let me drive? She shook her head, her jaw jutting out. There's no reason for that.
Tess, honey, I think maybe he's right. You had a big shock tonight. I don't like the idea of you driving right now.
Tess looked ready to argue, but Gracie held up her hand.
Your grandma wouldn't forgive me if I let you drive off like this. You do like I say now, and don't argue.
Tess seemed to wilt under the older woman's fierce regard. Okay, but I need to come back tomorrow to talk to the fire people and see if I can salvage anything. Of course. Do you need anything from your car before we go? Mason asked. Tess shook her head, indicating the worn messenger bag at her feet. I have my bag. He turned to Graciela. Can I give you my phone number, in case they need anything and can't get a hold of Tess?
That's a good idea, but you'll need to give it to Moses. He can keep it in his cell phone.
He provided the number to Moses, and then they turned to leave. Graciela gave Tess a forceful hug before taking her by the shoulders and shaking her lightly.
You tell us how we can help you. None of that pride business. People love you. They want to help.
Tess nodded and waved goodbye. Mason put his arm around her waist. She did not protest or speak as he guided her the several blocks to his car, then stopped beside the passenger door, eyes closed, as he made his way around to the driver's side. When it became clear that she wasn't making any move to get inside, he closed the door he had just opened. Tess? She was shivering, her shoulders hunched. He dropped his keys in his pockets and quickly retraced his steps between them, cursing at himself for leaving her alone even for a moment. He touched her shoulder, half expecting her to pull away or flinch, but she didn't move. He put his hand under her chin, forcing her eyes to meet his, but she wasn't there. Her eyes were unfocused and hazy. Tess, honey, we're going back to my apartment. Is that okay? She took a breath, but it was jagged. When she opened her mouth, nothing came out. Without saying another word, he simply folded her in his arms and held her against him. With one hand, he nestled her head against his chest, and with the other he held her shoulders, imagining he could form a shield around her, protect her like no one in her life ever had before. I'm sorry. He wanted to say something like, it's going to be okay, but couldn't. She had lost everything she owned, every memento of her childhood and her grandparents. He'd seen that house, the pictures on the mantel, the antique furniture. Every stitch of it now gone. Clothing, books, documents, furniture, all gone. How could that be okay? I'm so sorry. He kissed her hair, then her forehead. He cupped her face in his hand and ran his thumb across her cheekbone. Please let me help you, he whispered. For once, Tess. Let someone help. And just like that, she began to sob. They were great, racking sobs, so strong and fierce he imagined they might break her in half. He remembered all she'd been through, and he knew she would survive this. But he still wished he could make it easier. Just a little. But there was so little he could do. He held her closer and stroked her hair, and tried to make her feel protected and safe, if only for a moment. When the storm had passed, she lifted her head, her eyes swollen and red but focused. She gave him a watery smile. "I soaked your shirt." He shrugged. "No more than when Wick gives me a kiss." "Are you comparing me to a drooling mastiff?" He gave her a lopsided smile, maybe just a little. She sighed and dropped her head back into his chest. "I can't." He interrupted her. "Don't. Not a word. And I'm not even going to ask why you didn't call me. Let's just go." Keeping one arm around her, he fumbled for a moment with the door handle. Finally, he managed to swing it open. "In." She pushed her hair back from her face, a gesture he now knew she did when she was stalling. "Please," he added, "please let me help." Her chin trembled. With a sharp nod, she sank into the car. Once he'd folded her into her seat, Tess collapsed against the soft leather, watching the dashboard gleam with subtle lights as he started the car. She rested her head against the tall seat back and focused on not crying. She wished she were stronger. She wished she didn't feel so much safer with him. She wished she didn't have to rely on him. There was an ache in her chest that made her feel like collapsing, like folding inward and disappearing into a tiny, unrecognizable speck. She couldn't do this. There was too much pain. If only he hadn't come. She had thought about not even leaving a note, but she knew if she did that, he'd worry about her and try to find her. This way, she'd hoped, he would let her go. Let her disappear. She should have known he wouldn't understand. After all, she'd spent nights at his place before, had even intended to stay there tonight. Why not just go back there now? But it was different now. Now she didn't have a choice. Now she was a burden. Someone to be pitied. Now he would start wondering how to get rid of her. By the time Gracie had called, the fire was already out. The firefighters told her that older houses were particularly prone to burning, and burning fast. Some had newspaper in the walls for insulation. Others had little barriers between floors to prevent spreading. And Tess had already known the wiring was bad, though she couldn't bring herself to say it. When she'd seen the wreck of her house, it was like her brain had just stopped, and she couldn't think or process anything around her until Mason walked up. And then it was like he'd flipped a switch, and she'd suddenly been able to focus again. To think. Which, given the circumstances, had some serious downsides. Because now she had to think about everything she'd lost, and what she was going to do next. "I'll find someplace else to stay tomorrow." "You're not leaving." His tone was somewhere between a statement and a command. Tess didn't want to argue, so she closed her eyes instead. "We'll have to contact your insurance company. Any chance you'll be able to find your policy information? What's the name of the company?" She could barely state the words. No insurance. The car fell silent. She refused to open her eyes. "No fire insurance? Nothing? Are you really that stupid?" "After my grandmother died and I went through her things, I realized she hadn't had insurance for a while. I think she let it lapse because she didn't have the money. Or maybe because no one would insure the house." She gave a short laugh, struggling to keep her composure as she rubbed her hands together in her lap. "I never bothered. It was falling over. I figured I'd just try to outrun the disaster and see if I could get through school before I had to do something about it." He was silent, and she imagined she could hear his brain processing exactly how bad the situation was. She had nowhere to stay, other than at his apartment. No money, no way to rebuild. There was no ground under her feet. Everything had been swept away. He reached out and covered her hand with his own. Almost involuntarily, her fingers intertwined with his. "You sure you don't want to call Cecilia?" She shook her head. She'd call her friend tomorrow, when she had some idea of what she was going to do next. "I know you think I'm crazy, but I can't call Cece. She'll want to swoop down and fix everything. And I'm not going to let that happen. I'm a total fuck-up, but at least I've never had to take handouts from anyone." Is it a handout when it comes from your best friend? Those are the worst kind of handouts. She had a little nest egg. A tiny amount of savings she'd managed to squirrel away. Would it even get her through the summer? Housing in the Bay Area was breathtakingly expensive, impossible with a dog. You'll have to sell it. You'll have to sell the land and live off the proceeds. The thought made her physically recoil. That house, that land, was the only thing she had left of her family. The only thing that proved that someone had cared for her. That she hadn't always been alone. They flew down the road, the car so quiet and smooth she barely recognized when they changed lanes or wove around traffic. Tess pushed aside the dark thoughts. She'd think about the land tomorrow. Right now, she had to do something to keep herself from keening and rocking in her seat. The house was 70 years old, she heard herself say. My grandparents built it themselves after my grandfather got back from the war. God only knows what was in the walls. "Tell me about your grandparents," he said. "What were they like?" My grandfather died when I was little. I don't really remember him. But my grandmother, she trailed off, remembering the fierce woman who had protected her as much as she could throughout her childhood. She was tough. She'd lived through a lot of hardship, so she wasn't the sort of grandma who snuggles you up at night or ties ribbons in your hair. But she would have done anything for me. When I was a kid, she would save every penny she had to buy me a backpack or a new outfit to start off the school year. She taught me that you didn't waste things or throw things away because you never knew when you wouldn't have enough. After she died, I found hundreds of bottles of lotion in her closet with just a little left in the bottom. And lipsticks. The memory made her smile. I think she had 50 lipstick tubes that she couldn't bear to throw away. My mom was the opposite. She would smoke and drink and leave bottles around the house for Grandma to clean up. Did you ever talk about staying with her full time? I wanted to, but my mom wouldn't let me. She always had a new fantasy, you know? This guy would be different. This time they would make it work. We'd stay in some awful hotel and she'd say they were saving for a house or an apartment. But it was never true. They all left. Sometimes my mom got too needy and they didn't like that. Or she'd start using a lot and they'd fight. When things got too bad or the money ran out, we'd go back home. She thought about all the times she'd wished she could stay and all the fights her mother and grandmother had had. Grandma threatened to try to get custody of me once. But my mom said then she'd take me and move away for good. And Grandma didn't know how the system worked. She definitely didn't have any money to get a lawyer or fight over it. So she just did the best she could to keep my mom there and watch over me while we were home. I don't know what I would have done without her. Do you have any idea what might have started the fire? It was probably the wiring. The outlets had been smelling funny for a while and the lights flickered a lot. I tried to only use one outlet at a time so I didn't overload the circuits. I didn't know what I was doing. I just tried to make it work. Mason sucked in a breath. You could have been killed, you know. If that fire had started when you were in there. Tess touched the cool glass of the window and watched the glowing lights of homes pass by. I did the best I could do. I know you did. She cleared her throat. She wanted to tell him to move his hand so that she could handle this, but for some reason instead she gripped him even more tightly, and a tear snaked down her face. She wiped it away hastily and looked back out the window. I didn't have much to lose, I suppose. Just some of Grandma's furniture,
her old photo albums, that sort of stuff.
Only the most important stuff.
She pushed aside another tear. Cece took some pictures of her before she died. She's probably got them saved in a file somewhere. At least I've got that.
I would have liked to have seen some pictures of you when you were a little kid,
Mason said.
I bet you could have flashed those big eyes of yours and gotten just about anything you wanted.
The only thing I ever really wanted was to stay in that house. She focused on breathing. In, out, not crying, breathing. I knew it was dangerous and falling down, but it was home, you know? It was the only place I ever felt safe. The only place I always knew someone cared about me.
Silence fell over the car. Then he asked quietly, "Why didn't you call me?"
She hadn't thought about how that might have sounded to him. Even though they'd been so careful not to mix things up with emotions and promises, she knew he did care about her. But he didn't understand. How could he? How dangerous that kind of caring was for her. I didn't know what I was going to find. She took a deep gulp of air. I just needed to see it on my own. I would have called. I just needed a little time. He nodded, but she could tell he didn't believe her. Not completely, but what could she say? You scare me. The way I feel about you scares me. The way I need you scares me. The tears were coming back, and she turned back to the window to try to hide them. He squeezed her hand again, and she knew she hadn't hidden a thing. Chapter 18. By the time they reached Mason's apartment, Tess was relatively certain she wasn't going to cry again. Not completely certain, but the tears behind her eyes had dried and her throat no longer seemed to be closing spasmodically. Her head pounded, and when she swallowed it felt like she'd rubbed a Brillo pad on the back of her throat. But at least the tears no longer threatened to spill out every time she thought about her house. She clutched Astro in her arms, and the little dog pressed her warm body against Tess, comforting her the whole way home. Home. As if Mason's apartment had somehow now become her home. How ridiculous. She supposed she had spent much more time there lately than at her own house. Not to mention that her house no longer existed. They took the elevator up to his floor in silence. He stayed in constant contact with her, his hand at her waist or resting on her lower back. It was like he'd become a silent, rock-solid pier she could cling to as the waves of disaster crashed all around her. And even though something deep in her soul wanted to push him away, she held on tightly instead. Though the fire captain hadn't said it, Tess was sensible enough to know that everything she owned was gone, except for the small number of belongings she'd had in her car. But at least it had been left ambiguous, and they'd scheduled a time the next day for her to go back to the house to recover anything that could be recovered. The utilities to the house, of course, had all been shut off. No one had to tell her that she would have to clear out the wreckage completely before she could start to rebuild. Rebuild. That was funny. No one lent hundreds of thousands of dollars to a 26-year-old college student with a handful of part-time jobs. At least her credit was pretty good, now that she'd paid off all the medical bills she'd had to ring up to take care of her grandmother. But she'd looked into it enough to know that she'd need a big down payment before anyone would give her a mortgage or a construction loan, and that was something she simply didn't have. The money she had in the bank would barely support her through the fall. Wick greeted them at the door. Astro waved her tail in greeting, and Tess set her on the floor. Once Tess had started bringing Astro over and letting the dogs play, she'd been delighted to find Wick was incredibly gentle with the little Maltese. It was adorable, actually, the way they'd taken to each other.
"I'm going to take Wick out for a quick walk,"
Mason said.
"Do you want to take a shower? Maybe wash off the smoke?"
She nodded, not trusting her voice, then realized she'd grabbed her computer bag but not the change of clothes she had left in her car.
The thought of sleeping in her smoky clothing made her stomach twist. "Can I?" She cleared her throat. "Can I borrow a t-shirt or something to wear? I left my things in my car."
"Of course. Help yourself to whatever you need."
He put on Wick's leash and headed out. Once she was sure he was gone, Tess headed for the bedroom. As much time as they'd spent together, she hadn't ever gone through his drawers and wasn't sure exactly where to find something to wear. She pulled open the top dresser drawer but found only socks, a neat pile of expensive-looking boxer briefs, and a few cotton boxers. She grabbed a pair of boxers and continued her search. The next drawer down was filled with t-shirts. Tess picked up the one on top. It was gray with MIT spelled out in large burgundy letters over a crest. The fabric was soft, with a little fraying at the hem, and the colors were faded. She'd seen him wear it to the gym. She took the t-shirt, closed the drawer, and headed to the bathroom. She lingered in the shower, letting the pounding of the water wash away some of the memory of what she'd seen that night. She still couldn't quite process it. Her mind kept circling back around, picturing the way she'd left the house that afternoon, with the dishes still in the dish dryer, and a pile of neatly folded clothes waiting to be put back into her drawers. She had planned to spend the night at Mason's apartment, so she'd stopped by after work to pick up Astro and get her school things before returning to his apartment. She'd been out walking Astro and Wick when she'd gotten Gracie's call. What if she hadn't gotten Astro? The thought of her sweet dog trapped inside the house when the fire broke out was enough to make her sway dizzily against the wall of the shower. Could it really be all gone? All her albums? The box of pictures she'd drawn in kindergarten and hadn't found until after her grandmother died? The lipstick tube she hadn't been able to bring herself to throw away? A vague sound reached her over the pounding of the water.
"Tess?"
She turned off the water, feeling guilty for having stayed so long. "Yes?"
"Just wanted to make sure you were okay. You don't have to get out."
He sounded gruff and maybe a little embarrassed at disturbing her. "I'm fine. Or not. But there's really nothing you can do about that. I was finishing up." She toweled off her hair and body. Feeling strangely self-conscious with a man who had seen every inch of her many times over, she put on the boxer shorts, the t-shirt, and one of the robes he kept in the bathroom. It hit just above her knees, and she tied it tightly around her waist. By the time she came back out of the bathroom, Mason was in the kitchen. The microwave was running, and there were 2 mugs on the counter. He was looking at his phone, but he set it down as soon as she walked in. He stared at her, and the compassion and caring in his eyes almost undid her thin veil of composure. Finally, after an interminable silence, he cleared his throat.
"Any chance you want a cup of tea?"
he asked.
"If there was ever a time for tea, this seems like it."
She had to look away. "Thanks. Something without caffeine would be great." He retrieved a Pyrex measuring cup from the microwave and poured hot water from it into the mugs, then added 2 tea bags from a small metal canister that he'd pulled out of one of the cabinets.
"It's peppermint, I think. My sister Jillian left it here a couple of months ago. She's not much of a coffee drinker."
He handed her a mug.
"Is there anything else I can get you? Anyone you want me to call?"
It was a caring, thoughtful gesture, one that seemed to typify the Mason she'd come to know. Of course, he was sexy and charming, and so many things that were right on the surface. But once you got to know him, you found so much more. The real Mason was nothing like the shallow playboy who was so often portrayed in the press, the man she'd assumed he was after the first time they'd met. It was a simple thought, so obvious. Yet the sudden realization sent her reeling. That wasn't Mason. Sure, he was charming and ridiculously handsome, but that wasn't the real him. He wasn't just a pretty face, and defining him that way was denying the person she now knew him to be. A caring person. A person who took responsibility for the feelings of those around him. He'd taken Wick out for walks when he knew she was in the middle of a problem set, even though he was paying her way too much money to do exactly that. He had brought her coffee and stocked his fridge with her favorite yogurt. He'd apologized when he made her uncomfortable around his friends, and he'd held her when she cried. He didn't have to do those things any more than he had to give her a place to stay or make her a cup of tea. He did them because that's the kind of person he was. And she had fallen in love with him. Her entire body shuddered at the thought, and hot water sloshed over the edge of her robe, spilling tea onto her hand. "Ow, damn it!" she swore as the boiling water hit her skin. And of course, Mason appeared out of nowhere to grab the cup from her. "Why don't you sit down and I'll bring this to you?" He gave her a tiny smile. "I don't want a lawsuit when you get burned by my boiling hot tea." She stared at him in horror, unable to believe what her brain was telling her. Sweet mercy, she had fallen in love with him. Mason Coleman, the man who'd told her he had nothing to offer and lacked a commitment gene. The man with the 4-date rule. "Tess?" he said, searching her face. "Are you okay?" A bubble of hysterical laughter crept up her throat. Okay? Tonight, her life had literally burned down around her, and he asked if she was okay? She tried to picture what Mason would do if she confessed her feelings. "I've fallen in love with you," she would say. "I've fallen in love with the way you smile at me and the way you bring me coffee, and you make me laugh. I love the way you kiss me and make me forget the whole world." She could picture his eyes widen, then the growing horror as he realized she was serious. The panic next, and the soft words as he tried to let her down gently. "Listen, you've had a hell of a night. You should just go straight to bed. I won't bother you, I swear." Go straight to bed. That was funny because the one thing she wanted really wasn't to go to bed. At least not by herself. Not tonight. And really not ever again if she could have him by her side instead. She was struck by a fresh wave of silent, hysterical laughter. In one night, she'd lost the only home she'd ever known and realized that she'd lost her heart to the one man she could never have. If that wasn't a kick in the ass, she didn't know what was. Mason touched her shoulder. "I'll bring you your tea and then leave you alone." Alone. She'd spent so much of her life alone. She'd learned the dangers of relying on anyone, and she'd learned how to take care of herself. Maybe that's simply what she was destined for. But not tonight. "No, I don't want to be alone." She couldn't stay with him much longer. It would be too painful now that she knew she loved him. But tonight, she would take as much as he would give. He leaned forward and kissed her gently. "I'll be wherever you want me." "I need to feel something other than sadness right now," she whispered. "I need you with me. Is that wrong?" "It's not wrong." She stood up on her tiptoes and pressed her body against him. "Help me forget. Just for a little while." With a soft exhale, he claimed her lips. Now that she knew she loved him, there was something different in that kiss. A depth she hadn't wanted to recognize. A need that went far beyond physical pleasure. He broke away for just a moment to set down the tea in the kitchen. In the bedroom, he slid off her clothing and rolled her gently on her stomach. Then, he sat next to her on the bed, massaging her gently with long, sensual strokes until she was loose and boneless. Needing more contact, she finally rolled over and he laved her breasts with kisses, brought her nipples to aching peaks, and tortured her so sweetly she thought she might cry. As he entered her, he held her head in his hands and met her eyes with his. With each stroke, his gaze grew more intense, until she felt him swallowing up her world with his passion. When they peaked, they came together, and the world felt different. After, he pulled the covers over them and held her against him. And then she cried, and he held her tighter, murmuring soft words of comfort as he stroked her hair. She fell asleep knowing
she would never feel as cared for as she did at that moment.
Chapter 19. Mason woke to find a pair of creatures eyeing him from beside the bed. One tall and brown, the other small and white. They were posed in identical positions, both standing at attention, both with gently wagging tails. It was the most ludicrous thing he had ever seen, and strangely comforting, because it meant she was still there, and he didn't even have to feel the sheets to see if they were still warm.
Good to see you, Astro.
A normal person, after losing their beloved home to fire and having no insurance with which to rebuild, no family to stay with, and not a lot of money, would probably be happy to stay with a friend, particularly a friend with benefits. But Tess had proven herself to be anything but normal. She was freakishly independent and clearly determined to refuse any and all aid, including, or perhaps especially, aid offered by those closest to her. And really, it made perfect sense. She'd watched her mother get abandoned over and over just when she started to rely on someone. She'd had to deal with her own rejection when she'd turned up pregnant, and the good-for-nothing asshole left her to face it on her own. Even her mother, apparently, had walked away from her. How could any rational person grow up like that and then trust someone? How could he get her to trust him? Last night had been awful and yet somehow one of the most incredible nights of his life. When he'd held her as she cried, something had changed. At least for him. But for her? Well, Mason was pretty sure she was still poised to bolt. The question was when. He sighed and rolled out of bed, threw on a pair of boxers, and then headed for the kitchen. Tess was leaning against the counter, staring at her phone and biting her lip. Worry had creased her face, leaving circles under her eyes and lines around her mouth.
Everything okay?
He leaned in to glance at her phone and plant a kiss on her unresisting lips. Even with the stakes as dire as they were, there was something about seeing her that unclenched a muscle somewhere in the vicinity of his heart. There are a couple of apartments in Oakland that look like they have space. I don't know if I have enough income to qualify, but maybe with references they might waive that. Her hair was tangled around her face like a dark halo, backlit by the morning sun spilling into the room. She wore his t-shirt, the soft folds clinging to her breasts. Her legs were bare, and for a moment all he could think of was those same legs wrapped around his hips, urging him deeper, harder. He removed the phone from her hand.
You're not thinking about this right now, remember? You have a place to stay as long as you want it.
As long as you want it? What exactly are you offering, Mason? He cut off the nagging voice in his head. This is not the time to think about that. But it seemed like Tess had heard it anyway, because she smiled without really smiling, and touched his cheek the way one might acknowledge a small child spouting utter nonsense. That's sweet of you. But don't worry. I'll be out of here as soon as I can get a place lined up. If I can't get an apartment right away, I found a couple of motels. He could imagine the kinds of hotels she would find, and they weren't exactly the Ritz.
We will figure this out together,
he said firmly, setting the phone on the counter as a plan occurred to him.
Now you go take a shower while I make some coffee.
He gestured toward the bathroom. Mason.
Shower.
But
you are the most ornery woman I have ever met.
He made a show of sighing and cracking his knuckles. She opened her mouth to protest, but all that came out was a squeak as he swung her into his arms.
I've never seen a woman argue so much about maintaining her personal hygiene.
I can handle my personal hygiene all on my own, she grumbled, though he noticed she leaned against him and didn't struggle. No caveman need apply.
Sorry, sweetheart, but the audience seems to be on my side. caveman or no.
He glanced down meaningfully at their audience of two, tall and small, standing just on the other side of the kitchen, tails wagging, mouths open with delight. Tess glanced at the dogs, and a reluctant smile creased her mouth. "Fine," she said. "I'll let you carry me to the shower. But only because I still can't figure out how to use your damn fancy coffee maker." He carried her into the bathroom and set her down so she was sitting on the counter. She rested her forehead against his chest for a moment, and he could feel her fighting with herself over something, though he wasn't sure exactly what. Something she wanted to tell him?
"I know this is a stupid question,"
he said.
"but is everything okay?"
She laughed, but there wasn't a lot of humor in her tone. "Right as rain. Now go make me some coffee." He searched her eyes for signs of tears or some fresh indication of her thoughts, but saw only sharpness and determination, which was really just her everyday look. Concern warred with a desire for subterfuge. Subterfuge won.
"If you say so."
With a quick step, he backed out of the bathroom. Closing the door behind him, he jogged back to the kitchen. Feeling more than a little guilty, he grabbed her phone and slid his finger across the screen, relieved to see that it hadn't yet locked. He grabbed a pencil and slip of paper from a drawer, and then scrolled to a recent call list, jotting down the names and numbers of people she'd talked to already this morning, and a few from yesterday. He recorded Cecilia's number and Gracie's. He knew her boss at the vet clinic was named Erica, so he searched through old calls and voicemails until he found a number for her, too. Then, feeling only slightly more guilty, he checked her browser history and looked at a few of the apartments she was considering renting. They made him recoil, so he closed the browser and set the phone on the counter. He tried to think logically as he went through the motions of making coffee. She was going to run, and he wasn't going to allow it. It might take a little deceit, but he figured he could keep her in his apartment for a couple of weeks at least. For now, that would have to do. Of course, she was an adult and fully capable of handling things on her own, and it was incredibly wrong of him to try to interfere with her decisions. But at the same time, he simply couldn't let her suffer through this alone. Not to mention that he, quite simply, didn't want her to leave. The thought of it made his stomach clench in a dark, miserable knot. He could blame it on his worry for her safety. Those apartments she was looking at were enough to make anyone worry. But there was more than that. Starting with the day they'd met, she'd become an instant, inseparable part of his life. He wanted to see her every morning before he went to work and every evening when he came home. He looked forward to making her coffee, walking the dog with her, and eating Mrs. Walsh's reheated casseroles with her. He didn't avoid coming home on days when he was tired and out of sorts because he knew she'd be there, and her smile would make him forget whatever crap had happened at work. Jesus, he sounded like a fool. He knew he wanted her. In his bed, by his side, for a very long time. The problem was figuring out exactly what that meant, which would have been hard enough even before the fire, and was infinitely harder now, so he decided instead to focus on his short-term strategy and plan out his next moves without considering the future. He sent a handful of text messages and emails as the coffee brewed, then got out the cream and sugar to prepare Tessa's cup. When she emerged from the bathroom wearing his t-shirt, with a towel wrapped around her hair, he handed her the cup of coffee and her phone.
"Did you call Cecilia yet?"
She took the coffee but gave him a squinty-eyed look that loudly proclaimed, "Mind your own business." "It's still pretty early." He shrugged.
"Up to you. I thought you might want her to bring you some clothes."
Reflexively, she looked down at her bare legs. Then she looked back up at him and frowned suspiciously. Wait, Why do you want me to call Cece so badly?"
He conceded the point with another shrug. "Because she's your best friend. I think she would want to know. And I think you want to tell her."
She snorted. "You're a busybody, you know that?"
"I'll accept that."
He pulled her into his arms.
"Now, I have a standing date to play basketball with the guys. Are you okay here without me? Or are you going to do something crazy while I'm gone? Like pack up all your possessions and move to Mexico?"
"Since I am currently without funds to travel to Mexico and happen to have a ridiculous amount of homework to do this weekend before I can even start to look for an apartment, I suppose I will stay here." He grinned. For once, Tess's 3 jobs and busy class schedule were working in his favor, which should give him just enough time to make a few moves of his own. "You went shopping on your way over here, didn't you?" Tess sighed as she sorted through the pile of suspiciously crisp clothes, several pairs of jeans and a handful of t-shirts, a warm sweatshirt and a pair of soft fleece pajamas, all of them a size larger than Cece wore. Not to mention a lacy white bra and pile of silky new panties. They were sprawled on the white leather couch in Mason's living room. Cece had appeared a little less than an hour after Mason left, her arms full of bags. Tess had started to cry all over again the moment she arrived. It had been like the day when she'd returned home after the pregnancy, and Cece had found her on her front porch, nervous about going inside and seeing her grandmother for the first time in years. Just seeing her friend had been enough to break down all her pride and all her stupid reasons for trying to go through everything alone. And just like that day in high school, Cece understood completely, holding her when she cried, letting her talk when she was ready, and offering only the gentlest of rebukes when Tess tried to wave off her offers of help. "I wasn't going to bring you a bunch of my used underwear," her friend sniffed over a cup of coffee. "And your boobs are bigger than mine, at least a cup size. Maybe 2, but we aren't talking about that because it's depressing." "But all this?" Tess held up the jeans. "I thought you weren't going to go fairy godmother on me. You promised." Cece had gotten Tess's voicemail just after she finished her morning spin class. Even with no makeup and her hair scraped back into a ponytail, she managed to radiate princess levels of perfection. "Fairy godmother would be buying you a new house," she said. "Which I am fully prepared to do, by the way. All I did was stop at Target and buy you an entire wardrobe for about $200. Which says more about the size of your wardrobe than the quality of the clothes at Target." Tess shrugged, ignoring the mention of a new house. "What can I say? I'm a cheap date." Speaking of dates, Cece leaned back and sighed. "Tell me again how you just left Mason and didn't even tell him what had happened? And he came and found you anyway?" "Please," Tess rubbed her eyes. "My house burned down last night. Any chance we can talk about that instead of my relationship with Mason?" "There's really not a lot to talk about, unless you're going to let me loan you the money to rebuild." Tess drew her fingers across her mouth. "Zip it with the loans." Cece tossed her ponytail. "Fine. Then we'll talk about Mason. And your relationship, which, by the way, is your word, not mine." Tess threw a pillow at her. "Shut up. I'm pretty sure once you start living with someone full-time, it's hard to call it anything else. But you can go ahead and try if you want." Grabbing a pair of jeans, t-shirt, underwear, and bra, Tess rose and headed for the bathroom. "We are not discussing this right now. We are discussing the total collapse of my life plans, which do not include Mason." Cece followed Tess to the bathroom. "I'm not sure why not." "We both know he's not boyfriend material."
Maybe he is for you.
Tess spun around, shaking the clothes in front of her to emphasize her point.
People don't change. No one knows that better than you and me.
Maybe it's not changing as much as finding the right girl.
I'm definitely not his right girl, Tess muttered. She shook her head in frustration and turned back to enter the bathroom. Cece leaned against the doorframe.
You've fallen for him, haven't you?
That would be a really stupid thing to do.
I'm pretty sure you don't get to pick who you fall in love with.
Tess almost made a sarcastic comment about Cece's lack of experience in this particular department, but a quick glance at the shadowy depth of her friend's eyes stopped her. Seriously, falling for Mason Coleman would be the dumbest thing I've ever done. It would top the motorcycle guy, the high school drug use, dropping out of school, and getting pregnant at age 16, which is a pretty impressive list of stupid things.
I think he's a good guy,
Cece said. I know he is, Tess replied, savagely jerking on the new underwear and jeans. He also doesn't do relationships.
Have you given him a chance? Told him how you feel?
Tess winced as she caught her skin in the button of her jeans. She forced herself to slow down and adjust the new bra with slightly more care. That sounds like a great plan. I know just what I'll say. Mason, now that I've lost everything I own, please let me also rip my heart out of my chest and offer it to you.
I'm not saying it isn't a risk, but maybe it's worth it.
Tess felt tears building behind her eyes. You know, I'm not exactly feeling strong right now. Forgive me if risk-taking isn't high on my to-do list. And is there any chance we can change the subject? This is great fun, but maybe we can find some other equally miserable topic to focus on this morning. Cece bit her lip.
Okay, fine. But only because you're being incredibly pathetic and I have never been good at tough love.
Tess rolled her eyes. Thanks? And I have to say that I am so relieved you weren't home last night. Honestly, your house has terrified me for years. You could have been killed, Tessie. I know. I'm very glad not to be dead.
Any chance we can talk about where you're going to live? Other than here?
Tess could tell from the hesitant way she spoke that Cece was trying to find a delicate way to broach the topic.
I was thinking maybe we could get a place together somewhere. Maybe close to downtown. It would be nice for you to be closer to the city now that you're getting more clients around here, you know? And I sure would love a roommate.
Tess slipped a light blue t-shirt over her head. Everything fit perfectly, of course, because Cece had done the shopping, and she never made mistakes when it came to shopping, and because the clothes hadn't been rescued from a thrift store clearance rack, they were a considerable step up from what Tess normally wore. Thanks for getting me all this stuff, she said, deliberately not responding to Cece's suggestion. I wasn't dying to put back on my dirty clothes. I think Mason might have done something with them anyway. I couldn't find them this morning.
We would both pay rent. It wouldn't be a fairy godmother thing, I swear it.
I could never afford a place that you'd want to live in,
Tess said, knowing Cecilia would keep bringing it up until she dealt with it.
But she held up her hand. Honestly, I thought about it all night, and there's really only one solution. I'm going to sell the lot. The money won't last forever, but it might be enough to put a big down payment on something else. Maybe with the income from the vet clinic, I could even qualify for a little loan. Enough to buy a tiny house or something.
That's ridiculous. You adore that land, and I have more money than I can spend. Why not let me pay the rent while you save up money to rebuild?
Tess sighed. We're not going to do that. You are my very best friend in the world, and I know better than anyone how much it wrecks you when you think people are using you for your money.
I would never think that about you.
You never have to think about that with me because I've never used you that way and I never will. Cece stamped into the bathroom and made a show of looking in the mirror and fixing her ponytail. I don't know what all this damn money is for if I can't use it to help my best friend. You do amazing things with that money and you know it. Tess turned Cece to face her. Your money made it possible to build the open heart shelter for women escaping domestic abuse. You fund women-owned business startups. You teach financial literacy classes at the shelter. Don't you think you can stop feeling guilty now for being born? Cece tightened her lips, which were starting to tremble. You're the only one I care about. When I got your message this morning, all I could think of was what I would do if you'd been hurt. But I wasn't, Tess said softly. And I don't care a bit if you do cry. I'm still not moving in with you. Cece's eyes narrowed, and then she broke into a reluctant smile. Fine. Be that way. But just for that, I'm going to buy you more clothes. Cece! And maybe a car. Chapter 20. Nate threw the basketball to Mason. They were warming up before their regular game against Luke, Rafe, and their associate Austin. Though the men liked to believe they were relatively enlightened, they weren't quite enlightened enough to invite 5-foot-tall Zoe to play with them on the weekend.
So you want me to do what, exactly?
Mason gritted his teeth and passed the ball back. Nate understood perfectly well what he wanted. The bastard was just trying to get him to grovel for it.
You've got contacts at every real estate firm in the city. You're going to make sure that before any of them list Tess's lot for sale, they call you. And you're also going to make some discreet inquiries through one of your agents to see if you can get her to agree to a private sale. Offer her whatever she wants, at or above market. I'll pay it.
Nate owned a substantial amount of real estate and had a group of attorneys and agents who represented him in land deals. A single residential lot wasn't his usual target, but there was no reason he couldn't use his contacts to get ahead of whatever Tess might be planning. Connor interrupted, grabbing the ball away from Nate.
Forgive me for being a little dense here, but didn't you just say Tess is staying at your apartment? And haven't you two been practically in each other's pocket for the last few weeks? If you want to buy the lot, why not just ask her directly, rather than playing some kind of spy game about it?
He dribbled the ball while he spoke, then turned and made a smooth 3-point shot. For all his awkwardness off the court, Connor on the court was surprisingly agile and effortlessly competent. He'd played in college, and now scored the vast majority of their points for every game.
Because she won't sell it to me. And you know that because...
Nate interjected.
Because I know her, okay?
Mason ran to retrieve the ball and dribbled back to the half-court line.
How about for once you don't argue and just do this for me?
Nate held up his hands in surrender.
You know I'll do it in a second, but... Can I suggest that if you like this woman, maybe going behind her back might not be the best way to show it?
Forgive me if I'm not inclined to take advice from the guy whose last girlfriend attacked him at a restaurant when he tried to break up with her over the creme brulee.
She wasn't my girlfriend,
Nate grumbled.
Which means we weren't breaking up, because you can't break up with someone who isn't your girlfriend.
Did you point that out to her? Because I'm sure she appreciated that particular nuance of your relationship.
And she didn't attack me. She threw a glass of water at me.
You aren't helping your case. Mason pitched the ball to Connor, who made an easy layup. Mason couldn't make himself focus on the court. Even with Nate and Connor giving him a hard time, his thoughts kept turning back to Tess. What was she doing right now? Was she okay on her own? He'd sent a text to Cecilia right after he left, and she'd responded about an hour later, saying that she was at his place with Tess. That made him feel a little better. He didn't know the icy blonde, but her dedication to her friend was unmistakable and comforting, and he had the sense that Cecilia wouldn't like Tess's ridiculous insistence on handling this all on her own any more than he did. He hoped that might translate into her encouraging Tess to stay with him. He was certain she would try to sell her lot. He couldn't see any other options. She had no other source of money, and he knew she was desperate not to take out loans. Just as obviously, he couldn't let her do it. Still, there were some distinct flaws in the plan he'd outlined to Nate. First, Tess might arrange some kind of private sale on her own, and he'd never know about it. Cecilia probably had lots of contacts she could use to do exactly that. The larger problem was that he had no idea what he would do after he bought the land to convince her to take it back. If he'd learned anything about Tess, it was that she wouldn't take this type of interference lightly. It was also possible, understatement of the century, that she'd be angry with him for buying it. But that was a risk he needed to take. The thought of Tess losing something that she so clearly loved was more than he could take.
Hello?
Connor cleared his throat as he stood under the basket.
Earth to Mason.
Mason shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, then held up his hands in front of his chest to indicate readiness.
Sorry.
Connor studied him with an uncomfortable intensity. He wore a pair of thick sports glasses that looped around the back of his head and made him look vaguely alien-like. Or like a really tall extra from an episode of The Big Bang Theory.
So you're going to lie to Tess, but you're going to do it for her own good.
Mason nodded, feeling only slightly sick to his stomach at the thought.
And you're going to call these rental companies about the places she wants to rent? Maybe interfere with that as well? I just want to make sure they're safe. I'm not going to interfere, or I won't interfere much. Right. And this will make her fall in love with you? I never said I was trying to do that.
He frowned.
Just throw the ball. But you are in love with her. I didn't say that either. I care about her a lot, of course, and I just don't want to see her throw away something important because of her pride. And by the way, you sound like a girl.
Connor tossed the ball to Nate, who had approached on Mason's right, and then stopped and held up a hand.
We are all in agreement that I am the least socially adept person on the planet, right?
Nate considered that for a moment.
I don't know about the entire planet, but certainly in a 100-mile radius of San Francisco.
Connor nodded acknowledgement.
Fair enough. I'll take the 100-mile radius. Anyway, given that I could never figure this sort of thing out on my own, I just want to make sure I get it all down from the master. Mason, your plan is that you fall for the girl, then lie, scheme, and plan a secretive grand gesture behind her back to get her to fall for you in return. That sound right?
Nate guffawed.
Apparently so. That's not it at all! Sorry, we've already established I'm really slow at this,
Connor replied, sounding insufferably smug.
Can you explain it again? Start with the part about how you aren't in love with her, even though all of San Francisco has now seen a picture of you making calf eyes at that event a couple of days ago. And finish with the way you are desperately plotting ways to keep her in your apartment, even though by this time, with any other woman, you're thinking about how to make sure she doesn't stay. She doesn't want a serious relationship,
Mason bit out.
She's been very clear about that. And she's vulnerable right now. She's not making good decisions. I can't let her throw away something she loves. Not to mention that you're scared of making some kind of commitment to her, and this is a much easier way to get her to stay with you,
Nate offered helpfully.
Don't forget about that.
Connor nodded.
Okay, see, I didn't get that. I'm just so slow. Anyway, Mason, you clearly know what's best for her. And it's a good idea for the man to make decisions for a woman, right? Behind her back? Which is so weird,
Nate put in.
because I would have thought that was a bad idea. But Mason's the ladies' man, so I guess he must be right about this.
Will they kick us out of the gym if I knock out your teeth? Mason asked pleasantly.
Sorry, it's just because I'm a scientist,
Connor said.
I like to be thorough and make sure I understand completely. Basically, you're scared to come clean, tell her how you feel, and make a commitment to her. And instead, you're going to buy her land and call it good.
Mason refused to dignify that with a response.
Can we just play some damn basketball?
Sure. Connor adjusted the strap on his glasses.
No problem. And thanks for the lesson, Maestro.
Wick, you are the laziest creature ever to live. Tess stood by the door with a large leather leash in her hand. Wick didn't even move off the sofa. I have never seen a dog that doesn't want to go for a walk. At the word walk, Astro launched herself from across the room. She spun in a circle and yipped before settling into a sitting position with a cheerful pant and a quick look back at her new boyfriend. You did all that for him, didn't you? Tess shook her head with disapproval. I know he's cute, but he should be fighting for your attention, silly girl, not the other way around. Astro yipped, raced over to the couch and nosed Wick's foot, then ran back to Tess. With a sigh, the enormous dog lumbered off the couch and headed their direction. This ritual was enormously comforting to Tess, prompting her first real smile of the morning, which had been punctuated by worry, and more worry. You, Tess said to the pathetic mastiff. At least you could pretend not to do whatever she wants. Have some backbone, man. Still smiling, Tess bent to put on his leash. The sound of the doorbell brought her upright in surprise. In all the time she'd been living at Mason's place, she couldn't remember anyone coming to the door. Cece had just left, and Mason wasn't back yet from playing basketball. She glanced into the peephole and saw a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, her shoulder-length hair a mix of light blonde ends and darker roots. Her slim body was partially exposed by tight jeans with holes at the knees and thighs, and a sweater that barely made it past her midriff. A beat-up leather hobo bag hung over one shoulder. Tess hesitated, unsure if she should let her in or not. Just as she was going to reach for the door handle, the young woman hollered, "Mason, you there?" Tess put her eye against the peephole again. There was something familiar about the young woman. Something she couldn't quite... Wick! The girl changed to a sing-song tone. You in there, baby? One glance at the mastiff's cocked head and raised ears told Tess all she needed to know. She opened the door, immediately struck by the sight of Mason's familiar hazel eyes and a tall, willowy female body. You must be Allie. The girl froze, staring at her in confusion. That's super creepy, but yes, I am. Who are you? Her attention shifted to the dog that had leaped toward her. She dropped to her knees and hugged his thick neck. Aw, there's my sweet boy. She fussed over him for a few minutes until Tess cleared her throat. Did you want to come in? I guess that depends on whether you're a serial killer / stalker who broke into my brother's apartment and left his body bleeding out in the shower. Is there another alternative? Allie wiped some mastiff drool off her face, then shrugged and flashed a cheerful smile. Not that I can think of, no. I know Beatrice, so you aren't his housekeeper. And if you were his date last night, you'd be gone by now. He doesn't bring work home, and you don't look like his usual lifestyles of the rich and annoying crowd. Old friend, maybe? Tess offered. It was hard not to like this irreverent creature, who had a vibrant energy rolling off her and gave the impression there was a smile hiding behind everything she said. Mason doesn't make friends with women. They always end up falling in love with him. You don't say. You don't seem like a serial killer. Though I suppose that's exactly how they operate. Abruptly, her attention was diverted to Astro, who was sitting beside Tess's foot. And who is this? She crouched down and extended her hand. Hello, princess. Do you want to come home with me? Astro wagged her tail and allowed herself to be petted. From her crouched position, Allie noticed the leash in Tess's hand for the first time, and her forehead wrinkled with concern. Wait, are you stealing my dog? Tess couldn't help it. She burst out laughing and held the door open wide. You would make a great detective. Yes, I'm a serial killer who owns a Maltese and is stealing your dog. Come on in. Allie followed behind her and dropped her bag on the ground by the door. I still can't believe he got a white leather couch, she said with disgust. Seriously, who buys a white leather couch? People like your brother? No, rich douchebags. And generally, my brother is not a douche. I mean, occasionally, yes, but not generally. Which makes the white leather thing really weird. Tess laughed again. It's actually very comfortable. And I'm Tess. Mason hired me to take care of Wick. Allie's face cleared. Oh, of course. He mentioned something about that last time I talked to him. He said you'd talked to the vet and gotten him off that medication he'd been on. The one that was making him pee all the time. Tess nodded. Yeah, he didn't seem to need it anymore, especially once we changed his diet. He's doing really well. You'll want to keep an eye on it in the future, but so far, his skin and everything looks great. Mason said you were training him, too. For just a moment, her eyes turned wistful. I guess I'm pretty much a rotten dog mom. I couldn't get him to do anything. Don't be so hard on yourself. Tess waved off Allie's remark. I know a lot of very responsible people who can't train their dogs. Allie snorted. Responsible? I guess Mason hasn't told you much about me. She strolled into the kitchen, taking in Tess's leftover breakfast bowl of cold oatmeal and her and Cece's cups of coffee on the counter. With a surprisingly penetrating gaze, she glanced around the apartment, and Tess found herself cringing at the sight of the clothing Cece had brought, including several pairs of underwear, still scattered all over the couch, and her computer, which she'd left plugged in and sitting on the dining room table. So, Allie said with deceptive nonchalance, are you living here now? No, I mean, not really. My house burned down last night. I didn't have anywhere else to go. That's horrible! Before she knew what was happening, Allie gave her a short, fierce hug. Can you fix it? I set our kitchen on fire once. It took forever for the smell to go away. And that was even after we replaced all the drywall. It's mostly charcoal. Nothing to fix. Well, that's absolutely awful. I'm so sorry. You should definitely stay here. You might want to run those sorts of invitations past your brother. Allie shrugged off her warning. Whatever. Mason will do what I tell him. And I think you should definitely stay. She narrowed her gaze. Unless you're going to fall for him. You aren't, are you? You have a boyfriend or something? Tess sat in one of the stools at the kitchen counter and shook her head in wonder. You are an exhausting person, you know that? That's what they say. Allie paused. And? Not answering her questions didn't appear to be a viable option. No boyfriend. Oh dear. Allie exhaled in concern. You know he doesn't do relationships, right? So I've heard, Tess said dryly. But don't worry. I don't like pretty guys. Allie squinted at her. You sure? Very sure. She didn't like them, but occasionally fell in love with them. Whatever. Allie didn't need to know that. I learned my lesson on that years ago. The pretty ones never work out.
It's not that he's an asshole,
Allie said earnestly.
Oh, I didn't mean that. It's just common sense. Never fall for a guy who's prettier than you are, you know?
Allie nodded.
Excellent point. My mom thinks he just hasn't found the right girl. She keeps pushing him to date more, and I'm like, Mom, he dates plenty. I don't think lack of dates is the problem.
There was something deliciously naughty about having this window into Mason's life stretch open before her.
What do you think the problem is?
Tess asked cautiously.
I think he needs to be dumped.
Allie opened the fridge and perused the contents.
Club soda, vegetables, and yogurt? Are you kidding me?
She sighed and pulled out a bag of baby carrots, which she offered to Tess.
No, thanks.
Tess waited, but Allie was now pawing through the pantry cupboard. She pulled out a box of crackers, grabbed a handful, and then put the box back, still open, into the cabinet. She did the same with the box of cereal, shoving a handful into her mouth and chewing thoughtfully for a moment before proceeding. Tess watched, fascinated. She'd never had a sibling. Was this what it was like to have one? They came to your house and made a mess and had absolutely no compunction about doing so? You were saying? She prompted.
What's that?
Allie turned back around, her mouth still full.
Oh, right. See, I've taken a couple of psychology classes, and I think he's got a perfectionism complex. He always did everything right, you know? Exceeded expectations, started playing football and ended up quarterback. Applied to colleges and got into MIT with a huge scholarship. Didn't just get a good job, he ended up being some kind of superstar investor. So he has to keep it up. Keep up being perfect.
What does that have to do with dating?
Oh, it's obvious.
Allie waved a carrot knowingly.
He doesn't want to risk being dumped because what could be less perfect than that? So he dates girls that are already half in love with him. And then it creates this bad cycle because he's never as into them as they are into him. And he knows in his heart that all these girls aren't right for him. So of course they don't last. I think he needs to be dumped. Just once. Get it out of the way. Realize that life is messed up sometimes and it's no big deal. Then maybe he will start dating people he actually likes.
Tess blinked. That's a really convoluted theory.
Allie grinned. I know, right? Isn't it great? I'm supposed to graduate this spring, but I'm thinking about changing my major to psychology.
What are you majoring in now?
Right now?
Allie tapped her chin.
Right now, art history. Before that, it was sociology, and before that, I was pre-med. But that only lasted about a month. Then I realized I don't really like science.
That would be an impediment.
Yeah, I'm basically a walking demonstration of what life looks like when you can't make a decision. My parents keep threatening to cut me off, but then they forget and go on vacation. I think after raising 4 other kids, they just gave up.
Suddenly, Tess's own tangled path in life didn't seem quite so exceptional. That makes sense. Or maybe you just wore them down.
Definitely a possibility.
You could just go ahead and graduate, Tess pointed out. Your job prospects are way better with a degree. Once you've got the degree, you could get a job and enroll in a part-time program to take any classes you need for a graduate program.
Not a bad idea,
Allie mused as she ate another carrot.
One of my roommates works at a counseling center. She's just a receptionist, but she seems to like it. She's getting ready to graduate and move, so maybe I could apply for that.
I'm working at a vet clinic right now to get an idea of what it's like. I just sweep the floors and clean cages, but it's a good way to get your foot in the door. It was weirdly easy to talk to Allie, sort of like shouting into a tornado.
You work in a vet clinic? No wonder you knew what to do with Wick. But I thought you walked dogs.
Tess nodded. I do both. And I'm going to school online.
I dropped out of high school when I was 17 and didn't get my GED until I was 22. It's taken me 5 years so far because I have to work full-time, but I should be finished with my BS next year. Tess wasn't sure she'd ever reeled off her life history with quite such ease. And strangely enough, saying it all made her feel proud, not ashamed. Allie looked impressed. Wow, that's quite a schedule. I've been in school for 6 years on and off, but I only work part-time as a nanny. People pay you to take care of their children? I know, funny, right? But the kids love me and I love them. I've got a couple of kids I nanny for who have seriously cracked parents, and I just want to do everything I can for them. That's why I'm thinking now about going into counseling. Tess grinned at the passion in her voice. I bet you'd make a great counselor.
Tess?
Mason's voice entered the room as he opened the front door. Wick and Astro ran over to greet him, tails wagging. When he stepped into the apartment, his gaze landed first on Tess, then on Allie.
How'd you get in here?
She counted off on her fingers. 1, your doorman loves me. 2, Tess loves me.
She does?
I do? Mason and Tess spoke at the same time. Allie grinned. You do. It's impossible not to.
I'm not sure you know what that word means, brat.
Mason set his exercise bag by the door and sat down on an armchair to remove his sneakers. Tess couldn't help but notice that his damp t-shirt clung nicely to the muscles of his back.
And why exactly are you here?
I came to say hello to my dog, Allie said primly.
And eat my food?
Your food sucks. You're like some old hippie guy eating nothing but vegetables and whole wheat bread. The last thing I came here for was your food.
Sorry, I ran out of Fritos.
I like Fritos, Tess threw out, just to see what Mason would do. They're just corn and salt, you know. No sugar. Quite healthy, actually. Mason raised a brow.
Healthy? How long has she been here?
Long enough. Allie held out the bag of carrots. Would you like a delicious snack?
No, thanks. Tess and I were heading out to lunch.
Tess furrowed her brow. We were? I was just getting ready to take out Wick.
We definitely were.
He indicated the puddle of brown fur that had formed around her feet.
Allie probably wants to walk her dog. I'm sure she'd been missing having that opportunity.
Of course I have. I was actually here because I wanted to tell you that I think I figured out a way to take him back. Mason jerked around.
You have?
You have? Tess stiffened in shock. They spoke at the same time again, and Allie looked back and forth between them. You guys are kind of cute. Do you rehearse that sort of thing?
What's the story, brat?
Mason didn't exactly sound relieved. If anything, he sounded annoyed. My lease is up in a month anyway, and there's a group of girls who want our house. Apparently they have a lot of stuff to store, so they're willing to pay us extra if they can start moving their stuff into the house now.
And how exactly does that translate into a home for Wick?
I have a friend who has an extra room in her house next year. It's kind of a dump, but the landlord allows dogs, even big ones. So I can move in with her and use the extra money to cover the double rent payment.
Why would you need a house next year in Berkeley? Aren't you going to have graduated by then?
Allie glanced at Tess before continuing. I'm actually thinking after I graduate, I'll stick around in the area and find work in a counseling office. If that's really what I want to do, I'll need a graduate degree anyway. I can always go back later to finish up my prerequisites. Mason drew back.
Seriously? That's a ridiculously mature thing to do. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
Allie shrugged. It was Tess's idea. They both turned to Tess, who felt her cheeks heat.
Tess's idea?
Mason said,
his voice cracking slightly.
I've been trying to get you to get a job for years, and all it took was one visit with Tess?
She's very convincing. And the truth is, I'm getting a little tired of being in school. Mason collapsed against the sofa.
Deliver me from all women,
he murmured.
Hey,
Allie called.
You're supposed to be proud of me.
Forgive me, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Fine.
Allie stomped past Mason on her way to the front door.
I'm going to take Wick for a walk. You two go out to lunch. And don't worry about looking stupid when you say exactly the same thing at the same time. It's totally normal and not at all embarrassing.
Tessa's cheeks were starting to burn, so she turned and pretended to look for something in the fridge while Mason got up to walk with Allie to the door.
Are you serious about taking Wick back?
She heard him ask.
Because I don't think it's good for him to be jerked around right now. He's getting a lot better on the leash, but Tess is still working on his training.
I thought you hated him,
Allie replied. Tess wanted to keep her head in the fridge, but she figured at some point it might look weird. So instead, she grabbed a can of sparkling water and made her way to the dining room, where she opened her computer and logged into one of her classes. To be fair, she was listening so hard she wasn't sure which one.
I don't hate him. I just want to make sure you take responsibility for him. He's not a toy, Allie. You can't just have him, then not have him, and then have him again when you feel like it.
Thanks, Dad. I appreciate the thought.
They continued to argue into the hall, and then the door closed behind them and Tess could no longer hear the conversation. When Mason came back inside a few minutes later, his mouth was drawn into a line.
She says she's serious about it. She should know on Tuesday if she can move into the new place and take Wick with her.
Any chance that's a good thing? She seems to really care about him.
She cares about a lot of things for a very short period of time.
He ran his fingers through his hair.
I honestly don't understand her. The rest of us all managed to finish college and get jobs. What happened to her?
Maybe it's hard to be the one who always messes things up. Maybe if you've messed up enough things, you don't want to bother trying anymore.
But you did exactly the opposite. You turned your life around.
Because I had to, Tess pointed out. I had a grandmother who was relying on me. Your sister's got a whole lot of love behind her, but not a lot of expectations. That's hard in its own way. How are you supposed to see yourself as competent if no one else does?
She was always the clown.
He stared down at his hands as if remembering.
She could always make us laugh, no matter what the occasion. But you can't be a clown forever.
Tess deliberated over her words, not wanting to say the wrong thing. After only a few minutes with her, she was hardly an expert in understanding Allie's life choices. But she couldn't help but feel empathy for the vibrant young woman, who seemed to have so much energy and passion but didn't seem to know how to channel it. Maybe not, but it's not so easy to change. We all put ourselves in boxes, I think. And sometimes they're so comfortable we don't even notice we're in them. But once we're in, it's really hard to get out. It was a moment before he spoke.
What box are you in?
She pushed away from the table and turned toward him. Though she knew she was different from Allie, she couldn't help but see similarities between them. When I was younger, I thought I was in the same box as my mom. I thought I had to make all the same mistakes she did. Even when I'd do something right, it always felt like a drop in the bucket compared to all the things I'd done wrong.
And now?
She gave him a rueful smile. I know I'm different. I know it. But I feel like I'm still trying to climb out of that box. Someday I'm going to. I just don't know quite when.
And what box am I in?
There was something almost raw in the question. She thought about all the things Allie had said about her brother and couldn't help but wonder if she hadn't been onto something. Is it true that no one has ever broken up with you?
Did Allie tell you that?
She did. She had a theory about you.
She's got a lot of theories. And yes, that is true.
She thinks you've always been perfect, so you're scared to screw things up. His gaze flickered from her lips to her eyes and then back.
Maybe it's easier not to care about things than to risk having them go wrong.
The conversation had turned suddenly intimate, and her heart thumped. I've tried that strategy. It sounds good on paper, but is harder to execute than you'd think. He pulled her to her feet. Their bodies were only inches apart, but Tess could feel every inch of him as if he'd been pressed against her. There was a question in his eyes, and it made her stomach shift.
Can you teach me something about risk, Tess?
His voice was soft, but the ache it aroused in her was anything but. I can show you what it looks like when you fail. Her body was betraying her already, stealing her ability to string together rational thoughts.
But what about when you succeed, and the risk was worth it in the end?
Sorry, that's not one I can help you with.
Maybe we can figure it out together then.
His words were thrilling and awful in equal measure, yet she couldn't quite make herself respond. It was one thing to talk about risks in the abstract, quite another to actually take one. That sounds, terrifying.
Risks are like that.
He slipped his hands under her shirt and dragged his thumb across her nipple. What are you doing? She breathed, her body combusting in an instant.
You're not moving into one of those horrible apartments,
he said.
You're staying right here.
I need my own place, she replied, trying to keep her voice even. We both know that.
I don't know that,
he said.
I really don't know that.
Her breath caught in her throat. She didn't know what she would have said next, because at that moment there was a pounding at the door, and then Allie's voice broke the stillness. Hey, I need some bags. You know, the cleanup kind? Tess pushed him away and practically ran to the kitchen, where they had a stash of bags for exactly this purpose. Something about the conversation they'd been about to have terrified her, and relief swamped her from head to toe. Just a minute, she hollered, not looking back at Mason. Grabbing 2 plastic bags from under the sink, she headed for the front door. The weight of his gaze followed her across the room, but she refused to look back. Here you go, she said to Allie, thrusting them out in front of her. The girl looked nonplussed at the aggressiveness of the gesture. Thanks? No problem. Still not glancing back at Mason, Tess grabbed Astro's leash. Actually, I was just thinking that you don't know the area very well. Why don't I come with you? Okay, I guess. Allie hesitated and looked over her shoulder toward Mason. Weren't you guys going out to lunch or something? Tess waved her hand dismissively. I actually had a late breakfast. I'm not very hungry. When she finally did look back, Mason's arms were crossed over his chest and he was gazing at her steadily. I guess we'll finish this later, he said. Sure. She stumbled over her words as she bent to put on Astro's leash. Much, much later. Chapter 21. They spent the next few days in a sort of emotional truce. Mason tried several times to bring up her staying, and she dodged, evaded, or pushed aside his every effort to draw her in. Somehow, she had a feeling that whatever the conversation would be, it would result in her admitting that she was crazy in love with him, and him saying something along the lines of, "Whoa, I was just wondering if you wanted to move in for a few months. What's all this business about love?" Honestly, she was pretty proud of herself for letting things get as serious as they had. After all, she was still here, wasn't she? Despite all her fears and misgivings, she'd opened herself up this far. Seriously, she deserved a medal or something. She didn't need him pushing her off the next cliff before she was ready. Finally, he shifted tactics completely. For each apartment she found, he managed to dig up some reason why it was completely unacceptable. This one had had a bedbug infestation. That one had a landlord who'd stolen tenants' deposits. The one she liked best? He'd found a map that showed the location of car break-ins in Oakland, and they all seemed to occur on that block. She had enough money in the bank to afford something nicer, but not for long. And she refused to run down her savings account when she had only just built it up. Thanks to Mason. She knew he wanted her to stay with him, for now at least. He obviously did care about her. But even if she did have a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, they could become something more, that only hardened her resolve. There was nothing capable of wrecking a relationship quite like moving too fast. And moving in with Mason was clearly moving too fast. Becoming dependent on him? Even worse. She could imagine the advice column now. Dear Abby, I'm 26 and have no place to live, so I moved in with my boyfriend. He's really sweet and I'm totally in love with him, but now I can't tell if he really wants me to stay or if he just feels sorry for me. What should I do? Signed, Trouble in Paradise. Dear Trouble, what is this, the 17th century? Move out, girl. Women need to be independent. That's the only way you'll ever really be free to love each other. Yep. The more she thought about it, the simpler her path forward became. She had to sell the land. She'd been approached by at least 6 firms already. They left notes with Gracie or in plastic envelopes on what had been her doorstep. Contact us if you want to sell, they announced. We buy in cash. She needed cash. She needed a lot of it. Building wasn't an option without a loan, and a loan wasn't an option without a big down payment and a lot of credit, neither of which she had. Which meant she had to sell. She didn't want to involve Cece. She would probably try to buy it herself, and really didn't want to involve Mason. He'd probably come up with some clever reason why she didn't have to sell, like some weird double backward mortgage with a half flip that only MBAs from Harvard knew about. Screw that. She was going to do this the only way she knew how, by herself. Except she wasn't quite stupid enough to do that. Instead, she did something that was either completely crazy or a stroke of genius. She called Luke. He'd known about the fire already and sounded sweet and concerned when she told him she needed his help. The hesitation came when she explained that she needed their meeting to be a secret from Mason. He agreed to talk more at a coffee shop in the Mission District, far from Leven's offices, but also told her as a lawyer and a friend, he couldn't lie to Mason. If he asked, he'd have to tell them that they'd met. Figuring she had little choice and hoping it wouldn't be an issue, Tess agreed. When she arrived, Luke was already at a table sipping from a large cup of coffee and scribbling notes on a yellow pad. Hey, Tess. It's good to see you. I'm so sorry about your house, by the way. Mason told us and it sounds terrible. He greeted her with a kiss on the cheek and a worried look. She smiled and forced herself not to panic and run out the door. Thanks. And I'm sorry for all the secrecy. I don't want any kind of weirdness between you and Mason. This really has nothing to do with him. I just want to make sure it stays that way. If you say so. His worried expression did not change. Let's talk a little so I can understand what's going on. Can I get you a cup of coffee? Or something to eat? Thanks, but I've had way too much coffee already. Maybe just a glass of water. He got up to fill a glass of water for her, and she sank down into an unused chair. Fingers shaking, she opened her bag and withdrew the flyers and notes she'd received since the day of the fire, asking if she'd be interested in selling. When he returned, she pushed them in front of him. I need to sell the lot where my house was, but I don't know how to go about doing it, and I don't want to call some random real estate person who I can't trust. I thought maybe you could help, or tell me who could. The words came out in a jumble. Nervous energy had her practically twitching in her seat. I don't have any money now, but I assume you could take a portion of the sale, right? I want to sell quickly. One of these people who would give me cash would probably be best. Luke put his hand on top of hers. Take a deep breath, okay? We'll get through this. But maybe you could start by telling me why you want to sell so badly, and what the big rush is all about, and maybe why you don't want Mason to know. He looked so kind, with that crazy mix of pirate and corporate lawyer, that Tess felt her eyes starting to fill. Shit, she whispered. I'm sorry. Hang on. She dug around futilely in her bag for a tissue, looking up when Luke handed her a paper napkin. Gratefully, she took it and dabbed her eyes. I guess the short version is pretty simple. There was no fire insurance, and I don't have a lot of money in the bank. I could survive in an apartment for a little while, but I'm trying to put myself through school and rent would kill me. And I'm not going into debt. It would be worse than stupid to take out loans to pay for rent when I've got land I could sell. I think it's pretty valuable. She pulled out her phone and showed the location of the property. Luke made a soft sound of surprise. Wow. An oversized lot like that? Backing right onto the green space and only an hour from downtown? Yeah, it's pretty damn valuable. His affirmation was enormously comforting. I know it's got a burned-out house on top of it, but that shouldn't cost too much to remove, and then someone could build a really nice place there. You loved your home, didn't you? Luke touched her hand. She wished she could have found it romantic. It would have been so much easier if she could have been interested in someone other than Mason. But it wasn't, and she didn't. I did. But that doesn't really matter now, does it? I think it matters. So what's the big rush? I need somewhere to live. I figure if I can get enough for the lot, I might be able to buy a little house somewhere. I know it won't be much and probably way outside the city, but something is better than nothing, right? And at least it wouldn't be a fire hazard. She tried for a smile, but Luke wasn't buying it. He cleared his throat. I don't mean to be nosy, but aren't you staying at Mason's place right now? She folded and unfolded the napkin she'd used to dry her tears. He mentioned that too, did he? We played basketball on Saturday. He's pretty concerned about you. Yeah, well, that doesn't really change anything, does it? Luke held her gaze for a beat, but didn't challenge her. If you say so. And why are we hiding this from him, exactly? He's going to try to do something stupid, like stop me from selling it or get me some kind of special construction loan or something. I can see how that would be annoying, he murmured. I don't take handouts, she said fiercely. Not from anyone. Luke held up his hands in surrender. Look, I'll be honest with you and say there seems to be some significant flaws in your logic, but I get the feeling this isn't about logic. So I'll tell you, even though I don't mind charging your friend Mason my extraordinarily high rates, I really couldn't charge them to you. I'd do it for free, but I'm pretty sure, given what I've just heard, that you wouldn't let me. And I'm not a real estate attorney anyway. I could get a paralegal to do most of the work, but this isn't our area of expertise. Tess felt utterly, completely idiotic. She had known it was a risk to contact him and had known he probably charged more than she could pay up front. But she hadn't even thought about the kind of law he practiced. I'm sorry. She started to rise.
I shouldn't have called. It was stupid of me. I'll figure something else out.
Hey, don't even think about leaving. Luke stood even faster than she did and caught her hand. I'm here as a friend, not an attorney. And as a friend, it doesn't matter what kind of law I practice, right? How about you sit back down and we can talk about what to do next?
She softened. I don't want you to go out of your way for me. You barely know me.
Luke pointed to the seat. Sit.
But
the gleam in his eyes moved from lawyer to full-on pirate. I get the feeling you aren't particularly good at accepting help, so I'm going to be patient. But I'm not going anywhere until we talk this out, and neither are you. Now sit.
Tess gave a short laugh. You are way bossier than I realized.
Occupational hazard.
He smiled.
You don't work with guys like Nate and Mason and Connor without developing a little bark to go with your bite.
She slid back into the chair with a reluctant smile. Okay, I can see Nate, but Mason? Connor? Seriously?
Well, Connor is different. He doesn't argue with anyone or play games. I don't think he knows how. He makes up his mind, tells you the answer, and waits for you to realize he's right. And usually, he is.
The night at the Aspen, Tess had only chatted briefly with Connor, but she'd gotten the impression of someone who was incredibly smart, but wasn't entirely comfortable in a crowd. I can see that. But what about Mason? I thought he was just the guy who made friends for a living.
Don't tell me you fell for it, too.
What do you mean?
Luke shook his head. You know the pop-in deal that put Lavend on the map? That was Mason's pick. And their decision to move into the clean energy industry and artificial intelligence? He pushed them both. Right now, we're getting ready to close a deal for a company that makes a new virtual reality headset. And it's all because Mason heard about it from a friend of a friend. The guy has connections everywhere, and very few of them have any idea how good he is at what he does.
I don't understand, Tess said uneasily.
In this field, you've got to know spreadsheets and financial analyses, and Mason is damn good at that. He didn't go to Harvard Business School for nothing. But just reading spreadsheets isn't what makes you successful. Great investors have to be able to read people, too, and trust their instincts about who's going to win. Like the old saying, you don't bet on the horse, you bet on the jockey. You don't invest in an idea, you invest in a person.
And Mason's good at that?
Luke laughed. Mason's not just good. He's the best I've ever seen. But even beyond that, he's got this incredible talent for getting people to want to work with him. That's key in this business, especially for a bunch of young guys like Lavend. See, most people, they hit a wall and they stop moving. Or if they're Nate, they bring out a load of dynamite and try to blow a hole in it. It's messy, but not always effective. Mason never does that. He finds the one weak spot in the wall and pushes his way through. Or discovers a way around it no one else saw. Or hell, he convinces the wall to open a door for him, and the wall does it with a smile.
Tess struggled to reconcile it all in her mind. He's never said anything about that.
That's not an accident. Mason always downplays what he does, and as a result, everyone underestimates him. They think he's nothing but looks. I did the same thing when I started working for them. Sometimes I worry that he hears it so much he starts to underestimate himself. It isn't easy to have everyone tell you that your job is to look pretty and make friends. Those of us on the inside know that's not all it's about. But we're the minority.
A tiny shiver ran up Tess's spine. I never thought about it that way. I mean, I knew he was smart, but all everyone seems to talk about is the 4-date rule and how he spends all his time going to parties and schmoozing with people.
Luke leaned in toward her. Look, we joked about that 4-date thing.
But you have to know it's different with you. In all the time I've known Mason, you want to know how many women he's brought to drinks? Or forgotten how to play basketball because of? Or invited to move in with him? None. Not a single one. Not until you.
Tess slumped forward, burying her head in her hands. I can't think about this right now. I just need to sell my lot. That's all I can handle.
I'll make some calls and find someone who can work with you. But I have to tell you that I think you should talk to Mason.
I will, right after I close the deal.
Chapter 22. Tess had assumed something as complicated as the sale of a property would take time. She had counted on it, really, assuming that she'd have at least a week before she would have to make a decision that would change her life. But that wasn't how things worked. Luke had called a real estate agent he knew while they were still at the coffee shop, and they'd stopped by her office together on the way home. Tess liked her. Christine Burnsworth had been a lawyer herself, but was now selling real estate, a job she'd found much easier to juggle with raising 2 young kids. She stopped by the property the next morning and had feelers out with developers by the afternoon. The first offer had come in Wednesday morning. 2 more followed Thursday. The agent suggested Tess wait until Monday before she made a decision, but then another offer came in Thursday afternoon that was well above what the others had been, and above what Christine had expected the property to garner. The Thursday offer was also an all-cash, non-contingent offer, and they wanted a fast close. Christine said Tess could very well have the money in her bank account within a week. She suggested that Tess take it. Friday was one of the hardest days of her life. She drove out to the property in the morning with Astro, picking her way around the burned-out wreck, and then walking on the path behind the house into the green space. She didn't tell Cece or Mason what she was doing, mainly because she wasn't sure she could be strong enough to sign the papers if they argued with her. It had rained the night before, and the sky was still heavy, the clouds low over the hills. Tess had already been back several times to poke through the rubble. The fire had started in the back of the house and raced through the upper floor before the fire trucks could even arrive, so nothing had remained of her bedroom or her grandmother's old room. The collapse of the second story had made it difficult to retrieve anything from the front of the house, but Tess had been able to recover a few pieces of her grandmother's china and one of her grandfather's old ashtrays. She had placed them in a cardboard box and put them in the back of her car. She couldn't bring herself to carry them up to Mason's apartment. Today, she stood on the concrete path and stared at the burned shell and wondered what her grandmother would think of the decision she had to make. "What would you do, Grandma?" she whispered, fighting back tears as a light drizzle started to fall. "I know you never wanted to give up this land. They kept trying to get you to sell it, and you held firm. But I can't really do that now. Not and be independent the way you'd want me to be." Her hair grew damp, and she pushed it back behind her ears. "I guess you might be the only one who would understand, you know? You can't get dependent on people. You can't let them own a piece of you like that." She gave a muffled laugh as she wiped her eyes. "You wouldn't even put your money in a bank. At least I'm a little smarter than that." She kicked half-heartedly at a lump of something on the pavement that must have started out as paper, but was now a dark, congealed mass. "Cece will be pissed at me. But you and I both know how shitty people have been to her because of her money. She needs to have at least one relationship in her life that doesn't have money hanging over it. Mason will be pissed too. But can you imagine how pathetic I would seem if I didn't handle this on my own?" She thought for a moment about the hotel room, years ago, when she'd held up that pregnancy test to the man she thought she loved and admitted how scared she was and how she needed his help. She'd asked him if he'd go with her to tell her mother, and maybe to the doctor.
and he'd looked at her like she was crazy. Like she was some kind of idiot, and helping her was the last thing he wanted to do. Tears threatened to close her throat. She swallowed hard. Next year I'll be graduating from college. I wish you could have been here to see it. There was no answer from the silent wreck that had once been a house, or the green hill beyond. She took a deep breath. I guess I better stop feeling sorry for myself, huh? That's probably what you'd say. That and it's just a house, right? It's just that sometimes it doesn't feel like a house. It feels like a piece of me. After a few hours, she drove back to the agent's office and signed the papers. Then she parked her car in Mason's garage and walked down to a trendy, expensive bar a few blocks away. The last time she'd gotten really drunk, she'd been in high school, and it had been on some cheap grain alcohol someone had mixed with fruit punch. This time, at least, she would enjoy the drinks along the way. She asked the bartender, a soft-spoken hipster named Jasper with a sleeve of colorful tattoos and a man bun, to bring her something that would make her forget. And then another one. By the time 5 o'clock rolled around, she was only dimly aware of her surroundings. Her head was spinning nicely, and she was no longer picturing herself signing a sheaf of papers over and over again, so she figured she could call it mission accomplished. It occurred to her that she had no idea how she was going to get home, since her legs definitely weren't working. But since she didn't really have a home to go to, she figured that was probably okay. One more, she said hopefully to Jasper, holding out her empty glass. It was tall and had held something pinkish, though she didn't know exactly what. You forget whatever you came here to forget? He asked. She closed her eyes and considered. She could still remember the home she'd once owned, but the memory was foggy. Just about. Then maybe we could hold off on another drink. He studied her as he took her glass. How about something to eat instead? She frowned. Why in the world would I want something to eat? Won't that interfere with the lovely drinks you've been bringing me? Always good to pace yourself, he advised. Forgetting can be a long-term project. That is very wise. He gave a small bow. It's a bartender thing. They give us a few lines to memorize before we graduate from bartender school. That's one of my favorites. Oh, shit! Tess caught sight of a familiar tawny head at the entrance to the bar and dropped her face toward the bar. If that guy asks if you've seen me, say no. Which guy? She gave a small nod in his direction. The tall one that looks like he escaped from a bankers' convention. Mason had on his usual work outfit, tailored charcoal trousers and white shirt, topped by a perfectly tied tie in stripes of blue. There was the faintest hint of a shadow along the hard line of his jaw. Jasper gave a low whistle. I'm not sure I'd say banker. He looks like he's got a little more style than that. What is he? Lawyer? Worse. Tess motioned for Jasper to lean in toward her. When their heads were close, she whispered, He's a bad angel. Jasper straightened and nodded slowly. Yep, I can see that. She felt the touch of his gaze the moment it landed, but resolutely turned her head away. Can I get a Manhattan? His voice claimed the stool next to her. Of course he'd found her. Stupid Mason. Stupid deep voice. She refused to look at him. Sure. Jasper shrugged helplessly at Tess. I didn't tell him a thing. She narrowed her eyes. This is all your fault. Jasper leaned back in toward her, which was a little ridiculous now that Mason was sitting about a foot away. and whispered loudly, "He looks nice."
"Everyone says that,"
she snarled.
"Try to be a little more original."
"He's cute?"
"That's even worse."
Jasper patted the bar.
"I'll try to think of something better."
As soon as he had left, Mason cleared his throat.
"Rough day?"
"How did you find me?"
"Your car was in the lot. Astra was home, but you weren't in the apartment. I figured you were somewhere nearby."
"So you went bar hopping?"
He shrugged.
"You want to tell me what happened?"
"Not really."
He sighed.
"You sold it, didn't you?"
Tess felt a little of her pleasant buzz slip away. She waved at Jasper.
"I think I need another drink."
The bartender ignored her.
"I can pay for a decent place now, you know. Or I'll be able to next Friday. That's when it's supposed to close. I have to go back and sign more papers then. I guess I should start house hunting."
She scowled at Mason.
"And don't think I'm going to let you come along this time. I'm doing this on my own."
"Of course you are."
"I mean it. No interference from you. No crime statistics or investigative reporting or anything."
"And just so we're clear, no help in any other way either, right? When you're upset, you'll handle it on your own. When something important happens, you'll take off. That's how it's going to go?"
"Jasper!"
she called as the bartender approached with Mason's drink.
"Bring me something pink."
"One lemonade coming up,"
he replied, setting the whiskey drink in front of Mason.
"If you're sick, you'll go to the doctor by yourself."
Mason took a sip of his drink.
"But you'll need to clarify one thing for me. Do I get to know about the good things, or is that off limits as well? I mean, will I get an invitation to your graduation, or are you doing that one on your own too?"
"Now you're just being silly."
Her delightful drunken buzz had faded to a dull roar in the back of her ears.
"Besides, that's a year away. Plenty of time for something to go horribly wrong. Like the registrar's office floods and they lose all my transcripts."
"But I'd never know,"
he pointed out.
"You'd never tell me."
She grabbed his glass and took a drink, then shuddered when the alcohol hit the back of her throat.
"That's gross."
"That is very good whiskey,"
he replied.
"What are you drinking? Cotton candy vodka?"
"I have no idea. Jasper picked it out."
She squinted at the bartender's man bun.
"But he doesn't seem the cotton candy type."
"People can surprise you. You, for example, seem relatively normal."
"I am normal."
"If by normal you mean has a pathological aversion to letting anyone help you, then yes, you're perfectly normal."
Somehow, this entire conversation felt like a trap, but the spinning room made it hard to figure out why.
"You can come to graduation,"
she said, gesturing with one hand.
"Does that make you happy?"
"Oh, sure,"
he said.
"Very happy. Will you also let me know when you're moving out? Or will I just come home one day and find you gone?"
A shard of fear pierced through her fog, and Tess froze.
"What are you talking about? Are you saying you want me to leave?"
He shoved a tired hand through his hair and took another drink.
"No, that's not what I'm saying."
"Because I am trying to get my own place. That's exactly what this is all about. You don't have to worry."
He cut her off with a raised hand.
"You're like a living example of the dog with her foot caught in the trap."
"What?"
"You know, the dog that chews off its own paw to get out of a trap? After biting the hand of the person who tried to open it for her."
Tess blinked. The rapid pace of the conversation had left her behind a few exchanges ago. Was Mason telling her to move out? Why was she a dog in a trap?
I am not chewing off my own leg.
If you say so.
Mason took one more drink. Then he stood and pulled out his wallet, extracting a few bills.
I assume you'll pay for your own drinks?
Wait, you're leaving?
I think Jasper has this covered.
He nodded at the bartender who had approached from the side and dropped the money on the bar.
You can call me if you need me, but I'm sure you won't.
Mason didn't look back as he left the bar. He hadn't been surprised when he'd gotten the call that she had accepted the offer. In a week, he'd own the lot outright. But he'd still held out hope that maybe she would talk about it with him. Maybe even give him a chance to help. Or tell her how he felt. Luke had called him on Monday with the name of a real estate agent he might want to talk to if he was interested in purchasing some property near Oakland. He hadn't said more, but the meaning had been clear. Mason didn't ask how Luke had gotten involved in the transaction. He didn't really want to know. The thought that she'd gone to someone she barely knew rather than him wasn't something he was prepared to confront. He pulled out his phone and texted Cecilia.
You might want to stop by the Outlander. Tess looks like she'll need some help getting home.
Of course, he didn't even know where she was going to stay tonight. At least he had Astro at his place. She might leave him, but she wouldn't leave her dog.
Everything okay?
Cecilia texted back. He and Cecilia had struck up a friendship over the past couple of weeks, mainly built on trying to figure out how to outmaneuver Tess and her repeated attempts to make really bad decisions. They'd talked on the phone a few times, texted mostly. She was sharp and funny, deeply loyal to Tess, and initially at least, deeply skeptical of him. But lately he'd felt her soften. He'd hinted something to her about buying Tess's land, and she had sent him a series of emojis of monkeys covering their eyes, ears, and mouth.
Tess would never forgive me if I interfered,
she'd said.
Don't tell me anything you don't want her to know.
He'd taken that advice to heart and hadn't mentioned anything further, but had been comforted that at least he wouldn't be bidding against Cecilia.
She accepted an offer on the lot.
There was a pause, and he could practically see Cecilia processing his statement. Less than a minute later, she replied,
I'll head that way right now.
He slipped his phone into his pocket. Tess would never forgive him either. But he'd confronted that possibility days ago and decided it was worth it. Her memories were too important to sacrifice to her pride. And he loved her too much to let her suffer with a lifetime of regret for letting them go. Loved her too much. Oh, hell, he did love her, didn't he? The realization stopped him in his tracks. He'd felt it happening for weeks now. The growing sense that this wasn't just a temporary thing, that he was committed with everything he had. Tess wasn't a friend with benefits. She wasn't someone he cared about, the way you might care about someone you known in high school or one of your sister's friends. He was in love with her, and that love was there when he woke up in the morning and felt for her in the bed beside him, and when he fell asleep at night and felt her spooned up behind him. It was in his need to protect her and his refusal to let her walk away from the only place she'd ever felt safe. And as far as he could tell, she wanted nothing to do with it. He wasn't sure how long he stood there, but half an hour later, he was knocking on Connor's door. Connor must have been cooking because he had a dish towel slung over one shoulder that was stained with streaks of red and green. You look like shit, he observed. It had started raining at some point during the walk, and because Mason had left his apartment in a bit of a panic, he hadn't grabbed a jacket. His shirt and limp, soggy tie were plastered to his chest.
Thanks.
He walked into the kitchen. Empty avocado skins, flattened limes, and a small bowl of guacamole sat on the counter, alongside a cutting board heaped with fresh onions and peppers.
I'll grab you something dry to throw on.
Connor reappeared a few minutes later with a neatly folded t-shirt and pair of athletic pants. Connor only bothered to do things he enjoyed, and did well. Luckily for Nate and Mason, cooking was on that list. Even better during their days of living together, so was laundry.
What happened?
Connor asked, setting the dry clothes on the counter. He pulled a beer out of the fridge and handed it to Mason, along with a bottle opener. Mason stood in the kitchen, dripping, and wondered how he could have been such an idiot.
You ever do something incredibly stupid? Something that anyone could have told you would be a disaster, but you did it anyway? Every time I go on a date.
Connor poured tortilla chips into a large bowl, which he pushed in Mason's direction, then began cleaning the counter.
By any chance, does your stupidity have anything to do with the woman living in your apartment? I swear, she's the most infuriating human being I've ever met.
Savagely, he ripped off his shirt and threw it on a stool.
And that's saying a lot, because you've met Nate.
Connor gestured toward the shirt.
You can leave your wet things in the bathroom. Okay, Mom.
Mason went to the bathroom to change into the clothes Connor had given him, pausing for a moment to admire the uncanny precision with which the shirt had been folded. The familiar scent of Connor's laundry detergent brought him back to their Boston days, when Connor had done his laundry in exchange for Mason setting him up on dates. When he emerged from the bathroom, Connor was cooking chicken. Mason grabbed his beer and slid onto a stool.
What's for dinner? Fajitas, with a side of regret.
Mason nodded.
You too?
I was supposed to have a date tonight.
And?
Connor shrugged.
She canceled. I think she texted me a couple of times during the week, but I never texted back.
Ignoring your date's messages does tend to send the wrong signal.
If you want to keep the date, that is. If you are hoping she might cancel so you don't have to go through with it, it's probably a very effective strategy.
Interesting point. The smell of chili and cumin began to fill the kitchen.
So, you want to tell me about Tess?
I found her in a goddamn bar. By herself. After she accepted the offer.
I take it she didn't talk to you about selling?
Of course not. That would be way too rational. Or, I guess in her mind, needy. Attached. Something like that. He glowered at his beer.
And you talked to her? Expressed your feelings, all that crap?
Mason gave a short laugh. The irony of having Connor giving him relationship advice was unmistakable. Not to mention that things felt infinitely more complicated now that he knew the feelings he was harboring went well beyond anything he'd ever experienced before.
Express my feelings? Who are you, Dr. Phil?
I am a doctor. Connor pushed up his glasses with the back of his wrist and gestured toward a pile of vegetables on a cutting board.
You want to pass me those onions and peppers?
Sure. Mason heaved himself to standing. He carried the cutting board over to the stove.
And no. Well, I tried.
You tried?
She's pretty determined not to have this conversation.
So you gave up and decided the secrecy thing is better? The weight of his helplessness pressed down on his shoulders.
Honestly, if I hadn't bought the land, someone else would have. In 6 months, there would be 2 duplexes on it.
It would kill her to see it.
I know it would. She'll regret it for the rest of her life.
The same way you'll regret never telling her how you feel? He thought about the times he'd tried to talk to Tess about what their relationship had become, or was becoming, and the way she'd ducked the topic each time. He hadn't pushed, partly because he wasn't sure he was ready to have the conversation himself. But now he was pretty sure what she'd do. she'd push him away. That was what she did, push people away.
How about another beer?
Mason finished his and grabbed 2 more from the fridge. He opened both and set one on the counter beside Connor.
Coward.
Connor turned his attention to the stove.
You asked Zoe out yet?
Nice attempt to change the subject. Connor wagged the spatula in Mason's direction. Also, low blow. Mason shrugged.
Desperate times, desperate measures.
Look, you know about 80% of my knowledge of women comes from things you've told me. The other 20% comes from romantic comedies I was forced to watch while on a date. So let's not pretend I have any idea what I'm talking about. But that said, I can't see how you make this better by refusing to talk to Tess about it.
Because she'll leave. You don't know Tess. She's got a highly developed flight instinct honed by years of being hurt by the people she loves. So I know exactly what will happen if I push this. She's going to be out the door.
Let me throw a little science at you, okay? Connor took the pan off the stove and grabbed his beer. Let's talk about Newton's laws of motion. Mason shook his head.
This is exactly why Zoe will never date you.
We are not talking about Zoe. And by the way, there are about 1 million reasons why she will never date me. This is just one of them. He took a drink from his beer. Anyway, as I was saying, first law of inertia. Objects in motion tend to stay in motion. Things like to keep doing what they've been doing. In other words, once you start running, it's really hard to stop. Mason cocked his head.
It's amazing that even after all these years, I can still be surprised by what happens inside your brain.
Connor waved off his words.
Law number 2. Force causes a change in velocity. Change in velocity causes a force. The bigger the object you're trying to move, the more force you'll have to exert to move it.
Mason covered his ears.
You are making my brain hurt.
And law number 3, Connor continued. Every action causes an equal and opposite reaction.
And all this applies to my life. How exactly?
Connor rolled his eyes.
And you say I'm bad at relationships. Tess is used to running, right? She's got a direction in mind and she's heading that way, come hell or high water. Sounds about right,
Mason allowed.
So that means she's in motion. And an object in motion will tend to stay in motion. Unless it meets with some kind of force. The faster she's running, the more force you'll need to stop her. And when your force collides with her motion, there's going to be some kind of reaction. Probably a big one.
Mason rubbed a hand across his face.
That doesn't help me at all. You know that, right?
Connor leaned back on the counter with an apologetic smile.
Yeah, there's probably a reason I'm still single. But I think what it means is that you have a challenge ahead of you, my friend, and it's going to involve some risk and a big collision. But if you don't exert some force, nothing's going to change. So I guess you have to ask yourself, is it worth it to you to try?
Chapter 23. A little after 10 that night, Cece dropped Tess off outside Mason's building. She let herself into the apartment without knowing exactly what to expect. She'd been drunk enough when she'd seen him at the bar that she didn't entirely trust her recollection of what had happened, but she remembered something about a dog gnawing off its own leg. She had a bad feeling that she was the dog. Astro met her at the door, tail wagging. Tess bent to pick her up, and that was when she noticed the black suitcase beside the door. A wave of nausea passed over her. She forced herself to look at Mason, who was sitting on the couch watching a sports talk show. He flicked off the television when she came in. What's... She had to clear her throat before she could continue. What's with the suitcase?
I haven't been out to the East Coast for a while. I thought maybe I should check in with some of our partners.
And you decided to go tonight?
Yes.
He paused.
It felt like maybe I needed to get away for a little while.
The air left her lungs in a rush. She lowered herself to one knee and made a show of setting Astro back on the ground, waiting for her head to clear before she righted herself. There was nothing good about this. She knew it. Not after what he'd said earlier tonight. Not after the way he'd left the bar.
Why?
He sighed.
Any chance you want to sit down?
With that lead in? Not a chance.
He laughed without humor.
That's fair. At least come out of the hall.
Reluctantly, she forced her legs to work, to move her away from the black suitcase and everything it represented. She stopped when she'd gone a few feet from the front door. Mason stood, and for one horrible moment, she thought he was going to touch her, and she would scream or fall apart, or both. But he only walked over to the kitchen, leaving her trembling. For a moment, he rested both hands on the back of one of the stools, then turned toward her with a grim expression.
I've got something to tell you, and you won't like it.
Okay? She was frozen in place, heart racing like a cornered animal. Was this what he meant when he'd compared her to a dog with its leg in a trap? Was he the trap? Because she would definitely gnaw off her own leg to avoid this feeling. Go ahead.
The offer on your lot today. That came from me.
She gaped, mouth falling open in disbelief. She had imagined him saying that he was dating someone else, or that he wanted to leave. But this she hadn't expected. Wait, what? The offer I accepted? It was from some developer. NLE Realty or something.
One of Nate's companies. He's majority owner in 2 LLCs that are involved in real estate development in the valley.
No. She shook her head. No way. That makes no sense. Why hadn't it occurred to her Mason might be her buyer? She'd considered the possibility of Cece interfering, but it hadn't occurred to her that Mason might do the same.
I'm sorry. I should have told you the truth.
But why would you do that? Why would you buy it? After all the times I told you I wanted to handle it on my own? Why? It made no sense. Mason had no reason to throw money around like this. Yes, she knew he didn't want her to sell, but the most she had imagined him doing was helping her negotiate a construction loan. Not this. She felt the touch of his gaze like the stroke of his hand. Soft, searching.
After all this time, you really don't know?
Know what?
Tess.
He let out a long breath on a sigh.
Tess, I'm in love with you. I've been falling in love with you from the first day we met, and when you love someone, you can't stand to see them do things they're going to regret for the rest of their life.
Her body swayed. The words echoed in her brain, but just as quickly faded away. He didn't. He couldn't. That's ridiculous. We're friends. I mean, friends with benefits, or something. I don't know what you call it. But you don't love me. Not like that.
I had a feeling this might not go down easily.
Don't play with me, she snapped. Don't do this.
You really think I'd make some kind of a joke about this? I'm not kidding, Tess. This is real. I've been trying to get you to talk to me for days, and all you do is dodge. You can't avoid it anymore. You can't avoid me anymore. So yes, I was interfering in your life, and that was stupid. But the truth is, I love you. I need you in my life, and I don't want our future to be based on a lie.
She wrapped her arms around herself and walked to the couch, unable to keep looking at him. Love? He loved her? Her brain couldn't even process it. It was like he'd said something in a foreign language, and she had no idea what the words meant. How did you do it? She couldn't actually muster up much anger with Luke. She'd known all along where his loyalties would lie. Maybe had even, in some dark part of herself, hoped he would tell Mason what she was planning.
Did Luke tell you I'd talked to him?
Not exactly. Luke introduced me to Christine a few years ago. She sold me this apartment and we've stayed in touch. He mentioned that he'd seen her the other day and that he'd heard she was going to list a property I might find interesting. I figured he must have put you in touch with her. I called her later that day.
Of course Mason would know Christine. Was there anyone Mason didn't know?
You love me, so you tricked me into selling you my land.
She stared into the darkness outside the windows, rubbing the goosebumps that had appeared on her arms.
I never wanted to trick you. But what choice did I have? There are a million ways we could have done this together. But you wouldn't know that because you refused to talk to me about it. The whole concept of letting people help doesn't seem to exist in your world.
His voice tightened, went rough.
For God's sake, you didn't even call me when your house burned down.
She winced at the memory of that night, of her terrified flight home and the feeling of relief when he'd arrived. She'd been running ever since then, really. Running away from Mason. Running away from her own feelings.
I know you don't understand why I have to do this,
she said.
Cece doesn't either. But I've depended on people in the past, and I watched my mother go from man to man, and I know what happens. You lose. You lose every time.
You are not your mother, and I'm not those guys. I'm not that asshole who left you in a motel room when you were 16 and pregnant. I don't know how to heal scars like that. I wish I did. I wish I could erase what you went through. But then you wouldn't be you, and that would crush me because I'm in love with you. Not some perfect, idealized version of you. This you. I just wish there was some way to convince this you that not everyone leaves. Not everyone takes advantage of you if you show weakness.
A thick lock of hair fell in her face, and she pushed it back, fighting for control.
I never thought you were going to take advantage of me. I just didn't know what to do.
He had approached her from behind, and she felt it when he stopped a few inches away.
Tess, look at me.
She tightened every muscle in her body, knowing it would take everything to resist him right now. Slowly, she forced herself to turn her body and meet his gaze.
Am I just a friend to you? Is that really all this means?
The question was so patently obviously stupid, she swung out, hitting him on the chest with the flat of her hand.
Of course not, you idiot! But you happen to scare the crap out of me, okay? 1 minute you're in a headline, San Francisco's most eligible bachelor, the guy with the 4-date rule. And now you're in love with me? Am I supposed to just trust that?
He caught her hand and held it against his heart.
I wake up every morning wondering if you're still there. I leave for work and I don't know if you'll be here when I get back. You've disappeared on me twice already. You aren't the only one who's scared.
I don't...
The words caught in her throat.
I've never...
Golden-flecked eyes were staring at her with a feral sort of intensity that made it almost impossible to breathe. For the first time it occurred to her that he needed to hear the words as much as she had. She gulped air, seeking for the strength to be honest with him.
Of course that's not what this is about.
She trailed off, mouth flopping like a goldfish.
He
glared at her.
Seriously? Are you seriously going to make me walk out of here?
She swallowed.
Would you?
Damn right I would,
he roared.
Now finish your damn sentence so I don't have to.
A tiny hint of relief broke over her, and something that was a cross between a laugh and a sob rose up in her chest.
Did you really buy a plane ticket and pack your bag?
He marched over to the door and unzipped the suitcase. When he showed her the contents, tears crested in her eyes. It was empty.
Connor told me I needed to do something dramatic. It was the only thing I could think of.
You let Connor give you relationship advice? Now I know you're crazy.
You'd be surprised. He knows a lot about bodies and motion.
If you say so. He held up the suitcase.
Should I be packing, Tess? Because I am crazy in love with you, but I can't do this all by myself.
No, don't go. She finally forced the words out over a crest of emotion. Of course I love you, you crazy man. That's why I keep running away. You make me feel things I've never felt before. Things I never expected to feel. She walked over and pulled the suitcase from his hand and set it down on the ground, then touched his jaw with a tentative hand. I don't have a lot of experience with this. Or rather, I don't have any experience with this. All I knew was that the deeper my feelings went, the more terrified I got. It never occurred to me you might feel the same way. When he finally reached for her, the touch was electric. He fit her against him as her arms encircled his neck. He kissed her softly, gently.
Well, I do. Every day of my life is better now that you're in it. Now say it again.
She felt her cheeks grow warm. I love you.
Once more.
He looked so hopeful she couldn't help but smile. I'm completely and utterly in love with you.
Good.
He kissed her again, and this time she felt the stamp of commitment, of finality, of a door closing on years of doubt and fear, and another opening to a lifetime of love and trust.
Because I don't think I could face Connor giving me any more relationship advice.
I can't think of anyone less qualified to give you that advice. Except maybe Nate. He gave a sheepish grin.
I have to admit, Nate also told me not to lie to you about buying the lot. I finally figured if Nate was telling me I was being too high-handed, I definitely needed to rethink my plan.
Then his expression turned serious.
Is there any way I can convince you to stay here with me?
He asked.
I'm not asking you to give up your land. I would never do that. But is there any way you could think of this as your home too? Here, with me?
A knot inside her slipped loose. I told you once that my grandmother's house was the only place I'd ever felt safe. And that was true. But I feel safe with you. I don't know if any other place will ever feel quite like the home I lost. But you feel like home to me. Does that make any sense at all? He kissed her again, whisper light.
It does. Now, is there any chance you'll let me help you find a way to rebuild out there?
She pulled back to study him, the glimmer of a thought rolling around in her head. I've actually got a really good idea for what I want to do next. It may be crazy, I don't know, but I'll definitely need your help.
Good.
He kissed a path from the base of her throat to the edge of her jaw, then took her face in his hands.
Crazy or sane, it doesn't matter, as long as we're together.
Epilogue. 6 months later. Tess shaded her eyes from the crisp autumn sunshine as she stepped out of the car and set Astro onto the ground next to her. A light breeze played with her hair, the air rich with the smell of fall, and she stood beside the car, marveling as she always did when she came back and watched her crazy idea become a reality.
The windows look great,
Mason observed, closing the car door behind him.
And I love the paint colors Gracie picked out.
The construction site was still a mess, with puddles of water from a recent storm, stacks of discarded lumber, and a pile of gravel near the newly poured sidewalk. Landscaping wouldn't go in for months, and the interior had barely been touched. But the houses were up and standing and, according to the builders, should be ready for move-in by January. They were both craftsmen's styles, with deep front porches and low sloping gables over the porch. Tess's house had a single large dormer with windows over the centered front doorway, while Gracie's had twin dormers on either side of a center gable, along with a small balcony between them. I still can't believe things went so smoothly this summer. Christine thought it would take months to get all the permits.
I guess Nate was right about the builder. He's done an incredible job.
Tess covered her ears. I refuse to give Nate any more credit. He's smug enough as it is. I think the one we have to thank is Christine. She figured out all the crazy legal stuff, not to mention how the loan would work.
What about me?
He frowned.
Don't I get any credit?
She grinned at him. Goodness, you men are so insecure. Yes, Mr. Moneybags. Without you, we never would have been able to make any of this happen. The idea had been straightforward. Tess would divide her lot and sell half to Gracie, who had been saving her money for years in the hopes of someday buying a house. She'd use the money from Gracie to build on her half, and by selling at a reasonable price and helping with the construction process, she'd make it possible for Gracie to finally build and own her own home. But the reality had been far more complicated. Between the permitting and financing, they'd needed help from someone with deep pockets who was willing to advance them the money they needed to get the project off the ground. Tess had been nervous about mixing up her relationship with Mason and a financial transaction, but he'd made the whole thing incredibly simple. He'd set up a short-term low-interest loan and worked directly with the builders to get the project launched. Once the houses were built, Gracie would get a regular mortgage and pay him back, and she'd have equity built into the house because the land was so valuable. Tess would also have a small mortgage based on the construction costs. But unlike Gracie, who couldn't stop talking about how excited she was, Tess wasn't counting the days until she could move in. In fact, she wasn't thinking about moving in at all. You have the keys? Tess asked. This was their first chance to go inside since the builders had put in the kitchen cabinets and installed the new door.
I do.
Mason cleared his throat. His face had taken on a strange, almost greenish cast, and Tess squinted at him. Are you feeling okay? You don't look right.
I'm fine.
He motioned for her to head toward the house. She hoped he wasn't getting sick. If there was one thing she'd discovered in 6 months of living with Mason, it was that he did not deal well with having a cold. Somehow he managed to turn a sore throat into a near-death experience, or at least a national emergency. She clucked to Astro, who stayed close by Tess's side, having little interest in getting her paws muddy. Walking up the path to the house, Tess imagined purple and white pansies flanking the concrete, just like the ones her grandmother had planted every summer. It meant a lot to her. It really did, to think of the new house and how, with a lot of help, she'd been able to restore what had once been a magical place. But the thought of living there no longer stood out in her mind like a sort of talisman. She had her memories of Grandma and how much she'd always been loved by her. That was all that really mattered. She stopped on the front porch. You sure it's okay for Astro in there? She doesn't have her work boots on.
It's fine. I checked with the builder.
Mason pulled the keys from his pocket but fumbled with them as he did and dropped the key ring in front of the door. He flashed a smile as he bent to pick them up, but somehow the expression only highlighted the strange pallor of his skin. She reached out to touch his forehead. You feel clammy. I think you're really coming down with something.
That's funny,
he muttered.
I wonder what it could be.
When he finally swung open the door and turned on the lights, Tess froze at the sight. The door opened into a foyer that led directly to an open living space. There were no floors yet, just subflooring, but someone had strung little white lights all around and across the room, making the interior feel like something between a construction site and a fairy wonderland. "Oh, Mason, what did you do?" He motioned toward her legs. "May I?" She furrowed her brow, confused about what he was asking. But then, before she could respond, he slid one hand under her knees and the other at her back and picked her up in one smooth motion. Her heart skipped. "What's going on?" The words came out in a squeak. Without speaking, he carried her into the empty room and set her down under the lights, beside a small table on which sat a large vase full of daisies. She glanced around, noticing that tarps had been spread over piles of equipment, and a broom leaned against the wall. Someone had spent time sweeping and cleaning the living room. That someone was now nervously patting his pockets. Tess felt her head begin to spin. This couldn't be. Unable to speak, she watched, mesmerized as he slowly reached inside his pocket, withdrew a small box, and then dropped to one knee. "Tess Papillon, starting with the first day we met, you've changed my life. You've challenged and inspired me and made me a better man. I want to wake up every morning with you beside me and fall asleep every night with you in my arms." He started to say something else, but Astro decided this was the perfect moment to jump up and try to give him a kiss. He sighed and glanced up at Tess, who was trying not to smile. When he didn't immediately respond, Astro jumped again, this time resting her paws on his thigh and giving a sharp, ladylike bark. "Astro," he said, "we talked about this. You know, the big moment." He stroked the top of her head and she barked again. "Any chance you want to sit down and be quiet so I can get out my speech?" Tess snapped her fingers. "Astro, sit." Mason made a sound of disgust when she immediately obeyed. "I thought by now she was supposed to listen to me, too." "She does," Tess said, "when she's in the mood. But is there any chance you want to keep going?" She motioned toward the box in his hand. "Did you want to say something about that, maybe?" I suppose I do." His eyes gleamed with humor. "But I wonder if it's okay for me to stand up? This bended knee thing is ridiculous." Tess raised her hands, tears sparkling in her eyes, turning the room into a kaleidoscope. "Please, go right ahead." Mason stood and opened the box, revealing a sparkling diamond. "My darling, my love, you are the strongest, smartest, and most caring person I know. We could live in a house or an apartment, in the city or the valley. I would follow you wherever you want to go, as long as we are together." He pried the ring from the box, and Tess couldn't help but notice that his hands were shaking. "Will you marry me?" Astro barked, and Tess's throat swelled shut. She opened her mouth to speak, but when no words came, she nodded instead, finally managing to squeak out, "Yes, yes." He took her hand and slipped the ring on her finger. With a shaky laugh, she threw her arms around his neck. "You've taught me how to trust. You show me every day what it means to be loved. I can't think of anything I want more than to spend the rest of my life with you." He captured her lips with a single perfect kiss, then whispered into her ear, "Thank goodness. I wasn't sure how we would explain it to Astro otherwise." She looked down at the dog, who was gazing adoringly at them, and laughed. "I love you," Mason said, turning back to her and taking her face in his hands. "I love you now and forever."
Now and forever, she said as a tear slipped from her eye. Now and forever.
We hope you've enjoyed this production of Heartbreaker, Bad Angels Book 1 by Inara Scott, narrated for you by Leah Ladasa. This has been a Find a Way AudioWorks production presented by Orange Sky Audio. Executive producer Rin Kraus. Copyright 2019 by Inara Scott. Published by arrangement with Entangled and Alliance Rights Agency. Production copyright 2021 by Orange Sky Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.